Hello and welcome for the SPSS Modelers. Fine, so let's start with session 1 for the SPSS Modelers. Now, before I launch the software itself, I'll discuss what all we are going to study or what all are we going to experience in today's class and subsequently throughout the course. So out here, that's the SPSS Modeler course, and it's an intensive class. And these are the course contents that we have here. So for day 1, that is today, we are having introduction, significance, and user training. So when I say introduction, significance, and user training, what do I mean by that? What is SPSS Modeler? Why do we need SPSS Modeler? And what is the user training that we are going to get imparted with? Out here on the contents to be covered, we'll be getting introduced to menus, graphical user interface, and the toolbars. We'll also be getting introduced to nodes and node palettes, introduction to models and their types, and model nuggets. Now, what are model nuggets? Something I'll show you on the software itself. I'm yet to launch the software. So that's the session for today. So fine, let us quickly launch the software then. So I'll type in here search, although we already have the software installed. Yeah, that's the software as IBM's SPSS Modeler subscription. I'm clicking on that. Now out here, we'll sign in. It will ask you for your IBM ID, and then you can continue. Then we insert the password. Log in here. Okay, we can see that it is about to launch the software. Yeah, okay, so that's the software that it has launched. And once it launches the software, it will ask you which of these streams do you want to import. Now, these are the different streams that I already created as part of this live session for you all to understand as to how all things work. But I'm not opening any screen yet. I'm not opening any stream yet because we need to understand the different toolbars and the graphical menu and user interface and things like that. So fine. For now, let us close this particular window. And yet, let us do one thing. Let us open something for you all to see so that you'll feel a bit excited and interested towards this. So, right. So this is how your stream looks like. Now, what is this and what is this? What is this? What are these square boxes and hexagonal or pentagonal boxes and the circles? This all will be explained at a later period. For starters, this is how your software setup looks like. And when I click on this, you can see here that there's a file menu we have here. Then you have the edit standard that we usually see. Then these are the inserts, menu, view, tools, super node, extensions, window, and help. So these are the different menus that we have here. And then we have something called as streams, outputs, and models. So what are these three typically? These three are in streams. This is what you call as a stream. It's a combination of various nodes and connectors. That's a nugget. This is how it looks like, a nugget. So when we say model nugget, when you generate and run this output, it will generate a nugget output of this type. Okay. And then what's the output? See out here, when we run this, I double clicked on that. Yeah, see, this is how the output is generated for the nugget. And then we have the models. So what are the different models that we have? Again, we have not come into that yet. Okay. What's the difference between this stream 1 and this stream 1? Nothing. This is a stream I have saved, this stream I have not saved. So I can right click on this. I can scroll down over here and click on close stream. That stream is now gone. And if I want, I can rename this stream. Right click here. No, we're not able to rename it here yet. We can save this stream. I already saved this stream as stream 1. So we are not making any renaming parts to that. And I click on output. Okay, there is nothing out here to show on the output yet. And that's the models. But I'll come to all this a little later. Let's start with the introduction to menus, graphical user interface, and toolbars. Quickly, so I launched the software again. Yeah. That's a file menu. So how does it work? So we can come here and I can right click on this and I can click close the stream. Fine, so this stream is now gone. This is your graphical user interface. This is how your software looks like. If I click on file, it will ask me for new stream, open stream. It can also ask you, if you can also close the stream here, close all streams, save stream. You click on project, you can open a new project. Now you can see these are the different projects and the classes that are available over here. So when I speak of classes, what happens is within classes, you have unsaved project. And within the unsaved project, you have streams, nodes, generated models, tables, graphs, and reports, and others. So what are these 5 elements of any unsaved project or any project for that matter? That again, I'll come back and I'll explain it to you all. But as I continue here, when you click on output, you can open the output. You can also save the outputs. You can also save the models. So what is import PMML? These are the different types of models that you can import. What's open state? Yes, you can also set the directory. You can click on recent streams, recent projects, recent states. You can export the stream description also, which means if I have a stream here, I can also provide a description as to what is part of that stream and what does that stream mean. So fine, with these points, and as I continue, we click on edit. Now edit, you can see most of the functions are quite the same as we see across softwares. First things first, when you click on undo, you can always remove your error if at all, or error, or if you want to go back to the previous command or the screen or the output, and then you can also redo the same thing. So that is another function, another feature that is part of this. Thereafter, you can click on cut, copy, paste, delete, select all. You can also select on clear stream, clear outputs, clear models. When you say clear stream, it means the streams that you have here or the stream that you have here, you can clear it. If you select that stream for clearing it. And then you can click on remove unconnected nodes. You can click on stream, rename and annotate, add to a project. Same thing for node. You can edit it, you can connect, disconnect, define model link, remove model link, disable node, enable node, load node, save node. So these are the different functions and these are the different features that are available within the edit menu. Out here, they also provided us with the cache. So you can enable, disable, flush, save or load cache. Connect and disconnect functions that you are seeing here, they can be activated using F2 and F3. F2 and F3 keyboard command also. When you click on data mapping, yeah, you can map it to whatever you want to. You can select the replacement node, essential fields. You can run from here. Again, when you speak of comment, you can edit it. You can connect to the selected or disconnected. You can connect it to the selected node. And you will also disconnect it. Same holds true for output, models, and project. When you click on outputs, you can display the output, you can rename and annotate, you can add to a project, add the same to a project. And then on models, we have add to stream, browse, rename and annotate, add to a project, create clear palette, add palette to project. Then in the project, what all do we have? Well, within the project, you can create new folder. You can also rename it, the project. You can remove it, you can open it, you can add to a folder, set as default. And these are additional set of features that are available in the edit command. Then we click on insert. So what happens when I click on this? Of course, it's deactivated here. So let me do one thing. Let us open some stream. I'm opening a big stream. So I click open or I click insert. Yes, now they are renaming it as stream 2, but it's not stream 2. But anyway, let's click on insert command and see. See, we can insert a node from a file, super node from a file, stream from a file. Okay. So this is a stream that we opened. And then you can add a comment over here. So let's click on new comment, suppose. So what is this? So this field or this window that opened here, you can select for which of them do you want. So out here you can insert what you want to insert. You can move this around here like this. You can also put it over here. So you can insert the command. You can right click on this and you can select delete. So that comment is now deleted. Then I click on insert again. I can add new sources. record operations, field operations. Now, for each of these, we have different set of options further available. So when I click on sources, it shows me database. It can shows me a var.file, fixed file, statistics file, data collection, IBM Cognos analytics file. Now, IBM Cognos Analytics is another software platform that will help you, the file type of which can be imported into the SPSS Modeler. We also accidentally clicked on that. Then we have the SAS file. What is SAS file? It's the file type that comes from another type of software, that is statistical analytical software. That's SAS. We also have Excel, XML, user input, SimGen. Also have the same for extension import, JSON, geospatial. So these are the different source files. When I say source files means what? These are the files that we'll be importing. So these are the different sources from which we'll be able to import the files. And then we have record options. So when we come here, we can click select, sample, sort, balance, distinct, aggregate, RFM, aggregate, merge, append. So these are the additional functions and the features that are available for us to work on any imported file. So if you want to sort any data into an imported file, you will select sort function. If you want aggregate, then you can aggregate. If you want to merge or append with any other file, that is also possible. Field ops. Field ops is what? Operations affecting the number of fields. So okay, it's auto data preparation. You can prepare the data on its own. This generally happens when you import the file. So like, the types, the file types or the variable types and all that is taken care of by the software itself. But that doesn't essentially mean that what we are doing is the correct thing that is being done. And then you have the type, filter, derive, filler, reclassify, anonymize, binning, RFM analysis, and symbol, partial, set to flag. Different functions that are available under field ops. Followed by we can export. No, sorry, where would be? Yeah, modeling. Now this is important actually, because when you click on these are the same set of modeling functions that are also available over here when you click on this. Okay, these are the supervised models and segmentation models also available over here. But I'll come to this a little later. If I were to come back here on insert and go on, click on modeling to us. So this is auto classify, auto numeric, auto cluster. This is a time series model. There's a TCM, random trees, the decision list. You also have some of the neural networks. Where is it gone? You also have the neural networks out here, the PCA factor regression. And the logistic regression is also the GLMM method, GLE method, Cox. Oh, sorry. And then you have CARMA, SVM, LSVM, BaseNet, SLRM, a priori. So these are different models that are available to us that we can use while we are conducting the analysis of the data. So these are the different inbuilt available models. So okay, after this what? After this we click on view. So they have provided us a stream markup, node palettes, and if I deselect it, what happens? This disappears from here. If I click on nodes palette here, again, it will come up over here. And similarly, if I select on stream markup, then what happens? Okay, nothing happens here. If I click on on view again, if I click on managers, if I deselect it, then this window out here will disappear. And if I then click on view here, and I select managers, streams, output, and the models will come up over here. So you can select and deselect whichever of the toolbars or the menus that you want to have. Not menus, typically the toolbars. And out here on the toolbar, you can select on display or it will not display here. That is also possible. You can also select on customize. So when you click on customize, show tooltips and large button, okay. click OK. For now, it's happening, but let's go back to view and I'll click on the display. So your toolbars and everything is displayed over here. Then I click on tools. So when I click on tools, when I click on databases, so what are the different databases? Let's click on this here. Out here, it is showing us these are the different data sources that are available to us. What are the drivers? These are the different types of drivers that are available for us. For the local server, you need username and password for that. You can connect it using the username and password to any of these drivers that you have here. That's another database connection. I'm canceling this out here. You can also connect to IBM's Cloud Pack for data server. Now, these are the connections that are provided for IBM's cloud server. You can encode a password. So if you want to have any of the data or any particular stream or any particular file that wants to be password encoded, you can do it. You enter the password here, you click encode, you enter the password here, and you can click close. And if you click on this, yeah, you'll copy the encoded password to the clipboard also, so that you don't forget it. If should you forget it, you can always use that password to open any particular file. Again, I click close over here. What next? Yeah. So I click on tools. Then there are options. What are the options? System options are there. User options provided, helper options, and applications are also provided. So again, we are doing the same thing. We are working towards the GUIs and the toolbars for now. Of course, it's a big software and a lot many options and features are available over there. So do not lose focus, please. Click on stream properties, then select on options, messages, parameters, execution loads. So these are the different stream properties that will appear. If I click on any of them over here, suppose right click. Okay, it's not going to show up. Yeah, if I click on edit, so these are the different options that are provided to us. Likewise, in case of streams also, there are options. So I click on options. So these are the different options that pertain to the stream to that we have connected. So messages, parameters, execution, global search, comments, and annotations. Same way, when we click on this, these are the same set of parameters that were seen when that particular window opened. So if I click on suppose execution, again the same window opened over here, but out here execution tab is activated. I'm going to close this. After coming here in execution, you can see the additional options that are available over here. You can also print the script, run the script, check syntax and all. That's for Python, of course. After this is done, then we also have a super node. Now, super node is a node that we generally create, and then we can also use it for other streams also. So let's click on super node, create a super node from selection from here, select whatever. So what are the different types of supernode that we have? Supernode type is mentioned over here. Source supernode or process supernode or terminal supernode. So there is a particular set of function that we repeatedly using. So we can create a supernode out of it, and then we can decide if you want to use that particular supernode at the start, in the middle, or in the end. So that's why when you click on this here, it shows you whether it's the process supernode, whether it's the source supernode, or whether it's the terminal supernode. When you say terminal supernode, means at the end of it, at the end of the given stream. So again, and then you can also save it. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can expand the supernode also. After this, we have extensions. We can select on extension hub, select Predictive Analytics Community website. So it'll take you to another website. So out here, you can select what you want. These are the different extensions that are available over here. If you want to select anything on analysis, select on analysis. So these are some of the ones that are most recently used. Okay. So you can select which type of extensions you want, and then accordingly they should appear here. So if I select on geospatial, okay, it's provided. Now we have already the ones that are already available. Okay, the not installed ones are provided over here. Okay, if I deselect this, if I click on this, is there an update available? I click apply. So okay, it will tell us no extensions match the specified criteria, which means there are no updates available. I click on this not installed, click apply. So these are the ones that have not or never been installed. Now, when I speak of these extensions, what is the significance of these extensions? Typically, you'll have to click on, in most cases, you should click on more info. So it will tell you all what all is there and what all is required or not required. Click on help, will take you online or to open the website and open it and show you. So it looks like it's going to take a little longer. Yeah, okay, it's open. So it tells you what is the extension detail, integration, and all the requirements. So how do you do it? Click on the install tab, more info. So it displays the information that is provided by author of the extension. And what are the dependencies that will be needed for running this particular extension? So you need to have additional plugins for that, or any R package needs to be installed and such things. So this is one part of the extensions. You can select whichever you want here. You can apply, and those set of extensions will come over here. Followed by that, we click on Windows. So what's close node dialogs, close outputs, close models, close all output windows. So this is typically the more the windows you open, they're likely we need to close them. And then finally, let us click on help. So when I click on help, there are help topics, and the subscription support is provided. These are the different types of features that are there are different types of features and options that are covered under the help menu out here. Next, these are the different toolbars that we have. Now, there is not much of a difference from these toolbars compared to what we saw in the file menu command, the file menu. But then still, they're useful. So if I click on this, you can create a new stream. The same thing is out here. You can open a new stream, or you can create a stream. If I click on this, it opens an existing stream. Again, if I click on file open, I can open an existing stream. Then we also have save. We can always save the stream or the file that we are seeking to save, the current stream or whichever stream you are working on. That's the print command. That's your cut, copy, and paste. That's redo and undo and redo. This is for searching the command. It's for the properties of current. If you can run the current stream. This is interesting. We'll come to this a little later. But if you all wish to know that, what will happen after if I go to click on this, I select this and I click run. You can see that this is now stop executing. See, now you can see here the greens are happening. So which of these are running and which are not running? Currently, we are running this stream, and now it is running all these streams. So these are the big set of outputs that are getting generated as different windows we see here. Now it's showing us the executing. So these are the so there are some errors also, and there are some messages also. So this is how, obviously there are some issues. So I'm not going into this explaining what are the issues right now. Objective is to understand how the different toolbars work. I'm closing this window here, and there are some issues over here in this particular window. So that needs to be looked into. Again, coming back, we're yet to reach the introduction of node palettes and models and the types, model nuggets. But okay, this is not too difficult. If you understand the graphical user interface and toolbars, most of this will be of repetitive nature. Let's minimize this. So fine, this is where would be okay. And after this, you can also run the selection, you can encapsulate selected nodes into a super node. Yes, this is possible. Which means you bring a group of nodes together and then create a super node out of them. And these are into super node. You can zoom into a super node, you can show and hide the stream markup, insert a new comment. So if I want to insert a new comment, what will I do is I'll drag this and I'll bring it over here. What I'll do is data set, suppose that's what I want to write here. I'll bring it over here and I'll place it here. So that is the comment that we have inserted here. Likewise, if you want, you can also add a comment over here also. Different comments can be added in different places. So I come here and I click insert a new comment. So it will take us over there. Bring it over here. So these are the set of different toolbars and graphical user interface that you can use so as to ensure that you are able to use the software efficiently. Now, let us come to introduction to nodes and nodes palettes. So these are the different nodes that are available over here. If I click on file, if I click nodes, so this is what we are seeing here. Now, these are some of the favorite nodes that come as a default setting with the software itself. We might not need all of these favorites. So if you click on sources, these are the different types of source nodes that are available to us. And the same thing that had happened. Click on sources, we had database.var.file. So the same set of nodes are also available as a node on the node palette. So the nodes that are available, or the list of nodes that appear as part of the menus, is also part of the node palettes. So when I say menu, what does it mean? File, edit, they are all called as menu. And again, when we come down on the palette itself, now this combination is called as palette. This connection, or this combination of various nodes is part of the structure that is called as node palettes. So this is how it appears and looks like. If this is done, what next? Now these are the different source nodes that we have. So there are no sync nodes as such, but yeah, instead we have something called as export node, but I'll come to that a little later. Record operations. So what is this record ops? Well, we select, we sample, we sort, balance, distinct, aggregate, RFM aggregate, merge. So these are the different operations nodes out there. It's mentioned record OPS. So those nodes can be used again for bringing about any consolidation or segregation of the given data set, or sorting out of the data set, merging the data set, and things like that. So that function is already provided to them. And wait, sorry. Okay. So these are the different record ops that will be used when you draw your streams or when you create your streams. So it depends. What all do you want to apply? If you want to apply a merge command between the two given imported files, you can use that. And then you can also click on streaming TS or S mode, extension transform. So these are the different node types that you will have to use. And the same can be discussed and studied upon at the software's graphical user interface level also. So that is another thing. And that was another node. And then I click on field ops. So again, these are the different nodes that we are seeing here. You can anonymize, you can also bin, you can derive, filter type, filler, transpose is here, history is provided. So these are the different kinds of field operations nodes, field ops nodes, and then we have the graph. Now, when we speak on graph, what is it that we see on graph? There is a graph board, plot, multi-plot, time plot. So there is a combination of different types of plots or graph plots that are available over there, and we see it from the time series analysis perspective also, and we also see it from the plot perspective, which means we can also plot histograms or collections, web evaluations. You can also create map visualizations. And this is a beta version, which means it's still under testing. And TSNE, there we have a multi-plot, time plot, and a normal plot also. Then there are distributions. If I come and I post it here, distributions, we will select which field do we want. Yeah, normal, color, name. Okay. apply. So that was about your distributions. So I'll right click on that and click delete. That was for your graphs. Now I click on modeling. So when I click on modeling, what do I see here? Well, we are seeing all the available models in that, because on the top, on the bottom left corner, you see all. Below that you have supervised, you have unsupervised associations and segmentation. So these are the different types of modeling nodes that are available over there. So again, these are all the types of modeling nodes that are available. If I were to click on supervised, and these are the supervised set of nodes that are available. This is for the linear. This is what? This is for the regression. So constructs a predictive linear regression model. Now, again, why do we need SPSS modeler instead of SPSS statistics software? The difference is in SPSS statistics software, we do a fair bit of programming also if you want to. But in case of IBM's SPSS modeler, we don't get into programming. All we do is just drag and drop the given set of nodes and nodes that are available to us. And trust me, these nodes are quite adequate when it comes to business processes or business understandings and such type of things. I'll delete this also, and I'll click this. So how do you delete any particular node? You select it, left click, right click on that, and you scroll down to delete, and you can click on that. The same particular node will be deleted. So that was all about the modeling node. No, not yet actually. We need to click on associations. So again, karma, a priori, sequence, and association rules. These are the association types of modelings. Then we have the segmentation. So we have k-means, Kohanen, two-step AS, and anomaly. So these are the different types of segmentation nodes that we have. Okay, we are done with graph. And yeah, now let's click on output. So when you click on output, what are the different types of outputs that are available to us? There is something called as KDE simulation, extension output, sim evaluation, sim fit, set globals, report, means, statistics, transform, data audit, analysis, matrix, and table. So again, this will depend on what kind of output do you want to generate. Because out here so far, I'm just taking you all through the different types of nodes and the graphical user interface and things like that. I have not yet gone into how to use them and how to apply them. I have not used any example yet. That'll probably happen today a little later or for the tomorrow's live session. So these are the different outputs that are available to us. Again, I don't need table. Okay. So, and then thereafter you click on export. So these are the different export nodes that are available to us. If you want to export any statistic, you will bring it over here and you'll bring it and drop it over here, right click, and you can select it. You can connect it or disconnect it. You can run it. We also have XML export, we also have JSON and export. So the different types of files that we have. Now suppose if I were to come here. So suppose if I want to have any of these files in specific export format, then I can drag it and I can drop that. So if I were to take this statistics export, I'll bring it over here. Then I'll click here, right click, I click on connect. So it's connected over here with this particular node. And let us run this, run. Now these are some of the errors that have come up over here. So we can leave that aside. So but then you click on this, you right click, and also load node, you can also save node, you can create a super node. So these are the different set of options that are available over to you. And just click or select on any of the export nodes. Let's right click on this, I click delete. That particular node is now deleted. So this was so far for the export node. Let us click on Python. If I click on Python, then these are the different options that are available under Python that you can import over here. So Python has its own script which can be used for the imports. You have Gaussian mixture, you have KDE simulation. So suppose if I click on random forest, so it comes over here. A random forest is selected with these. Now, I'm not interested in selecting any random forest. Suppose let's click on this and click run. You have to select the values for the targeted locations and the predefined roles or custom field assignments also. So target and the predictors have to be assigned over here, and then we can run the random forest technique. So let us select on target is what? All India. Predictors is where? It is Mumbai, Delhi. Okay. And then I click apply. Okay, I come here, right click and I click on run. Okay, so execution was interrupted. Why was it interrupted? Whatever reasons, we are not going into that right now. But this is how you incorporate the Python terminology also, or the Python script. Right click on this and I scroll down to delete. So that is now deleted. So this is for Python, and after that we have Spark. So this is also, these are the set of nodes that are available for Spark. Finally, we have IBM SPSS text analytics. So these are the different nodes for the text analytics that is provided by the SPSS Modeler software. So these are the different node palettes that we came across as we had promised. Now we go to the introduction to models and their types and the model nulls. So let's go back to models now, because so these were the different node palettes that we saw and we studied. Now let us go to models, because modeling is an important part of this particular software, because you will be using modeling output, export, and sources as the most important nodes from the nodes palettes while designing and creating your own stream. So what you are seeing there on the screen is nothing but a stream that has been created. So keeping that in mind, let us click on modeling. Again, like I mentioned earlier, also there are, you select all, and amongst all the nodes that we have here, you can select whichever node you want, double click on it, it will automatically appear on the working canvas. When I say working canvas, it means on this particular canvas. So this is one thing that I had to show you all. So suppose if I were to take a time series. Now we already have another example in which you're taking time series. Fine, come here, let's come and let's close this stream. Yeah, we save it. Save. Yes. Obviously, since we closed all the streams, so we're not seeing anything over here. So I'll have to click on this and click on stream number 1, and I click. So that is your another stream number 1. So out here you can see auto classifier. So what happens when you do it? Constructs and compares predictive models with binary and set outcomes. So different models perform different functions, and they have different significance. That is what we can see here. You click on auto cluster. It allows allocation and comparison of cluster models. Here, what is auto numeric? This allows for creation and comparison of predictive models with numeric outcomes. Then we have the time series model. So when you go on time series model, what happens is we are seeing here, these are some of the time series models. So let's click on time series model. So you can see here that, like, this particular model that we are seeing here, there is a clock here in the center. So that's, it gives us a feeling of it, the same being time series models. So let's right click and we can delete it. Then we have the TCM model. We have random trees, tree AS, CNR tree, decision list, linear AS. These are the different models that are available to us as all the available models, and not just supervised or unsupervised and other list of models. So you will be using these models frequently if you understand what is the significance of that model when aligned with the given data set. It's not like you can have mangoes and then you suddenly say that no, without mangoes, I now want bananas as a replacement. No, it does not work that way. Out here, you have to select the different nodes that you want, they'll be imported over here. By clicking on them, I'm deleting this one, and then they'll be connected. This is called as a connector, that you see the line with an arrow. These are connected to the particular node or the function that we are seeing here, and that is the nugget. What do you call this a nugget? Nugget is nothing. It was something that that has been widely extensively used by the Britishers and the American who use these softwares. So when you click on these nodes, you click run. So this is how your entire execution or the process execution appears, and then the output windows will come up. And once those output windows come up, you will be able to see as to what all types of outputs are there. But for now, it is executing it. If you wish to stop the execution, you can also go to the right bottom corner and click on select stop execution. You can still see it's just running. And yes, now it generated an output that we're able to see here. But again, what was this function about? Well, I clicked on statistics and then I right clicked on it, clicked on run. So again, this is statistics is what? It is an output node actually. If you see here, it's an output node. But the modeling is not covered by it. The modeling was supposed to be taken care of by this, which is a time series mode. So that is what happens, that when you create a stream, okay, you'll be taking the sources, the nodes from the sources, and then you'll be associating or connecting them using field ops or record ops nodes. And then thereafter, you'll also be using the models that are used for the analysis perspective, finally followed by those people, finally followed by those nodes which will be used for generating the outputs. So out here we have the outputs that we are seeing here. We also have graphs in between that can be used for generating any output, so that we can see the outputs in form of graphical representations also. And what all now remains is, yeah, models and the types. Yeah, that's what we are on, and model nuggets. So we are done with graphs. Now, when you see on the graphs, they have this different set of graphs that are available over here. We also saw the different modeling types, and we saw the output. So in the output, you can get the data and the details in terms of table, in terms of matrix, form of an analysis, data audit transform, statistics, means, report. So these are the different outputs that can be output nodes that will have to be added or incorporated into your stream that you intend to work upon. Then we have export that I explained earlier, that you can use any of these export nodes which should be connected to the output mostly, and then when you export it, it'll be able to export in the given set of formats, and the given options are available over there. Model nuggets, yeah, that's what I showed you all here also. This is called as a model nugget. So what happens is, supposedly, if I were to run from here, I select this particular file data set, I click run. So you can see here that the execution is happening over here. They're executing this. Execution feedback is being provided here. Execution may override the following objects. Do you want it? Yes, okay. Right. So this is the output that it has generated when you ran the time series analysis node. Of course, that is the output that we have generated. It gives you the real detailing in terms of the values that you have for your given data set that is important. So these are the different export nodes that we have for Python and Spark. Yes, we need to have the stated codes also available that we can run on the given data sets. But the good thing is SPSS Modeler allows us to work with Python also, and in some cases even R, even in case of R programming. Then we have Spark. So again, IBM SPSS Modeler allows the Spark codes also, or not the codes, the method, the models to be incorporated into the data stream, which can be used for generating the desired or the reliable output. And then lastly, we have IBM SPSS text analytics. So what it does is these are the set of models that are available for conducting text analytics. Now, obviously, there could be some changes into how the outputs are getting generated vis-a-vis the text analytics and the normal analytics that we conduct on the given data set. So text analytics and output analytics will be different. And thereafter, what remains is yeah, models and the types are done. Model nuggets is also done. But like what? Okay, what are model nuggets? Model nuggets. These are the outputs that get generated once you run any program or any stream or any model which should generate an output as a form of nugget. So what is nugget? Let us click on this. Yeah, it gives you the like complete output settings, the summaries and the annotations. So it gives you the entire output for the given model. So this is what we have as far as understanding different type of graphical user interface. And then we also have the menus and all the features of the softwares are concerned. That is something that you can see it over here, and it has been explained in last 1 hour. So we can also use the help menu from the IBM's modeler, SPSS modeler website or web link, because not everything that you do would be like you would be able to understand. It is always advised that if you're not sure about which model to use, you should always take a look at the help section. Hello, welcome to the SPSS modelers for the SPSS modeling class. Right. So we will be understanding the node palettes that we'll be working and looking towards. Fine. So for today's nodes, understanding nodes, what all will we be looking at? We'll be understanding the source nodes and importing from different source nodes with different file formats that we'll look into. And then thereafter, we'll also be attempting and understanding the field and record ops nodes also. So when I say understanding source nodes, what do we mean by that? We mean by that we'll be importing the data. We'll be importing the data of different file formats. And when I say source nodes, it means that that particular node will be using that particular node into our stream, and then based on that, we'll be able to import the data for that particular node. So with this, fine, let us quickly launch the software, which no, I haven't actually. Right. So that's your software. Right. Yeah. So we need to enter the credentials, login ID, and password. So yes. Now, okay. So the software is getting loaded here. It's initializing helpers. So okay, fine. Finally, the software has loaded. So what do we do here? We'll be working. No, I don't want. I'm not worried about it. They'll be deleted. Okay, I don't want it. No. Okay, fine. So out here, maybe I don't need this screen to load either. So I'll close the screen. And so out here we see the favorites. So these are some of the favorite nodes that will generally be used, that people mostly use. So they have prepared a favorites list over here, the software manufacturer itself, the OEM. So suppose if you click on SQL, then that is a database. You can click on where.file, and that is another node that is used. Auto data preparation, select, sample, aggregate, derive, type, filter. These are some of the most prominent nodes that are used, and therefore they are segregated separately as favorites, as you can see over here. We also have the graph board. Graph is used, of course. We have table, a flat file, and auto classifier, auto numeric, auto clustering, and the database exposed to relational database. When you bring it, it reads from the relational database. So when you see this and when you see this, both symbols, there is not much of a difference. But then, of course, one of them is meant for the export to relational database, and one of them is meant as reading data from the relational database, that is importing. Fine. So let us click on right. So let us click on the source nodes out here, and we can see there is a long list of sources where from we can import into the database. And so out here, okay, that's they've selected filter out here. Okay, we'll right click and we'll delete it. So out here we have this long list of nodes that are available. So what are these nodes typically? Let us go on them one by one. Now we have this reads data from relational database. That is, this is an SQL database. So if you bring it over here, then you double click on it. So it will ask you for the data source and the table name. And so suppose if we select add new database connection, so it will ask us which kind of data source is it. So like, is it Access or is it MS Excel? So suppose, and is it from a local server? Now, we do not have any local server out here for ourselves, but this is how the subsequent windows will come up. So suppose if you select MS Excel, so it will ask you for Excel, okay, and then you click refresh. So of course the Excel will be deselected, but okay, let's select this, and then you enter your username and your password, and then you click connect. Out in our case, we do not have any username or password here, so it is going to throw up an error. There is not enough information to connect this DSN with SQL Connect. Never mind. In our case, we are not opening it using a database. But if you enter here the username and password and click connect, then it should take you to the designated location on the server, and therefrom you can connect it. So this is one thing whereby you will be using username and password, and then when you click on stored credentials, the credentials will appear here. So if you browse on this, it should throw up some of the credentials, which again in our case are not quite so applicable, but it's only from your learning perspective as to how it should show up. I'm discussing it here. This is going to take longer, than it's not going to be very pleasing. So let us click on cancel. Okay. Anyway, I'll have to cancel this, it seems, but oops, this is taking longer. Is it? Yeah. Okay. So this is cancelled. So again, like I said, since we are not using any database, so I don't see there is any need for us to go forward on this. But again, out here, this is the data type. That's a filter that you'll be using, the types, annotations. So these are the applicable buttons that you can use. So anyway, I'll cancel this. After this, we have where.file. This is another kind of source that is available. So let's double click on it and see what comes up. Okay, again, you can select the file here. Let's see which file we can select. So these are the given set of files that they have provided us with. Let us pick any random file. And I click open. So that is a file that it has selected. And I click apply. And I click OK. So let's see what's going to come up here. Okay. If I click preview, it's waiting to execute. Now there is going to be a bit of an error because there is no server connection as it was anticipated. So okay, I mean, if you want, you can also save these messages. So you can save these messages also if you click on this. These are general messages. There are execution times messages also that come up over here. So again, this is about creating a stream. We are also in simultaneity creating a stream. Now, we don't need this window. So I'm closing this. Let us click on fixed file. What happens here in case of fixed file? So there is a fixed file that they have. There is a file format that it has. Then we can select it from one of these. Not these. There would be other files also, formats also that you can select. But anyway, we are not using this format either. So we'll cancel it. I'll cancel this as well. Now let us select on statistics file. So we can see here what is it reads data from IBM SPSS statistics.sav is the file extension or the file format. Fine. So let us click on that. Yeah, when you double click on it, it will automatically appear on the canvas. Now let us click on this, double click, and I'll import the file. So I select on this three dots here on this button here, browse for files. That's for the browser, and we have some files, statisticsx.sav. Instead of that, let us also try and see if we can find some other location where from we can see. Now we have some SPSS data sets. It's .sav format. That's a diabetes new variable. And I'm clicking. See out here also it is showing us that this is an SPSS saved file format. .sav is the file extension. So again, I click open here. The variable names, it will read names and labels. It will read data and labels also. And are there any filters? No, we don't need any filters. These are the settings that it has come up with. And if you click on this button, what are these? Well, these are the filters that are not applied or applied. What are the types? If you want, we can read values here. Just click OK to read all the values of the field. So let's click OK and see what comes. No field values need to be read, so that's fine. And so let's come back and annotations. We want to add any annotations? No, we don't have them. Nor do I want to. So I click data and I click apply. I click OK. Right. So now once I click on this, let us click run from here. Okay. There are no executable nodes, right? Why there are no executable nodes? Because we've not built any stream yet. So let's close this window and come back here. Right click, scroll down onto the view data. Let's click on view data. Okay, all fields have been removed. So there are no fields that are appearing over here. Never mind. But the data that we have here. Now this was how you import the files for your for the different from the different sources. That is the objective. So, okay, we do not have any data collection here. We do not have any IBM Cognos Analytics TM1 import. So some of these formats we do not have. Let us go to Excel. Okay. So again, when you select this, it will show you what it reads data from Microsoft Excel files. So let's double click on this. So when we double click on this, the node appears on the canvas. And now when I click on this node, it will ask me which file do you want to import. Okay. So meanwhile, okay. So now this is the file type that it is asking us for. Which of the file format do you want? So we'll select 2007 to 2016. That's XLSX. And I click on this button, which is for browsing the file. A line to scan for column and type, it's 200. We can let us see if we can make it 500. Yeah, we have increased it. Choose worksheet by index or by name. We choose it by index, and range on the its range starts from first non-blank row. And, so these are some of the standard settings that are there, and that's okay though. And you click on this buttons here. Go on the we go on the SPSS. Oh, we don't have any data sets here, so we have to go for the normal data set that we have here. Now we have the following set of files in the XLSX format. Okay, these are the housing price indices, and these are some of the paint companies' data and things like that. And we also have some of the Bitcoins data. So let's click on Bitcoins. Now out here we don't have any XLSX format for Bitcoins. We have most of them in the CSV format. So if I scroll on this all files, see these are the CSV file formats that we have, most of them. So but we are not going into the CSV file formats. So again, we go back on this, and we are going to select only the XLSX file format. So which ones do we have here? Okay, let us select banking data. Okay, and I click open. So that file will now be imported over here. It should show up. Yeah, so the import file is showing up over here. And then I click apply, and I click OK. I can click on OK, but prior to that, let us do one thing. Let us click on preview. Yeah, see now that is how your data looks like. Had preview worked in case of the SPSS file, then it would have showed up something like this on this window. Never mind. Now again, coming back here. So on this, now we can see there are only 10 tables that have showed. Okay. So this is not really meant to show all your values, but first few values it will show you, and you click OK over here in the bottom right corner. If you can see OK here, I click OK. But okay, before doing that, what is this? I click on File. You can save this, or you can export it into that .tab, CSV.tab, whichever format you want, HTML format also. You can copy, you can generate or select nodes also from here if you want. So this is what can be done when you open this window, when you're previewing the given data set. And I click OK here, the button in the top or bottom. And right out here, we have selected, it selects first row has column names as a default setting. So fine, we'll stick with the default settings. I click apply, and then thereafter I click OK. So this is where we stand, and on the banking data. So what I'll do is now I'll come and left click on the banking data, right click on this node, and then I go up and I select on view data. Excellent. So data view service is initializing. So what will happen is you should be able to read all of the available data on this. So okay, you can see this is buffering here for the retrieving data. And select columns to visualize. So these are all the columns that we intend to visualize. So let us select date, open price, high price, low price, and close price. Okay. So we have selected all the 5 columns and we are selecting visualize data. Let's see what shows up. Okay. Start by adding columns. You can also see it as a spreadsheet. Yeah. So we can see here, this is the data that we have imported out here. We can see the open prices, high prices, low prices, and close prices. And we scroll down further down. So there are 585 rows with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 data points. So all in all, there are 2,500 or slightly more than, not slightly more actually, it would be 600, 6, 5, 30, almost 3,000, close to 3,000 or under 3,000 data points that we have imported. Now, after this is done, what I do is let's click on this. What happens? Run SQL script. Do you want to run the script? Let us run it. No, it's not going to run it because no, it will not run the script. But never mind. I'll close this window. Okay. So fine. This is how we import the data for the source nodes. So that is what we desire us to learn in this particular section. Again, let us come back to this diabetes new variant file, and let's see which kind of file we have missed out on and which can be imported. Let's click on this. We might not be having too many of them files also, so I haven't quite essentially chosen for you all to have those files. Okay, this is the only file that is showing again and again. Right, so it appears that we have not really selected as many of the SPSS files. Let's click on open and let's see what happens. Apply. Okay. Click on view data. No, it is not showing, right? Never mind. Next time, I'll have files for you all, which we can see as SPSS files, because for today's session, I'm taking prominently only XLSX file formats for your easier understanding. So fine, let us see if we can also attempt and import SAS files, SAS. So this will be read data from SAS files. We also have the JSON format, geospatial, the user input, and all such file formats. So fine, let's click on SAS file. Double click on SAS. Okay, it's now pulled on the canvas. Let us click on Okay, do we have any of the SAS files? Let us check it. No. Hmm. No, I don't have any of the SAS files also, although I used to have some of them. It's just that we need to make a bit of an effort to find it. No, this is also so fine. The most of these data sets that we have, they are in the file form. Let's see in our projects if we have any of them. Docx. Um, okay, it looks like we don't have that file also, but that's okay. We can export it and I'll show you. I'll import it for you all next time. Fine. So I'm canceling this also. So typically, so far, what we have seen is what are the different sources of files which you can use to import. We can also import using the IBM Cognos Analytics. Let's double click on that. But then again, we do not have any connection for the location where from we can import the files. So yeah, that is not we are covering in this or any future live sessions on this. So here, let's see what can be done. No, we do not have any server details for them, nor the namespace ID or username, password, and all. So fine. This is not what we can really look upon. So as for today, we'll be working only on the XLS or XLSX format. And so let us do one thing. We can clear these remaining file types. So I'll click on this, right click on delete. The same thing for IBM Cognos Analytics node, source node, right click, scroll down and delete. Statistic XP, yeah, right click and scroll down and delete. Fixed file, right click, scroll down, delete. So this is the source node that we have imported and we are working on too. But again, now what is this? What do we see here? This is what, stream one? Yes, it is stream one because it has opened itself as a default for stream one. So after this, what next? Yes, we have attempted to import it. Yeah, we have not imported from the R format, right? Fine, let us see if we have any R files. Mhm. Well, out here, yes. No, we don't have any extension import. What do we have? Let's double click on that and see. Aha, we have an R syntax. Now there are two, three things that can be done. We have a file which is in the R syntax. So let's go on the, yes, we have our projects, we have our live sessions, heuristics. Okay, how can I have a PDF file to follow along? Well, the details will be provided to you, the recordings and all the reference files at the end of the session. So that you all need not worry about. The reference files will be provided at the end of uh, live sessions once all sessions are finished. So yeah, there are no more open questions. Okay, fine. Next, so we open this. That's the workspace. Wait, let us go back to the folder. So that is open using RStudio, and I click open. Now again, my objective here is to try and import the file data that we have here for R. So can we try and import the data using R? Yes, let us see if it will work. That's the data that we have here. That's the code that we have here. So I'm taking the syntax control C. It also has some of its comments. Let's see if this is going to run here. Control E. I click apply. I click OK. Is there anything happening? It doesn't look like anything is happening. Okay, this has to be worked upon, so I'll take a separate session on that for you all. I click run. There are no executable nodes, so it will not run. This is a common thing that will happen. So fine, let us put this aside for a moment and continue with other nodes also, because today we equally intend to cover, yeah, the field and the record ops nodes as well. So fine. So this is how you will be importing the different nodes, how you will be bringing the source nodes on the canvas, and then you will import the different file formats that we have. Let us do one thing. Let us view this data. It's retrieving the data is a spreadsheet. Okay. Right click. We can also, we do not have anything out here which can export this right now. Okay, never mind. What I'll do is I'll show you a little later how we can do the export. If you want, we can export into the SAS format. Let's bring it here. Right click, I'm connecting it here. Click run. Okay. But these details are not provided here. Okay. Okay, there are errors that are coming up over here. Okay, I'm not trying this out for you all. So fine. So now that we are done with the sources, the different sources that we have here, we'll now move on to record ops. So what is a record ops? Okay, these are the separate type of nodes that will be, oops, wait. These are the new types of nodes which will help you in the overall data management. So you can select, you can sample, you can sort, you can also balance, distinct, aggregate, RFM aggregate, you can merge, you can append the data that is provided to you. You can also do the CP-Lex optimization, streaming, TCMs. These are the different the record ops nodes that are available for us. So fine, let us do one thing. Let us click on sort. So what I'm doing is, there are two ways to this. You double click on this and it will automatically get pulled on the canvas, or you can also drag and drop it. So I'm selecting it and I'm dragging it and dropping it over here. Obviously, this is a reasonably simple way of doing. Most softwares have such type of features. So I click on connect. Again, I click on Excel, left click on Excel, right click on Excel, and click connect. So when I drag it and bring it over here, it's connected. Now sort. So what do I want to sort? Let's double click on that. So I want to sort the field and the order. So let us click on this button. You can see pick from the set of available fields. So I click on this, and then it is showing me which of the fields are available over here. Again, I'll show it to you all. I left click on sort, right click on sort. You can select edit. So this window will open up. Okay, the sort window will open up over here. If you want, you can click on preview, but there is nothing for us to show in terms of preview. Yeah, okay, it is showing us. So the first 10 rows will be coming up over here, but then, okay, this is fine. So what is the optimization? Data is pre-sorted, or annotations if you want to add? No. So let us do one thing. Let us sort it. Okay. So I'm selecting on settings. I'm selecting the fields. I want to select what? I'm selecting all of them. All. Click apply and I click OK. So these are of what order? All of these are in the ascending order. If I want, I can change these to descending order. Now out here we can see on the window the default sort order is ascending. I can change this to descending. Okay. And this order is what? Ascending. If I click on this, it becomes descending. Okay. So that depends what you really want and how you want to get it set. Default sort order, we are making it descending, and I click apply and I click OK. So when I double click on this, this is how it looks like. Wait. And now I click on preview. So we can see here earlier the date was different and now the date is different. Why? Because it's in the descending order, it's not in the ascending order. So I click OK, apply, OK. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this. Okay. So suppose if I click on, I select only this particular node, sort node, and I right click on it and I click run from here. There is a chance that it could, yeah, there are no executable nodes again. That's why. So let us come here on the banking data and click run from here. There are no executable nodes such as export, output, or modeling node for your flow. So this will happen because we are still at very initial stages of learning this. But suppose if you want to have an output of what? Statistics. Suppose if I'm selecting statistics, so I'm bringing it over here and I'm connecting this sort out here from okay. Now I'm selecting this entire stream. Okay, this is called as this entire combination of nodes that I have prepared over here is called as a stream. I'm right clicking on this. I scroll down here and click on run from here. So no fields selected in statistics node. Of course, they have not been selected. So I'll come here and I'll select which of them do you want to. So I'm selecting high price. Apply. Okay. So I'm examining the high price as the I want the high price examined for following set of statistics. Okay. And I click apply and I click OK. Now you can see here there is a run button here as well. You can see run is here as well. Okay, so if I click run here, this is the output it will generate. Of course, I have not yet come to all this, but I just want to show this to you all on the first hand basis so that you all understand what is going to happen and how things will unclog and unfold. So fine, I'll close this window. Okay, and see what has happened is now that output has been generated, it will be reflected over here. So you can see the statistics of high price. If I double click on this, this is the window that opens up. Okay, this is like, we are still at a very nascent stage in terms of understanding the different nodes. So, but some of these points you all will need to understand how things are getting used and operated. So we used the sort node on the source node so that we could generate this output. So this is the source node, this is the record ops node, and this is the output node. So when you prepare a stream, again, listen carefully. When you prepare a stream, it will be a combination of different kinds of nodes that are available over here on this particular node palette. Okay. So preparing this particular stream, I used a source node, which is of the Excel format. I thereafter implemented record ops node out here, which is helping me sort the given data of the source node. And then thereafter, I generate the output statistics on the sorted data of the source node, which gave me this particular output. So this is one such sort node that I used. If I want, I can also use merge or append. So let us not, we can select merge and append. So let us do one thing. Let us go back to source. I'll click on Excel. I click on this. I bring what? Bringing this open, apply. Okay. So fine. We have imported another file over here, and let us also import a third file here. So again, I come on the source node here, which is already active. I click on Excel. I bring it here. I browse for the given file. I'm selecting another file. I click open here. Click apply. I click OK. Now, what I'll do is I'll merge both these files. Okay. So I go on record ops. Then I come on merge. I drag and drop it over here. I connect both of these with merge. So I select left click on this Asian Paints Excel file. Right click on that. Select connect. I click on Berger Paints Excel file on file node, that is the source node. Right click on it, scroll up and select connect. I bring it here and click merge. And then after this merge, what I'll do is I'll click run from here, and most likely it will throw an error. Yes, because there are no executable nodes. Okay. And then again, I'll go to the output. I'll select a table as an output here, suppose. And again, click on merge, click on connect, connect it with the table. Okay, so this particular stream is now ready. So now what I'll do is I'll click on merge, I'll select run from here. Again, there are duplicate fields in terms of the data that has been provided. So some errors will pop, of course, because you've not worked on this particular command yet. So let's right click on it, click edit. Okay. Now, what do we do? Merge order. They have given us the order. Okay. So we merge on what basis? On basis of key. So fine. If you want, what are the keys to merge it? Okay. Which of them, which of these columns do you want to merge? Let us say low prices. We also want to merge high prices. And let us say number of trades and number of shares. Okay. And then I click apply and I click OK. And then I right click on this and let's run it and see what will come here. Again, there are errors that will pop up. The reason is because we have not really prepared the data for it to be merged. Okay. So now let us come here. Let us click run from here. See, again, the same errors will come up. Of course, we have not prepared any data for this yet on the merge node that we have used. And for the table, so what do we see here on the table? Well, we can see nothing for now, except that these are the formats, these are the fields that are available over here. So if you click apply and click run, again, there are issues. What are the issues? Duplicate field name date. So these are the same field names that we have used. So we need to change the field names and all. So that is part of the overall data preparation. We have not done that, so that's okay. We'll come to that a little later. See, out here we can see auto data preparation. Okay. So if suppose if I bring it over here, I click and I click delete. Let us come bring it here and see if this will work. So I click connect. And now let us run data preparation and see. Yes, there are no executable nodes again. So what I've done here is we are generating errors in merge. So I'm trying auto data preparation a node here, and I'm trying to see if this is going to be useful. So let's right click and run it from here. See, now again, there are the same errors which are coming up over here. Of course, so the data preparation has not been done. And what happens here? Balance, speed, and accuracy optimize. So these are the settings that are available over here. They have predefined roles. No, use custom roles. So let us say, suppose we say high price. And what are the inputs for the high price? Let's select high price, apply, OK. Then I select, oops. Okay, analyze data. Okay, when we analyze the data, it is showing up an error again. Can we apply, and click OK? What happens if we click on preview? Yeah, again, it is throwing up an error. Of course, this will come up because we have not really worked on the data preparation. But the objective for me here is to show you all that, wait, the model is not available. Of course, it is not available. Nor is there any settings. But what we want to understand here is that we will be using these data. Wait, field ops, yeah. We are using these nodes across the different across the node palettes. These are the different nodes, and we are selecting a combination of these nodes to run and execute an output. And that is what the objective is for today, at least, so that you all understand what is happening. Don't worry about the errors and everything that is coming up, because that is not what we are looking at right now. Next, so fine. These were some of the nodes that we went through. Of course, not all of them were as useful. Let us delete this and let's see if we run this. Again, output field is not specified as an input field. No field selected in the statistics node. So these are the errors. So again, what is most important is the messages that come over here. These messages should be taken seriously, and such changes should be made in the nodes that we are having. So in the output of whichever nodes that we have. So out here, output field, high price is also specified as an input field. So let's come back here. So out here. Now, what is the output field that we have here? Okay, we don't have here. As an input field, where is it provided? No fields are selected in statistics mode. Okay, so let's come here. Okay, so out here we have this as high price, apply, okay. So this is what we have here, apply, okay. Now let's see if it will run. Now there is one more. That error is now resolved. This error is not resolved. Output field, high price also specified as an input field. So where is it? Yeah, okay, out here it's provided. It's fine. Let's click on this and click edit. See, now this is the target output field. So I'm selecting none over here. Okay. And I click okay. Now let's see if this will run. It's throwing the same error because I have not saved it over here. Apply and I click okay. Now let's see if it will run. Yes, now you can see it's running in the greens that you saw here. Okay, so there are some errors that have come up. Field selected in statistics nodes are unavailable, and then this execution was interrupted and all. So yes, meaning the problem is, of course, there are some settings that we are still to make in this particular stream, but the error is dominantly in this particular node. So this all can be looked upon. So that is no problem. Okay. You're examining what, high price? Yes, we're examining high price only. But again, as I discussed and like I mentioned earlier, this is how you will be creating a stream, which is a combination of different nodes. So again, we were here on the record ops. We selected sort earlier, then thereafter we selected merge node. We can also select some other kind of node, and we can add to this canvas and create another stream. We can add these nodes and create the streams. So that is the objective of it. Now, so we are done with sources. We are also done with record ops. Now we'll move on to field ops. So what are these? These are the different field ops nodes that are available to us. We can select transpose. We can also select anonymize. We can reclassify. We can derive. We can add filler. We can add filter. Suppose if we add filter over here, and I come here, right click, I click connect supposedly. Let's click on filter. So what do you want to filter it out? Okay. Do you want to have, which of these do you want to filter out? There are 13 of them available. So I'm clicking on this. This has to be filtered out. This, I need open price. I don't need WAP number of shares, this, and this. So I need how many? 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are the, and let us also retain the date. So I need only 4 of these fields here. Okay. And I click apply and I click OK. Now suppose when I run this here, right click and I click run from here. Statistics. Okay, now this is a problem here. It is running this only as a default. It's fine. Let's run on filter. Run from here. Yeah, there are no executable nodes. That's what it will show us. So after this filter, let us add some output. statistics again. Okay. And I'll connect this filter with this particular statistics node. And now let's see. Let's remove this. This also. I'm now simply running only this particular stream. I have removed the other stream. Okay. Right click and let's run from here. Okay, no fields are selected in the statistics node. So let's come here. Meanwhile, let us do one thing. Let us click on filters and click edit. So now what we have done here is we have taken only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Okay, only these 5 fields have been selected. So let's preview it. Yes, now that's what we are seeing here, if you'll understand. We had selected only 5 fields over here, so only those 5 fields are showing up over here. Only those 5 fields are showing up over here. So if you increase the field here, suppose I remove this and I click apply and I click OK. Okay, I right click edit, then I click preview. So when earlier there were 5, I have added one more WAP as an additional field for filter, which I'm removing the filter on it. And now I click preview. So in that preview, you should see WAP. See, we can see this field coming up over here. So like this, you can use different field ops also. Wait, you can read. You can use different field operations, field ops nodes also, and make the changes to your given and the desired source node. To your desired source node data also. And so this is what we have really. I took you all with your filters. I also wanted to take you all with your auto data prep. Let's click on auto, drag it and put it over here and see what it shows up. Right click and connect. Okay. And let's run this and see. Yeah, no mode is selected in the statistics mode. Yeah, that error will come up over here. So let us do one thing. Let us remove this. I'm removing the filter also here. And don't worry, even though I'm not saving anything out here, for y'all, we'll be doing a lot of repetitive work on dragging and dropping the nodes or importing the nodes and importing the data. So as we go along, you all will understand it better. So there is nothing to be worried about, even if I'm not able to save any data for you. Okay, let's run this and see what will it show up. They're on executable nodes as always. So out here on the export, let us select wait. An output. Let's come and see. Let us have a table up here. Right click, connect. So I'm connecting the auto data prep node as a table. Now let's see. Click run. Right, so it's running here. Aha. See, now this is what they have generated for us. What have they generated here? We come and we bring it down here. It is showing us what? It is showing us the table with all the given set of columns. So like, operation price, transform. See, we can see everything is transformed. What does this transformed mean really? It is the auto data preparation that is worked. See, you can see here, there is a tick mark over here. Okay, right click on this and click run from here. Again, that's what it is showing up. So this is how you use your auto data preparation node, which will make the necessary changes it deems fit for the analysis, and based on that it will throw you an output. Now for this output that we have, suppose if I attach statistics over here, okay, and I connect table, no, that will not happen because table itself is also an output. So on this data prep, let's come here and let's click connecting it over here. And on the statistics, which nodes do you want? I want close price, apply. I want shares transformed, apply, and high price, apply, and I click OK. Okay. I do not want any correlation settings. I'm simply selecting 2, 3 of them. These are the statistics that I want to generate, and I click apply. I click OK. And now when I click run from here, so this is running. See, now you can see that this is a table that was generated because we ran it over here. Okay, this is the output that was generated. This table is generated because of this node as an output node, and this particular output that is generated over here. Okay, That is because of this particular statistics output that we connected with auto data prep. So this is what we learned today as far as today's session is concerned. Okay. I'm not saving any of this data for you all for today. But let us do one thing. Let us save all the data that we have here. Because this file, maybe we'll use it for you all as a reference file for day one. Okay. So I'm running this output. Actually, we have generated all these outputs for you all. And this is part of only what for stream. Okay. Let's right click and save stream. I'm saving the stream as what? It's called desktop. SPSS Modeler. No, not here. Live sessions. SPSS Modeler day one. No, it's not day one. It's day two. And stream one. Bank data. Okay, that's what I'm saving this as. Why are we saving this as bank data? Because yeah, that's what we have, bank data, and also paints data. But anyway, let's save this. Save it. So both these streams are part of this stream that we have here, and these are the outputs that we have generated. Now we'll save the entire file. So let's click save. Okay, outputs, we have this. We have also saved the outputs by itself. It is saving this. Models are also saved. Wait, save models palette. Select. Okay. Day two. Generated models day two. Let's click save it. Keep it. And then we also have what we have models here. No, we don't have them. We have generated, saved the outputs and streams. Now let us do one thing. Let us quickly go on desktop and see if we have all the, yes, we have everything saved. These are the generated models. That was your promotion file. That is your data, that's your str file. That's the data that we have. So once you run these in IBM SPSS Modeler, then you should be able to open this file that we are seeing here. Oops, not this. The streams that we are seeing here. And we have, used different nodes, typically source, record ops, field ops, and the output node. Yes, the output and export. No, we have used the output node. Yes, we have used these four nodes and created a stream over here. Again, this is not an end in itself. There are a lot many nodes that we have not discussed. Okay, so this is why we are having a different set of nodes which are coming in just one single stream, because that is how your learning will happen. By simply explaining each of these nodes, you will not understand it if you do not have any application perspective to that. Hello and welcome for SPSS Modelers class here. So, right, again, we'll continue with the nodes palette. And what all do we intend to study or learn here? Well, we'll be understanding the graphs, the graph board, plots, histograms, and visualizations. We'll also be understanding the modeling nodes and the output node types. Now, the output node types we had used yesterday during our session when we were trying to create and build a stream. In particular, so because without that, you would not have understood the remaining concepts that are pertaining to the field and record ops nodes. So what we'll do is we'll go on to the IBM's we'll go on the login and we'll generate, yes, we'll log in here. Okay, so now we are logged in on their website. So every time you log in, they'll verify your login, and therefore that error popped up. Anyway, I'm going to minimize the screen and I'll click on IBM SPSS Modeler's subscription. So now that window should open. There you can see it. Right, so now it's asking us for the IBM ID. that we'll insert here. So right now, as the software loads, yeah, you can see the software has been now loaded, and it is asking us if you want to open any of the files. Well, I'll say not yet. We'll go to that a little later. So fine. This is what we had been discussing over the last 2 days. That these are these are the graphical user interface and the file menus, and then out here we can see these are the various nodes that are available on this particular node palette. This entire section here that we are looking here is called as node palette. Okay, and out here these are the different types of nodes that we see. Yesterday we used sort and merge node. We also used select. No, I'm not sure of that. And for the field ops, we used filter and the derive. Or was it auto data prep? Also auto data preparation also was used. And, we didn't anonymize anything, but overall, as we see, these are the nodes that we have for field ops. So as we continue, okay, out here, let us click on graphs. So what do we have here? No, that's a graph board that we have. That's a plot. And that's a multi-plot time, plot distribution. And these are the different types of that are provided within the IBM Modeler software. So let us do one thing. Let's quickly import any file. So I'll click on sources, because why do we want to import the file? Because unless we have some data set, you won't be able to use any of these graph nodes that are available over here. So I click on sources. Then let us click on SAS file. Now, this is something that we had done yesterday also, but we are not able to somehow import the SAS file. So let us do it again today. Double click on this, and now out here it's giving us the import. So these are the different types of SAS files that are supported by SPSS Modeler software. And so I think we have .sas7b dat file version available. So let us click on this. I click on import file button here. You can see here, if you click on this, it should, yeah, you can click out here, and the data set. Let's click on the SPSS data set. Okay, so we do have a SAS7b dat version 5. That is for SAS version 789. So that's how the extension has been put off. I click open here. So that is a file. You read user formats from a SAS data file. We can select this, or we can choose not to select it. Do you have any format files? No, we don't have any format files, so let us not have it and add to our confusion. So I'm deselecting this, and thereafter, right, I click apply, and I click OK. Now, we have imported the file already, now, but we'd like to see if the file that we've imported, how does it look like? See, out here we can see that diabetes.sas7b that file is, because the file name has changed over here. Initially, when you import here, it shows you as what SAS file. But once the file is imported, has been imported, then the source node name changes. So earlier the source node name was SAS file, and now it is diabetes.sas7b dat. Anyway, I'm going to delete this one SAS file that we have here. Delete. And fine, let's go through the contents. What are the contents of this particular file? Why do we need to take a look? Because we should be sure as to we have imported the correct file. That is a normal practice where you would like to look into which kind of file and what are the file contents in terms of the data. So oops, sorry. I right click on this, and I click view data. Scroll down here and view data, if you can see here. So click on view data. It's retrieving data, as you can see here. And now there are 2-3 ways in which you can work on this. See, the first thing is the spreadsheet itself. So I click on spreadsheet, and I'm having the entire spreadsheet with entire data set. How many data points do we have? Whoa, it's quite a count of data points that we have, around 500, 600. Yes, it's 768 rows, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 and 2. We have 11 rows, but of we have 11 columns, of which only 9 columns have data. But never mind, we'll come to that a little later. These two we have. Let us click on chart. So what do we see here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay. Now, what we see here is on the spreadsheet, we already have like 9 columns data, which is reflected, and the 10th and the 11th is not reflected. Now, why is that? Because earlier, while using this data, I had not added those 2 columns. So let us add those 2 columns also. So I click on chart. I'll click on select column, select age, and also select outcome. And I click visualize data. Pause to see or show. So that's okay. Let's quickly go back on the spreadsheet. Okay, we do not have the data here, most likely, from the original file. So that's why we are not able to see any data in these 2 columns, but that is not a problem. So fine. So this is how your overall data set appears and looks like. These are the different column names, the headers. And when you click on chart here, see, these are the different chart types that you can see here. There is a line chart, there is a scatter plot. Then you also have the line, you have multi-series, you have parallel, box plot, maps, scatter plot. Now, what is the difference between this scatter plot and this scatter plot? Well, this scatter plot shows correlation, how much one variable is affected by another by displaying and comparing the values in 2 columns. And what is here? Scatter plot matrix charts are scatter plots charts organized into a matrix, so it makes easier for people to take a look at. And then we also have what dual y-axis. If I click on this arrow here, this is a long list of charts that are available to us, which is quite impressive, really. We also have the candlesticks. We have multi-charts, time plots, customized pie charts, bars, relationship heat map, word cloud tree map. And that's quite a list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 threes are 27, plus 1 is 28. We all in all, we have 28 chart combinations that are available that are available with this particular software, that is IBM Modeler. And then let us minimize or close this. And then these are the actions that you can perform. You can start over, you can display data value in chart, you can download the chart details. You can equally download the chart image, save as a dashboard chart. Global visualization preferences also is possible. If I have to come back here and see what is this, you can zoom in, you can zoom back, restore, save as an image, select data, and clear the selection. So all in all, this looks a very good setup when you view data from the SAS file. That is, again, this is only pertaining to the charts. If you click on the data audit, you'll come over here and it will show you as to which of the fields represent which type of measurement, what is the min, max, sum, total. Its complete statistics is available out here from the data audit data audit perspective. So not all softwares have such type of features. If you click on quality, it will show you, like, is it complete, which of these are not complete. Okay, age and outcomes are not available over here, so they are not 100% complete. Then thereafter you have a dashboard, so you click on dashboard here, and then you can select which type of dashboard do you want. You drag and drop it here if you want to. Here, right, we'll stick with this. Start by selecting the tablet. So let's click on this on the left of the tablet. Okay, we'll come to this a little later because we haven't saved any template or any charts yet. And then we have the preferences here. So you can decide which kind of preferences do you want. If you want, you can have the English. English is what? EN, German, French, Polish, Japanese, Korean. So these are the different language options they have provided us, and this is UI skin. So this is for the analytics platform. So if we change it to carbon, what happens? Right, notice change. The theme is what default. If you want to make it dark, yeah, that will be the dark theme. If you want to make it vivid, that's your vivid theme. Gray theme, aquamarine, black and white. That's your black and white, and green. So green theme. So this is how your a data set would look like, and then these are the additional set of features that you can employ or use for viewing the data. For this is this we have copied from the SAS file node. So let's close this window here for now. This is what we did for the SAS window, for the SAS file. Likewise, we can also do the same for SPSS. So let us do one thing. Let us also import the SPSS file, something that we couldn't do yesterday. We'll give it a try again today. So I'm double clicking on statistics file, so it will automatically appear here on the canvas. And let's right click on this and click edit. We haven't selected it, so I click on import file. Out here we have this data set already. That is the diabetes data new variable.sav. I click open and I click apply. I click OK. So again, after clicking this, you can see the file name has changed. Earlier, the file name was what? It was statistics file. And now the file name has changed, or the source node name rather. It has changed to the diabetes new variable. I'm going to close this old node. So for this diabetes new variant, let's right click on this and click on view data. Right, so we can see that the data file is opening up, and if you click here on the spreadsheet, yeah, now out here we have, now what all do we don't have? We don't have any data for sex, age, and outcome. These three columns are empty. But never mind, that is how the data file was probably. So keeping this in mind, let us now go towards the other nodes also. But then again, what do we see here? It's like, the same, since it is the same data sets, you will see the same data audit parameters. The dashboard also will appear here, almost the same, the preferences. Again, this is for the statistics file of .sav format. That is the SPSS file format. Fine. So if I come back here I close this window. So again, I come back here on the graphs, and what do I want to do? Well, let us go on the graph board. Okay, so I'm double clicking graph board. So it will come here. It will come here, and we have, like, you can drag and drop it. It comes. We double click on it, and it comes automatically on the canvas. Let's right click on this. Let us click on view data. Is there any data available over here? It should appear. Why should it appear? Because we have connected it. So you can see here we have connected it with the diabetes variable. So let us click on spreadsheet. Yes, it is here. So what do we want to do with the given data set? I've not set any objectives for you all yet, but let us have the function is provided over here, 1010111111, whatever the reason. I mean, whatever the functions shows, but it is there. So let us do one thing. Let us generate a regression, not regression, sorry. Let us generate a graph. Okay, for which data set do you want? Which columns do you want? We'll take any two random columns for blood pressure versus glucose. Okay, so I'll close this window. No, let's not close it. I click on the graph chart here. Then I click on multi-series. Okay, on y-axis. Now, when I click on multi-series, it will throw up the details that you want here. If I select line, yeah, it is asking us, you might lose. But that's all right. Don't show this again. I will let it be. Click continue. So whichever graph types you select, the corresponding details pertaining to that graph or chart type will change. If I click on scatter plot here, it will change accordingly. So this is what we have, and let us maximize this. So I'm on, what do you want on the x-axis? I'm taking blood pressure. On the y-axis, I'll take glucose. So this is how your scatter plot or scatter chart looks like. Okay. And now if I click on fit line, which of these do you want? Do you want a linear? Okay, let's select a linear one. So once I click the linear, a line will be drawn over here. Either it would be upward trending or downward trending. That is secondary for now. So I click linear. Exactly. So this is upward trending. And now for the visual map. So what do you want to see on the visual map? Color map. Well, pregnancies. On what do we have? Glucose. So let's click on glucose. So glucose is appearing like this. And size map. We have blood pressure. Okay, so let's select blood pressure. So the higher the blood pressure, more bigger the dots, and lower the blood pressure, it is smaller, as you can see here. So you can also, like I said, the visual map can also be set, the shape map can also be set for, suppose, say, sex or gender, as we call it. And what is a primary title at the top level? What is subtitle? What is a footnote? You can add all this data. So what is a top level title for this chart? Scatter chart, scatter plot for what? Glucose versus BP. Blood pressure. Let's write here blood pressure. So you can see it over here that when I typed the primary title, it got automatically reflected over here. Now, if you tell me, okay, so after this is done, what next? Well, if you want, you can. Yeah, if you come here, you can download this. Okay. So it is asking us where do you want to download it. This is the data in the visual file format. So click on the desktop and I'll save it as our live sessions for SPSS Modeler for day 3. And click save. This is supposed to show. Why is it not showing? Okay, it was supposed to show what these buttons mean. But fine, so this is what we have. What is the subtitle you want? Is there a subtitle? So this is the scatter plot for what? Glucose versus blood pressure and diabetics. Analytics. That's what I have. Yeah. Is there a footnote in the footnote for this chart? What is the chart? Upward trending. Right. So that is the footnote that we've added. Where should the footnote appear? Well, it's not appearing here for now. Now, if you want to, like, stretch this, you can stretch it here also as to how the graph should appear looking like. Now, you can see here, there is a y-intercept out here, okay, for this upward trending line. So the y-intercept value would be what? Something between 90, this is 30, right? So this would be 105 here. And so this should be something around 94 to 97. That is where it should fit in. So again, this is what we have for the graph nodes and plots. Okay, I can save this. Let us see if we can save it. Start over, display value in data, download chart, save as a dashboard chart. Yes, and are there any preferences you want to set? No, I don't think I want to set any preferences, although you can set any preferences that you want. For now, I'll cancel it here and save as a dashboard chart. Save chart snapshot. Yes, you can switch the dashboard module to build your chart. Okay, close. So click on dashboard. You already downloaded this chart, so I'm not worried about it. And the preferences are quite the same, really. So this is one such chart that we drew, and let us go on the stream again. The output on the models. Okay, and let us save it. Not save this anyway. So I click on SPSS Modeler. Oops, no, okay. That's not where it should be saving it. We should be saving it as what? A live session. Wait. SPSS Modeler. That's day 3. And what is this typically? It's stream 1. Medicine. Diabetics. That is a file I'm putting and saving it. And Now we can see that once we had put in the data, all the graphs or all the chart types which are not active, they're active over here, as you can see. But okay, we're not going to do that right now. Right, you can push this, you can pull this out and also close it in the details column that we have here, the details section. So your overall chart will look. The unfortunate thing is there is no right click out here on the screen. Some of these can be done as part of the improvement. So let us click on dashboard and let us choose a saved chart. So these are the chart settings that we have. Okay, and we have saved them. Suppose if I bring it over here, it doesn't come here yet, but that's all right. I'm not worried about it. Choose an object. Yeah, image, and then you can click. Please put a name. So medicine diet, upload it. Click on desktop. Sessions modeler. Okay, so out here, what you can do is you can also open a file, and that's what we are doing. So you can, but I don't want to do it though. But this is how you can import any template or any image also for building or creating a template. For preferences, yeah, we are going to stick with the existing settings. So this is what we did only pertaining to graph board. If you want to have a plot, okay, now we have two files which are of the same type practically. Okay, so let us go for a different file type. Why do you want to go for a different file type? Because we would also like to study from the time plot or multiple plot. Also, that is what we have promised. No, we're not promised essentially, but plots we'll take a look at. And we also have to understand the node modeling and the output node types. And it looks like we are running short of time. Oops, yeah, time to what we plotted is it. Fine, so let us quickly go on the plot. So I double click on plot and I bring it here. Now, suppose if I click on this, yeah, which kind of plot do you want? So what is the X field do you want? Name, type, natural, none. What is the Y field do you want? None. Then we'll select on the color or the size and the shape types. Then I click apply and run. Where is your file? Okay. So we opened this plot, but there is no data yet. Right click and view the data. There are no executable nodes, so we need to connect. We cannot operate plot as an independent node. So that's why we are going to need an additional file, the source file. So what I'm doing is I'm bringing an additional Excel file or the CSV file as we call it. Double clicking on that, clicking import file. Let us look at find Indian housing index. I click open here. So that file is now out here. Limit lines to scan for column type is what, how many? 200. That's fine. Click apply, click OK. So that data is now here. I can view this data. But if I choose not to view the data, what I can also do is right click and straight away click on connect. So plot is here. And as for the data itself, let's come here and click it. I click on spreadsheet, and yeah, that is the data that we have for your Indian housing price index. So fine, I'm closing this window here for now because we viewed the data. Now, see, we are seeing this. There is a change here in question marks. So let's double click on that on X field. What do we see now? That's what the difference is. Since you are able to since you imported the file, now you can see here the different X field and the Y field and the color and the size and blah blah blah. All the parameters will pop up over here. In addition, when you click on options, it will give you the options. So, but generally we stick with the automatic X and Y ranges. So that's why I'm going to stick here with the automatic X range and Y range. I don't want to change anything over here. Appearance, title, subtitle, captions, we can add what we want to add. The output, yes, that also we can do. Annotations. So again, we'll come to all this slightly. So let me cancel it here for now. And that's also do. I think we'll connect this also. Okay, we cannot target the same node. That is a connection. Okay, so we'll cancel it. Supposedly, if you want to do it still, map to what? We can map it with what? Are they all mapped with each other, is it? Okay, we'll cancel it. We'll have a new graph here, but we'll come to that a little later. So again, coming back on this, let's create a new stream. So that was a stream for the medicine that we created. And let's come here. We'll copy this. Control X will come on stream 2 and we'll paste Control V. Right. So this is a new stream that we have created. We are saving it here. Live sessions, SPSS Modeler, day 3. That was for medicine for diabetes, and this one is for what the second stream is for. Housing price index. Okay. So we can see as soon as we name the file, the stream that we are seeing here is changed. So a different list of streams can be created over here in the streams tab. So far, the output was not created for any of the streams, so it's not appearing here. And the models are also not being used. So let's go on plots. Let's select which field we want. We want water on the x-axis, on the y-axis. Okay, on the y-axis we want water, and on the x-axis we want what? Mumbai. Can we have more than one? Well, Delhi also is possible. No, we have only one, is it? Well, let's select Bangalore then. The color, none really. Size, none. Shape, natural. If you don't have any shape, that's fine. So I'm retaining the default settings. I'm clicking apply. Okay. So now let's come here and right click on the source node and I click run from here. So this is running here. You can see it will turn a bit green. Yes, it turned green. Alright. So now that is how your output plot looks like. Now these are the quarterly outputs for Bangalore. Okay. Now if you wish to edit, you can also copy the graph and copy the graph data. You can add a graph title. You can add graph footnote. You can generate. You can view. So now there are multiple options that will again come up as you go into different types of graphs and charts that we have seen there originally after importing the data set. So once this is done, let us come here and see if you can save it. Yeah, we'll save this file. Save it. Yeah, that's the plot of Bangalore versus water. And yeah, save it. Using it as an output file. So this is one such thing. This is one such plot that we drew. Now, that was only for one single plot. Okay. If I come back here on graphs and I click on multi-plot, I come here, I'll go to India housing. I'll connect. So again, out here now that was only for single plot. Okay, so we have only Bangalore out here. See out here the models output we can see. Streams also we are able to see. We have created 2 separate streams today. And right click on this and edit. Let's edit first. Yeah. So what do you want on the X field? Well, on the X field, I want Mumbai. On the Y field, you want what? I want that is all of India. Okay. Apply. Okay. And on the panel overlay, yeah, we can have a quarter. Animation, none. That's how your plot should look like. If you want, can we add more into the fields? Let us see if we can add. Can we add Calcutta also? Apply. Yes, we can add Calcutta. That's one thing, we'll change it. On the X field, we are taking all India. On the Y field, we are removing all India and we are adding more of the cities. So I'm adding Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, Lucknow, Chennai. Let's also take Kanpur, Kochi, Jaipur, and yeah, we are taking almost all the cities. Okay, click OK. And the panel is what quarterly basis. Animation, we don't need any, so I'm keeping it null. What number of records greater than 2000? Yeah. Then use bin sample or use all of data. But okay, we are using all data. Okay, I click apply. I click OK. Okay. Now I'll come here and I click run. So it will run this particular portion also, and it will run this section also. Right now, this is for all of India. Let's maximize this. Aha. Now see, this is how it shows. But what have we drawn really? We have drawn a graph, which is a multiple plot. Okay. And there is work that needs to be done on this. This is for all India that we've drawn. What more? Now, this is a multi-plot that we have drawn. So wait, let's come back here. This is for Bangalore that we already drawn. So I can close this. Right click and I click. Wait, let's go to the. I click on edit. Appearance, title, output, annotations. Let's click on plot again. On the X field, we have all India. So instead of having all of them, we'll delete some of these. Let's have only 2 or 3 of them. And the panel is what? On the panel, we have water, and I click apply, run. So that is a multi-plot of Kochi and Ahmedabad versus all of India. Okay. And no, we are not seeing any particular lines here that we expected to. Click on edit. Oops, where is it? Yeah, you can click on edit and copy the graph data, graph bands. You can add the graph title, you can add graph footnote, add access labels, styles, switch to styles, or whichever styles as default, store styles as default. Let's just store styles in node. Let us see what happens. Nothing, there is no change. It's asking for some changes here, but I'm not taking those changes. Right, so this is how your multi-plot works. Now let's quickly go on. I click OK here. So you can see in the outputs also we have multi-plots of 10 fields and plus one. This plot we already generated, so I'm selecting this and right-clicking, delete it. That one is gone. Fine, so we are done with what? Plot, multi-plot, time plot also we can do it. If I bring it here. So series, which series do you want to select? You don't have any series here, so I'll cancel it. For x-axis, which label do you want? Select time series models. Yeah, select it. Names, type. Okay, we don't have any of them. So you're not selecting any time series file anyway. We'll do it as we progress during the course. For now, I'll close this and delete it. Then we have the histogram. So fine, let's bring histogram over here. And it's also connected to the Indian housing price. Right click, click on edit. Which field do you want? Well, you want to have all India. Color and all, I'm leaving it as is. Default settings apply. Okay. And then I click run. See, this is how your histogram is generated for what? For the count. So like, 0 to 150, this is how it looks like for all India. And, so we selected the histogram for all India. So this is how the histogram looks like from 150 to 1 from some value. Which value is that? Count of 3, the value here is 98.056. And as the value reaches to 144, the count is 2. What does this mean really? That there are 2 counts where all India value is 144.332, and there are 3 counts where all India value is 98.056. Now this is the band, it's 100 to 150. If you come further here, this is what? This is 160, probably 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 200. So this is how you made the settings of the x-axis automatically. And we can see here that there are 3 counts of all India where values are 159.75 and 2 counts where the value is 190.59. So this is how your histogram graph is generated. I'm clicking OK. Can we save this file? Yes, let's save it. Now, what is this? This is a histogram of all India in this plot. So I'm clicking save. I click OK. So we also drew a histogram. We also drew multiplots. We also drew plots. Okay. And after this, what more do we have to take a look at? Visualizations. Yeah, visualizations also we've done. Let us see. Yeah, okay. Let us see if we'll be able to do some map visualizations. Right click connect. So whatever data source you have, always connect it to, like, whichever other node you have, be it graphs, output modelings, export, record ops, or field ops. So that once you connected your source, then you can form a stream on which you can then run different models and algorithms and nodes. So fine, right click and let's click run. Yeah, not run. It does not contain a geo field. In order to plot values from a data set of a map, a geo field is required. Obviously, the data set that we have imported does not have any geographical field or geo field. So therefore, it was inevitable that we would have generated an error. So again, there is no issue with that. What I'm doing is I'm saving it because we are conscious about the fact that we do not have any geo field which contains map details and all. So such an error was not a surprise. The next is evaluation of e-beta plot, e-plot beta. Let's see what they have here because it's in beta version. Connect. Let's see what they have. So I'm selecting Mumbai as an X field. On the Y field, I'm taking what? All India. Color, shape, interested, size, and all. I'm leaving it as its default setting. Apply. Okay. Now let's right click and scroll down and click on run. Let's see what it shows up. It's generating. It is generating an electronic plot. It's an e-plot. So this is how your e-plot looks like for Mumbai against all India, as you can see here. Let's save this e-plot of Mumbai versus all India. Okay, so now this is basic. If I click on data map, how does it show up? No, there is no color map. All India supposedly. Yes, it looks something like this. For size map, well, if I select all India again, yeah, this is how it will look like. So the values for the increasing value. So, and shape data, no, we don't have any data on that. That's your data map that we are seeing here. Theme dark, chart type scatter. So they are also throwing up the various chart details and the technical specifications of that particular chart, which is quite interesting, really. So good, we saved it as well. And what more? Yeah, now this is what I always wanted to show you in the previous stream also. See, if you click on this, it will zoom in. So this section will be zoomed in. You can zoom back. You can restore. You can also click on save as image. So when you save as image, you can go to your desired file folder and you can save it. Now wait, let us do it in the live sessions folder. E-plot output, we have it, right? So yeah, saving it. So this is how your overall graphs looks like. I will click OK. I'm afraid we are going to miss out on modeling in the output nodes. We're too short of time. So fine, let us go on the modeling of the on the modeling nodes. We are saving this continuously so that we don't lose any data. Now out here we can see what are the different types of modeling nodes. We have selected all of them, but if you click on supervised, and these are the supervised nodes that we have, modeling nodes. If you have an association modeling nodes, then these are the association modeling nodes. And if you have segmentation modeling nodes, then these are the segmentation modeling nodes. That is K means coherent, two-step AS anomaly. So let's click on supervised nodes. And out here, I'm going to click what? Regression. Let us click regression. And from here, I'm clicking on Excel, click connect with the regression. There are no targets here. Okay, you can see. Let's click here and see what are the no targets that they are talking to us about. Yes, there are no targets. So we click on custom fields assignment. We are setting what? All India as a target. What are the inputs that we are selecting? Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, of course. And let's select Kanpur and Kochi. Click apply. Okay. What are the partition and splits? No, we don't have any. I'm not interested in them. So I click apply, click OK. And then I click oops. Now we can still see that there are no targets here. That's what we are saying. So I click on model, export, analyze, annotations. What do you want to have the partitions on? None really. And splits, let us have it on quarter. Apply, okay. Okay. Now right click, and if I click run, yeah, see, now you can see here, type insufficiently specified for field Mumbai, Delhi, blah, 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 blah. So these all are not having correctly specified. The type is insufficiently specified. So let's right click on this. Let's close that window. Right click, edit. So what is the type out here? Now let's come here, click edit and see. Okay, we are going to run this again. Let's see, yeah, okay, let's click on this. So the nodes that we have selected, these nodes need to be typed. Their types need to be sufficiently specified. So let's close this. Let's right click here. This is the type that we have here. Okay, apply, okay. See now again, still there are, it is showing us as no targets. Okay, so let us click on this, the source node itself. Right click and I click on edit. It's the data that we have from where we have selected filter. We have the filters that have been applied here. Let's click on types. Okay, so these are what? These are all categorical or continuous types, right? So let us make them default. Default. We'll also make this default. Now let us see. Read values. Okay. So now let's see. See now after changing the types type, the types that we were having for each of the field or each of the column that we have in the data set. Here we have changed this, right? So this is now all India. Earlier we could see here it was mentioned here no targets. So let's right click on this and then now click run. So see, we can see this is running. It's in green color. So the node is executing. And then let's see what output is getting generated, because the output that is generated will appear over here in this particular tab. The outputs tab. It is taking time to execute it. If you happen to click on this, the execution will stop, but I don't want that to happen, of course. It's going to take some time. So there is a lot of data and there are a lot of columns that are to be analyzed. Have to be patient on that, but that shouldn't take this long. So here it is also showing us the amount of time that has been elapsed. That's 1 minute and 40 seconds. So it should take maybe another couple of minutes at max. If not, then we stop the execution and then we find an alternate way of running it or executing it. But since we have taken almost all the data points and almost all the fields, column fields. Therefore, it could be taking longer. It's very much possible. Again, the state is what? It's only 50% complete. So that is the problem. We're going to wait for some more seconds, another half a minute, and then we'll have to stop the execution. If we take a look at the resources, then we'll come to know what amount of resources are getting used in terms of the hard drive or RAM. And see, finally we have it. So what is this? This is called as what? This is called as a nugget. What do you mean by a nugget? That is something that I'm going to pick in. Yeah, it was supposed to come here, introduction to models and then nuggets, model nuggets. But this is what your output looks like. So what it did is it executed this particular regression and then it threw up this nugget. Now let's open this and see, preview it. Yeah, now this is what we have. Oh, where is it on? So this is the preview of all India nodes that we have generated. I click OK. I click on annotations. That's fine. This is the table that we have for all the values that we have generated, and for all India, that's in dollar null, so whatever. Apply. I click OK. So the models have been generated here on whatever we have. Let's click on the outputs. So out here it is showing us the preview of all India nodes. Let's double click on this. Yeah, this is how it shows. And that's the second file that we have created. So I'm going to come back here and delete one of these. Right click and delete. And yeah, for the nuggets, let us run from here. There are no executable nodes, so this is a problem that we are likely to face. But in general, what we did is we okay, so this is at max what it will generate when we speak of nodes. We don't need this, we can remove it. So this is what we generated in terms of outputs, streams, and also for the models. Again, these are part of what this regression, particular regression that I picked, that is part of the supervised modeling nodes. Okay, if I were to go for association nodes, these are the association nodes. If I go to select segmentation nodes, these are the segmentation nodes. Suppose if I take k-means, so I bring it here, I say right click and connect. And then what? I click apply. What are the fields? What are the different fields? Yeah, these are the inputs. I take Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore. Apply. Okay. Export annotations, model fields, nothing. Apply. Okay. And then I right click, click run. Now let's see if it's going to throw up an error. Oh, no, I did not throw up an error. Rather, it helped us generate another nugget for k-means. So let us, what is it going to show up in k-means? We'll click. Yes, now that is how your cluster size looks like. There are 5 clusters that they have created, and this is the model summary that we have. If you click on clusters, they'll show us the clusters, sizes, inputs, and shapes for Mumbai, Delhi. So the different clusters that they've created here, they're based on the different sizes. So what is this size? Well, that is cluster 4, and the cluster size is 13. If you come here, this cluster 5, the size is 8. So this is how your k-means works. Now that's a model. If you click on settings or summary, it'll explain you the iteration errors and the fields, the build settings, training, summary, annotations. Now what is this? These are the different views that are available. So if you transpose clusters and inputs, now this is sorted by overall importance. If within cluster importance, if I click this, then this will change. Sort inputs by name, that will also change. Sort inputs by data order, that will also change. So depending upon what you want to select or what you choose to select, out here the display slide, the display type will change accordingly. See out here we see which kind of displays this. This is cells show absolute distributions. This is relative distribution. Okay. So and this is how your k-means cluster is getting generated. And lastly, what is this? Cells show basic information. This is the basic information that we have generated. I'll say okay. Hello and welcome for the SPSS modelers. And right, so that is our course contents, and we'll be understanding the exports, export nodes, Python, Spark, IBM SPSS text analytics node types. Right, let us quickly launch the software then. So we have the software here in the search app itself. Window should open now. We'll enter, yeah, there it is. And right, let's quickly type in login IDs and passwords. Right, so as you can see, it is installing the helpers and loading the software. So what all do we understand? What all we'll be doing today on understanding the export? Yesterday, whilst we were running the source codes and also the modeling source nodes and the modeling nodes, we were not able to generate any outputs. The output nodes were many a times not working. Why? Because we were not having, we had not connected them to the modeling nodes. Similarly, when we speak of exporting nodes, typically export means there is any particular data set or any particular output that you want to export. So you can export into any specified format. Okay, it looks like this is fully launched now. So right, okay, let's click OK. And right, let's go to, yes, there we are. And let us open, yes, yesterday's the file again, that is that of the housing price index. And I click OK. I click insert or open. You can also select insert or open. So that is what we had, and its corresponding outputs we have not yet generated. But yeah, in the yesterday's file that we have, we had a lot many outputs here. This is also an output that was a graph that was generated. This is also a plot. And this was the model that was generated. But okay, I'm not going to do that today. Today we'll be having a different thing altogether. Fine, so let us do one thing. Let's quickly run it and generate all the outputs over here. It is asking us for the stream one, but this is an existing stream that we have opened. Right, so let us quickly go to output nodes for something that we had missed out on yesterday due to the time factor. So out here you can see these are the different list. These are the different types of the output nodes that we have. Now this is what? It's a table. This is matrix, it's analysis, data audit, transform, statistics, means, report, set global sim, fit sim evaluation, yeah, and yeah, extension output and KD simulation. So these are the different types of outputs, output nodes that they have. Oops. So what are they supposed to do typically? Well, when we run the modeling nodes, they generate the output. Okay, and then that output is saved over here in this particular tab or in the button in this particular section. So yeah, when we take these output nodes on the canvas and we run that particular section, it will generate some data that is specific to that particular data set. So fine, let us do one thing. Let us select on analysis. Okay. And I'm taking this analysis. Oops, not here actually. I didn't want to connect it here. Wait, let's delete this node. I'm selecting analysis and I'm bringing it here. And I want to conduct the analysis of Mumbai versus all of India. Okay, so I'm connecting it over here. And with this, okay, we cannot connect it because this is already an output. Fine, so let us see where can we connect that. Can we connect with Bangalore versus Quantum? No, we cannot connect it over here either. So let us connect it with the price data itself, the housing price. So right click here and I click connect. So it will come and connect here. Now, why are we not able to connect it to others out here? Because this is a graphical plot. This is a graph. This is also a graph. I think this is what, if we run it. That's a histogram. Okay. That is a histogram that we have. And this is also a plot. So typically all of these are graphical nodes and graphical plots, which are part of the graph nodes, but they are not part of outputs. So, right, coming back here, let's run on this analysis and see what comes up. Let's run this. Okay, now unable to execute analysis, no matching pair of target and predictor fields are found. Of course, we are supposed to work on the target and the predictor fields. So we'll right click on this, we'll click on edit. Right, so no matching pairs of target and predictors, right? So breakdown analysis by field, annotations, performance evaluations. Okay, let us click on this. Apply. Okay, so we have water here. We'll output on the screen and not to any file. Let's save this as an annotation. I click apply and I click OK. Now let's run it and see. Okay, unable to execute and no matching pairs of target and predictor fields are found. So it looks like some change might be needed over here. So let's come here and click edit, see. There are no targets that we have identified. Okay, let us click on edit. Then we come here, click on analysis. Coincidence matrices, yes. Evaluation, we are setting this. Find the predictor field format, defined user measure. Let's select on that and see. Target is equal to predicted. Okay, then yes, so that is okay. Separate by partition and find predicted or predictor fields using model output metadata. We can also do it in this way, but we'll stick with the metadata. No matching pairs of target and predictor fields are found. So fine, let us apply it and see it. And now we'll apply it and run it. It's still throwing the same error again, is it? So what is happening here is we have not set any model. We need a modeling node also in between so that it will help run some output or some model will be run, and then we can connect this to that particular modeling node as an output node. Now that is something that is missing here clearly. So let us do one thing. Let us go to modeling node and let us select linear, and I'll bring it over here. Okay, let's bring this here. Oops. Okay, let us delete this here for now. Connect it here with linear. There are no targets. Again, that's what it's complaining. That was the same thing that happened in our previous node also. So let us select custom assignment. Which of these is the target? All India is the target, and who are the whole other predictors? I'm taking Bangalore and Mumbai, and not quarters. So fine. So these two are here, and I'm clicking apply. Click run. Now it's running. You will generate a health sum. Yeah, see, now you can see your all India output has been generated. Okay, now this is done. Okay, so now let us click on output and bring in the analysis. From here, we'll connect it. Aha. Okay, let's disconnect this and let us come here and oops. Okay, choose to disconnect this also. Now this nugget is generated, but it is not going to accept any another connection. Out here, this is there. It's been connected to this, but again, we need to connect the analysis. Okay, let us edit this. We are not able to break down by analysis. Like, okay. And if we run it, again, it's showing up the same error. Okay, fine. Let us take some other node, which will provide us with the output. We'll look into this a little later. So suppose if I were to take statistics, or let's take means for once. So I'm taking means here, and I'm connecting this with the housing finance. And are we taking what are the groups within the field or between pairs of fields? Let us take it field 1. Which one is the field 1? Mumbai. And field 2, that's Bangalore. And the test field pair, yeah, so this is the one that we are taking, the tested field pair. We are taking this. And do we have any correlation setting? Well, we don't need it, but that's fine. We'll retain these. 0.9, it's above 95, it's medium, and up to 1 strong. Okay. So these are the settings that they are there, and they are default settings. So I'm going to retain them. I'll click apply and I click run. Right. So now as we run this, we can see that an output is generated over here. Okay. So this is the means of the Mumbai Bangalore output that we have generated. Okay. And then these are its views. Okay. This is a simple view. This is an advanced view at mean 1 and mean 2. What is the correlation between them? There's a strong correlation. What is the difference between the means? So that is, these are the values that they've provided for mean 1 and mean 2. Now you can see here that we have generated the output here for the means of a particular group that we have selected for the particular field. So this is one such kind of output that we have generated. Again, in addition, this is one of the output types that we have generated. If you want, we can also generate statistics output, or we can generate a transforms output. So fine, let's take something slightly different, even if it might be a bit challenging without warning. Then let us click on transform. And I'm connecting this here. Let's open it and see what all do we have in here. Now let's just run this and see what will happen. It will show us some error. Yes, no fields have been specified. So that's all right. We were anticipating it. No worries. Now let us click on edit. And on the fields, I'm selecting a field. Which field do you want to select? Let's select all India. Click apply and I click OK. I click apply and I click run. Fine. So these are the different transforms that they have generated. Now, this is what? These are the selected transforms. That's a current distribution. That's the inverse distribution. That's log normal, log 10, exponential, square root. So these are the different output transforms that have been generated, and cell contains mean, that is a standard deviation. So yeah, the field all is undefined expression. Fine. So if we go for, oops, wait, where is it gone? Yes. So if we try to open these individually, then it will probably throw an error. Yeah. But yeah, we can copy these. But this is another output that we have generated, that we are seeing for the given output from the output nodes that we have. So like this, you can select and choose which kind of outputs do you want to have. Let us select table. No, let us select matrix and see. So let's run this and see what do we have here. Do we have anything on rows and columns? And we've not selected anything yet. So let's select rows. We don't have any rows and we don't have any columns either. Cross tabulation, is it possible? Well, let's see. No, it doesn't appear. So function. Okay, these are the functions available. So fine. So we are sticking with the default settings, and I'm clicking apply, click OK. And of course, we need to connect this. So I'm selecting connect this with matrix. Now let's run this particular output and see what turns out. Okay, now Either the row or the column field has not been specified. It's not a surprise, of course, because we have not quite worked on that yet. So let's right click and click on edit. Now, where is the output row or a column? Yes, no, that is here. So we'll select quarter here. And let us select quarter here also. And now see how will it turn out. Click apply, click OK. Right click here and click scroll down and click run. Now they are identical, so we cannot have identical rows and columns. Again, I right click on this particular node, I click edit. Now here I'll select none. Let us apply it and let us click OK. I run. I right click on matrix and scroll down to run, and now see what, oh yeah, they are not being specified. So of course the data that we have here is not commensurate to the output type. That also can happen. So but overall, if you see, there are nodes which we will be selecting, and the output nodes that we'll select with the given data set, and then you will be generating the relevant outputs. Let us see what happens if we take report here. Okay, so well, yeah, this is what it looks like. Let us connect it with the given data set and see what will it show up. Right click it and we click run. Great, now it is generating some kind of report. I'm not sure what report is that it has generated. How? Okay, the object has not been saved, that's what it's showing, but what report is it supposed to generate? Now, there is no report that it has generated really. Yes, no, where is this report? Okay, they say they have generated a report, so it should be over here, report of report one. Let's double click on this. Okay, there is nothing here, although the report has been generated. This is a report, but okay, we are not having any particular detail that we have put in over here that we intend to generate as an output for a report. So that's why the report is blank. Suppose if you click on a report and I click edit. If we come here, let's type in here. Cannot do that because it's the report that has to be generated from the system itself. So never mind. This is another such output node that we have brought on the canvas, of course, and attempted to generate an output. So this is how the output nodes work. But then this is not the only thing that we intend to cover today. We also intend to cover the remaining nodes, that is export, Python, Spark, IBM. So let us quickly come down here on the exports, different types of export nodes that we have. Now, in the export nodes, we have database, we have flat file, statistics export, data collection, Excel, IBM Cognos, TMI export, SAS, extension report, XML, and JSON report. And then we also have the Pythons nodes. We have the Spark nodes. We have IBM SPSS text statistic analytics nodes also. Fine. As we click on export, what do we intend to export? Let us bring this file over here, SAS file. This is getting a bit too congested. So let us do one thing. Let us open a new file. Okay, I'm saving all of this. That is for day 4. Index. Saving this. Are there any outputs that have been generated? Yeah, we are seeing this as well. But I think this is auto saved. Yes, it should have had been. Yeah, it is saving. We are saving this also. Day 4. Let's save this. Using this, and yes, that's the last one that we did. Save. What is this? This is means of moving backlog. So save it as means of moving backlog. Um, right. So let us open a new stream. Okay. I'm opening a new stream over here. So I click on streams and no, not here. Yeah, okay. On the file, I'll come back on file. I click create a new stream. Right, so new stream has been created. Right click here and we will rename the stream a little later. And fine. So for this stream that we created, what all will we need? For starters, you will need a source, right? So let us select Excel. And on Excel, let us click edit. We need to import a certain MS Excel file. So I'm clicking on import file. I'm going on set location where from we can okay, these are some of the features of pistachios. It's a dry fruit that we have. We have its data type. Now see, these are the different fields that they have provided. And we can choose which of these we want and which we do not want. So let us quickly go and get rid of some of the values. We don't need this. These are the different descriptors that they had generated. So I'm deselecting I'm filtering out these from the import itself. These are the filters I've applied. What are the different types? Most of these are continuous types only. And the annotations. I click apply and I click OK. So out here we can see that we have imported the pistachio feature data file. Now this is what? This is an Excel format. Okay. If I wish to export this file in the say statistics file format, let us bring this over here. And I'll connect this. Oops. Cannot connect from this to this. Why is that? Okay, let us check it again. Connect. Now the reason for this not being able to connect is we already imported another file. So I mean, Excel is already a source node. So we are trying to connect one source node to another source node. That cannot be allowed. So I'll delete the statistics file. Okay. And now I go to the export file. That's where we're erring a bit. This is statistics export and this is statistics file. So I go on export. I drag and drop the statistics export over here. And now let us try and connect it. Yeah, now we can connect. Now it is accepting the connectivity. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run this. Let's run it from here. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Okay, now these are uninstantiated types. This is fine. This is we have not done any changes over here for this data type out here. Yeah, so these types we have to select the select all of these as the default settings. And I click apply and I click OK. Now let us try and run this. Yes, again, there will be an error. Yes, is unknown or has uninstantiated type. Fine. So let us come back here again. I click on edit. Yeah, the types that we have here. Okay. Fine. So these are the values that we have here. And the types are now possibly well defined. So they should not create any issues. And fine, let's apply it. I'll click OK. And now we'll run this again. Right click and click on run from here. Yes, now it's running. You can see it's in green color. And some output might be generated. No, it's not. But never mind. Now we right click this and we click run. Okay. So what we are doing here is I'll now right click here and click on view data. Yes. Now That is a data view service initialization, as we saw it yesterday as well. And let it open up data view service loading. And it is going to open the data that has been exported, that we have, that we seek to export as a statistics file. Now, this is the chart type that it has opened up. So I'm going on the spreadsheet straight away. And now this spreadsheet that we have here, okay, this is the data that we have. Okay, and if I go on the dashboard, you can also see the charts. So the charts here, data audit. If I come here, it is giving me entire audit of, like, what is the quality. Quality is good, yes, or of it is 100% complete. All of these are valid records, and there are no extremes. There are some extremes, but that is fine. These are the outliers and the null value. Statistics, yes, they have generated a healthy count of statistics for almost, for all the variables, Pearson's correlations also they have provided here. So we have the correlation matrix here, as we can see here, for all the parameters that we have. And preferences, yeah, we are not juggling with any of the preferences. So I'll close this window. And so this is the export that we have. Now let us come here, let us save this. So statue, yeah, the stream file name, we are saving it as simply pistachio. Save it. So this export that we have here, we can now publish the stream also. We can also loop conditional, we can create, you can save this node, you can also load this node. Now let us add a new comment over here. So what is this? This is a statues excel2 dot sav export, sav to export, export node, excel to sav export node. This is that particular node, and this is what you can add another comment over here, but I'm not doing that. We are saving the stream, so this comment will stay here. Okay, likewise, click on preview. Yes, so now this is the file that it has exported to. Okay, I'll come here, I'll save this as, save as what? See, this is the output file that they have generated. Can we save this as? No, we cannot save it as any other kind of file. Let's cancel it. And we'll now go to our modeler for day 4. Saving this. And if we come here, back here, no, it's not showing us any other file yet. So so fine, this is how you generate the export file for statistic, or you can even do so the same for the SAS. So I'll bring SAS file and I'll put it over here. I'll connect it with SAS, and then I'll click run. Execution override may override the following objects. Yes, that's fine. Now this is the file type it is having. Now we want it in a separate file format, but that's okay. Now I click OK. Okay, let's save it. I click open here, and so this is the export node for this particular MS Excel file to SAS mode. So I'll insert a new comment here. Excel to SAS. Shouldn't it? Should be wanted to drag it and drop it, but I think it's not happening. It's here. So this is how you are working with the export node. Let us also work on the flat file format. Suppose if you bring flat file here, instead of flat file, let us work on something different. Extension for this we need Python or syntax. So we'll leave that. You can take an XML export also. So I'm bringing it here. I'm connecting this. I scroll down and I click run. No XML file has been specified. So no, it's not an XML file. So like, we need to edit this, and we need to import XML export file. We need to export or identify, then only we can do so. So out here we click on edit. What is this export file? This is statisticsx.sav, right? That is the export file that we have. There's a file type also that is given to us. So this is an IBM SPSS statistic type file. And where do we save this? Now we will save this file that we have here in live sessions, SPSS Modeler 4. And which kind of file is this? This is a pistachio.sav format. Okay, so I'm clicking save, apply, I click OK. So this is the .sav file format in which I've saved it. Again, out here also, right click, edit. So this is sasxp.sd2. I do not wish to have it in this format. I would like to have it in a different file format. Okay, so let's come back to here, live session, SPSS Modeler. It's day 4. See, now we can see here that the SPSS, okay, right, where is it now? Yes. So let's click save. And this is the export file extension that it has. We can save it as a .7b that also. So I'm going to save it as this format, and I apply it. Click OK. And now if you want, you can right click on this and you can select run. The same thing applies here also. You can right click this and you can click on run. So this is running, elapsed time, it's running. So it has now been exported into the stated file formats. Let's come back here and see if it has. See, we can see this. There are two files that we've generated: pistachio, that is SPSS file format, and sasexp. Now we can rename this actually. Let's rename this as what? As a pistachio. So these are the two file formats in which it has saved. Like, so the original file that was an MS Excel file, we have been able to save it as an export format. We have been able to save it in a different file format, that is the .sav and .sas format, using the export nodes that we have here. So this is what we have. We recorded around 2 to 3 of them. The same thing applies here also. If you want, if you have imported the file in SAS format, you can also export, you can save it and export it as an Excel file format. So overall, if you go to see, this is how your export nodes will work and function. Now, we are not going into TM1 export or the IBM Cognos Analytics export format because we don't have those formats. And yet, let us do one thing for this. Let us try it. Right click and I click connect, bring it over here. Right now, we need the ODBC connections. No, we don't have this. So it is not a very wise thing for us to get into this. So again, we don't have any data source connection over here that is of ODBC and all. So we would not be able to export it in the Cognos Analytics format. So I'll cancel it here. Well, I'm saving this here for your ease in understanding. Fine. So then let us quickly move on Python. See, now out here in Python, that is also one of the nodes that we are using for the IBM SPSS Modeler. Now within Python, these are the different nodes that are available to us. That is SMode, and they have. If you bring it over here, see, now these are the different algorithms and the targets that you'll have to. The target field will have to be set, and then you can decide as to how you want to apply this particular node. Now let us do one thing. I'm not picking this one. Let us see if we can pick some other node out here. Let us select random forest, supposedly. Okay. And I intend to apply the random forest Python node on the given data set and see what will be the output. So I click connect. I right click on this on the Excel source node, click connect, and I drag and drop it down over here on the random forest. Let's right click and let's edit it. See which all nodes you have custom assignments. Yes, we have. Which of them are target, which of them are predictor. Well, on the target, we don't have any specific on target, but let's take roundness for once. So that's a target. And eccentricity is a predictor. Solidity is the second predictor that I have. And I click what are the build options, number of trees to build, 10 trees. If you go on advanced, then we don't have anything. We are going to stick with the default format that we have. We'll click on model options, annotations, and fields. Okay, I'll click apply. Click OK. And now let's click on the roundness and click run. So it's running. We can see here now that it is waiting for the execution. Of course, it will take its time because it is generating the random forest outcomes. So once this generates an output, okay. These are the additional set of Python nodes that are applicable or that are available with IBM's SPSS Modeler. And you can use these modes accordingly, depending on their application and depending upon how you want to use these nodes. So this export, what is this? This exports the data. Now we have two JSON. JSON that we have here, this particular node will read the data. It is in circle shape, and this is the one which is in square shape. So it will export the data to JSON file format. Then we have HDB scan, hierarchy density based spatial clustering of applications with noise. So these are different nodes which have their own significance. Might not know all of them, so that's not a problem though. But these are the nodes, these are the Python nodes that are applicable with this. Okay, great. So now we have generated an output here. We have generated a model here. Output we haven't. Let's double click on this and check it. Right. So this is the a random forest model that we've generated. The training data was how much? 2148. The input fields, we took the input fields as eccentricity and solidity. Both are real and continuous input fields. And the estimators were 10. The OB score is false. Minimum sample leaf is 1. So these are the various model parameters that have been generated. Let's click on predictor importance. So we can see here which of these, what is the importance of these. Now, as per the random forest model, F1 is what? F1 is solidity and F2 is eccentricity. So F1 has the greater importance and when compared against the eccentricity. So that is one predictor importance assessment that you can conduct. If I click on advanced, speed up scoring performance, well, there is nothing out here. So I click apply and I click OK. So that was how you applied the random forest Python node, which is part of the Python node, and we generated its nugget. Now that's a nugget that we have. This is a nugget, and this particular symbol is for a random forest. So you generated the random forest nugget for pistachio data sets, for pistachio features data set. So if you want, you can add a comment here also. Let's right click on this. You can right click and add a comment. No, we do not have any provision here for. Yes, we have. So what do we see here? Well, what is this? Well, that is the random forest nugget pistachio data set, and has been implemented using Python nodes. Python node or nodes, as we call it. So this is how you can provide the comments also to the work that you're doing. Fine, let's save this. Let's come back here into They're in day 4. Yes, so we can see here these are the two different data sets that we had exported the MX Excel to. I'll minimize this and fine. So this is what we have now. Let's move on to Spark. Well, when I click on Spark, these are the 4 nodes that they have multi-layer perceptron. Now, multi-layer perceptron is typically that pertains to neural network. Now, that is not so quite so different from the neural network out here, but we have not run any neural network node for the modeling Spark. So if I select supposedly a multi-layer perceptron, I bring it over here. Now let's see what can be made out of it. I'll connect the pistachio data set with multi-layer perceptron. Right click here and I click run. Yes, now it is going to throw up some error because we have not actually gone and looked into the node itself. What is it? So target field is required. So fine, let's edit this. So I right click, I left click on this, right click on multi-layer perceptron, click on edit. Fine. So use custom field assignments. What is the target that we have? Well, instead of this, let us take some other data. No, we'll continue with this data set. So what is your target? Eccentricity is the target. Continuous field cannot be placed in the list. Okay. And let's say compactness. Oops, continuous fields cannot be placed in this list. Now we do not have any other. So now this issue is going to pop up because we do not have any dedicated. Yeah, here also it is the same thing. So we either need a 0 or 1 type of value or a Boolean type of value. So of course we'll not be able to add those because anyway it's a multi-layer perceptron. So you need typically caters to logistic regression kinds of data set, and which we currently don't have. So but this is how we will connect, and maybe if we get a chance, then I'll also run this perceptron for you all in upcoming sessions. But for now, this is how it looks like. And so this is something you can keep on the back of your mind, that in Spark nodes, these are the 4 nodes that are available to us. I'm removing this because this is not going to be of any help. Let us take k-means AS. It is expected that you all understand what are these nodes. Yeah, I mean, what are these methodologies, even as you might not always understand what are the nodes herein. So let's right click and edit it. So what are the input fields? Well, I'm taking eccentricity. I click apply, I click OK. Now let's run it and see what shows up. Okay, it looks like it's going to run. So you can see here it's executing and it's been 20 seconds elapsed so far. So typically you all are expected to know these nodes and what is the significance of these nodes and how are they the theoretical aspects pertaining to these nodes. I mean, they are very well provided for by the SPSS modeler, but unless you know the theory, underlying theory behind it, you might not always be able to get the best out of the software. So that is something that is expected of you all. Yes, now we got another nugget. That's another nugget that we generated here that we are seeing. Right, so let's open this nugget and see what's therein. It's taking longer. Slow down the system. Now, these are the k-means cluster centers are provided to you all. These are the dimensions. These are the centers values. If you click on cluster centers, yeah. We don't have any annotations. If you want to click on preview table, it will show you. So that's a preview table that we have generated. That's the table from which the data set was taken in the first place. So anyway, this is not quite necessary. So this is how your k-means cluster output has been generated using the Spark nodes that are available to us. And fine, the last node that we have here is that of IBM's SPSS text analytics. And we don't have any text data that we can work or look upon, but still, let us see what can be done. Text link analysis. Let's bring it here and see what is available here. If we double click on that, now it is going to ask us for ID field and a text field, language field. So we need to have the entire file in text format that we can use. For today, we do not have. I'll generate the text file accordingly, and then we'll see what we intend to work upon. Because I think there is a template also that is available over here. You can load from the resource SQLite read-only, attempt to write a read-only database. Okay. Row index of range. Okay. Hello and welcome for the SPSS modeling. So, right, let's quickly start then. So speaking for today's course contents, we are covering streams. Streams means the flow of the process. It will be involving multiple nodes. It will be involving different types of nodes spread across sources, modeling, and you'll also be having export nodes, output nodes, some of the record nodes also, and perhaps even the ops nodes. So fine, let's click on, yeah, we have the modular subscription here. So fine, what will we be covering here? Well, we'll be creating and building the streams first. We'll also be working with nodes and streams because your streams will comprise of nodes primarily. And then stream descriptions will also be made, and we'll be running the streams. We'll be working with models, the model nodes that we have. We'll be adding comments and annotations to the nodes and streams, and then finally we'll be saving the data stream so that you all can use it for future reference. So whilst we'll be saving the data streams, the outputs and the models will also be getting saved in simultaneity. So there is not an issue on that either. Yes, now that looks a bit better. Okay. So right, we have already launched the software. Yes, we need to now log into this. Wait, yeah, should launch the software now. Yes, now the software is getting launched. Right. So the software is now ready, and they have opened some of the sample files that they think we can use. Now, so I click OK. I cancel this. Fine. So right, let's start with what? The first things first, we'll be creating and building the streams. So while we create and build the streams, we need the data set, of course. So the process for that is I click on sources. Okay. The stream out here is already provided. Stream 1 is here. I click on sources. I click on, let us take a different kind of file format, which I've downloaded for you all today, JSON. Okay. So I'm taking JSON. Of course, you double click on it and it automatically comes on the canvas. So right click on it, click edit. Again, we are creating and building streams. So whilst we have created, so fine, we have two of the files here, and with these two files, we'll import one of them. So let's take a unece.json. I'll click open. So out here, what do we see? These are the formats they have provided. Is it a records or is it a strings value? Well, we are sticking with the default setting. I'm not making any changes over there. Filter, let us click on filter. Okay, so if I click on filter, fine. Do you want to have which of these fields that we have here do you all want to be filtered out? Well, for now, nothing really. Let us stick with what they have provided us with. And it's a good, healthy data that we have. I click on type. Values are missing, none, check. Check is none. These are the measurement that they have provided us with. And then there are the annotations. But okay, I'm not going on this yet. So let us do one thing. I'm simply applying and importing the file. Okay, we have already put in the source node on the canvas, and we are importing the desired file on that particular source node. So on that particular source node means with that particular file extension. So out here, since we have selected JSON, so we are importing the JSON data source. See out here it's mentioned JSON data source. So fine, I click on apply, I click OK. So out here we can see earlier it was only JSON. After importing the file name is now changed to unece.json. So that is the first thing that will happen if anytime and every time you import a file in the given node, source node, given source node. So fine, that is the first thing. And right now let's move on to the next thing. What more do we need? Well, we need an output mode for that, right? So we'll click on output. And let us take statistics as one of the output nodes. I'll put it over here. But before this, let us right click on this and see if you can run it from here. It will most likely generate an error because we have not put in any output or modeling or export nodes. Let's nonetheless click on it. Yeah, see, there are no executable nodes such as export, output, or modeling nodes. So I click OK, and I'm closing this. Now, do we want to use any of the record ops or field ops nodes? Well, let's do it. Again, what are we doing here? We are creating and building a stream, and now we are working with nodes and streams. Okay. So, right. So in the record ops, which kind of node do we want to pick or select from here? Well, let us select a sort node. So I'm dragging and dropping the sort node over here. And I'll connect the sort node with the data source node. So I'm clicking connect and drag and drop it over here. Okay. Let's right click on this and see what shows up. Again, most likely it might not run. Yeah, there are no executable nodes. So let us go on the sort node and see what all can be edited. So what are the settings? Well, these are the fields that are provided. These are the fields that are there. Let's click on type. Okay, name, natural. Okay. So fine, let us select all of them. Apply, and I click OK. Fine. So we have selected all the possible fields that they have provided us with. Okay. Next, for optimization, data is pre-sorted. Well, I don't think so. It is no order is defined for pre-sorted input. So let us deselect it. We don't need any annotations over here, so I'm leaving it as is. Coming back on settings, what I'll say do is apply, click apply. Let us preview it prior to doing so. I click on preview first rows of data. So let's see what shows up. Yeah, it's waiting for the execution. Fine. So this is how the overall data looks like. The country names are here. The years are given. The year is given. Area, total population, density, population age. It's an extensive and exhaustive data, and clearly it is a very important data. Yeah, we have some nulls over here, so we may have to get rid of them. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, how many? Employment, agriculture, industry, and these numbers are not available. So therefore out here it's throwing us an error null. So let's click OK here for now. We'll look into it a little later. And right, so I click apply, I click OK. Now what we can also do is we do not have some of the data that is we are looking for, right? So we can also add a filter node here. So let's click on field ops, and I bring and drag and drop the filter node over here. Okay, I'll remove this node. I'll remove sort. I'll delete it. I'll attach a filter. Why am I attaching a filter? Because what we identified is that some of the fields are missing in terms of the data that they are supposed to have. So we'll filter out those columns. And so right click here, click on connect, bring it here. After this, I bring the sort function here. Right click on filter, again connect here. So after filter, we sort the data set that we have. And the statistics, I'll drag and put it over here somewhere on the end. Again, what is it that we are doing? Coming back on this, we are creating and building streams, and we are working with nodes and streams. I have not yet gone into stream descriptions, running streams, or working with models and all that yet. Not yet. So now let's click on filters. Let's edit and see what all we can have and what all we need not have. So what we saw there was, yeah, the GDP numbers are missing, okay, across the board. So we do not have any numbers on this, and this. And yet, let us once again verify it. So I click sort, right click, edit, preview. So yes, now for first few we don't have, but there are different fields for which we have mixed bag of data. So we don't essentially know for which we don't have any data at all. Economic activity, yeah, we have the GDP and all these details. Yeah, no, we don't have this data, right? Oops, where is it from? Yeah, employment in industry, energy, and all that. So it's not the GDP data. Fine. So let's cancel this. We do not have the employment data for agriculture, industry, construction, trade, hotels, and others. There is some data missing in other aspects also, but that's fine for now. I'm getting rid of only of these. So I click apply and I click OK. So this part is done. That was for the filter. So again, let us right click on filter and click edit and see what all have we taken. What yes, we can see that we have not taken the employment data that is missing anyway from the columns. So I click apply and I click OK. After this is done, let us sort it. So let's right click on that, click on edit, click on preview. It's showing here that it is a sort node. Now you can see this is turned green because they are executing the feedback. So fine, this could take some time, but there's not much of an issue really. Even if it is not, this will take time certainly, because there is a lot of data in that particular data set. I would have taken a smaller data set also, but that's all right. We can start with something big, difficult. So we can see here that so far the time elapsed is 43 seconds, 44, and it's counting. There are not been any dedicated settings, any optimizations or annotations, and still it's taking quite a bit of time. Couple of minutes, maybe 3 to 4 minutes also it might take depending upon the data size. I think it's a 3 millibyte data, 3 MB data. So it could take slightly longer than that it generally takes when it comes to a few seconds here and there. There, we can see that it is still executing. It is taking longer than usual. Perhaps it's now 2 minutes. And since we've also added filters over here, so that will slightly add to more execution. Ordinarily, after implementing or after including the filter node, the time should reduce. But it appears that the file size itself is quite huge. Let's go back to this node. We do not have any of that in Excel format. That this data originally is in the JSON format. Had it been in Excel format, we could have done something or view it. But meanwhile, we can also try and see if we'll be able to use some of these record ops data. Out here from the field ops, we have anyways taken a filter. We can use derive and filler also. You can also anonymize the field names and or values to be anonymized. So let us see which values are missing. Once the data set gets fully loaded after this execution, we'll check which all columns are having missing data, and depending on that, we might anonymize those. We can proceed thereafter. If it exceeds more than 5 minutes, I'll give it 1 more minute. And if it goes beyond 5 minutes, then I think we'll have to stop the execution. But such things will always happen if you have a data set which is more intense of and heavy memory size. Okay, we are stopping the execution. We want to stop execution. Yes, I'll have to stop it, unfortunately. Let's click on end task here. Yeah, okay. So let us reopen the software. I'll install it quickly. If you're going to use a bigger data set, this type of tricky situation could come up. So nothing to worry though. Okay, so yeah, I did not exit correctly. Do you want to auto recover? Yes, I will have to save it. Yeah, so fine. We are back here. But never mind. Now let us do one thing. Let's come back to filter. Click on edit filter. Include fields by default. Yeah, okay. What you can also do is anonymize field names. Yes, that is something possible. Filter default. Okay, let's cancel it. Alternatively, we'll take a smaller data set. So let us import another data set here, which is also of the JSON type only, except that it is a smaller size. So we can run the data set much more smoothly. So I'll go to the file location. This is a very freely available data set that we are seeing here. Okay, iris.json. Okay, I'll right click on it, I click edit, and preview it. Now see that will not take a lot of time. So this is a common data set that is widely available on the internet. So these are the sepal length, sepal width, petal length, petal width, and this for the species, which flower species have we used it for. So fine, apply, and I click OK. So this is done. Now let us do one thing. Let us apply filter over here. So if I apply filter, I drag and drop it over here. And I also apply sort. Sorting is available for record ops. Applying sort here. I think this will delete. Let's connect them. So I'm connecting JSON with filter, and I'm connecting filter with sort node. Okay. Now let's run this. Let's right click on this and click run from here. Okay, there are no executable nodes as we had anticipated. So let us also add statistics here. Right click and I click connect. Fine. So let us click on edit, and fine. So there are only 5 fields, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is not going to be much of an issue. So I click apply, okay. And I click on sort. Let's click on preview. It's a small data set, so I think this time it should not be any issues. Okay. Stream we don't need, so I'll right click on this and I'll click close stream. So we have only one stream that's over here. Unfortunately, this is also taking slightly longer. So I might have to close this also. It's taking too long again. This is not good. Okay, let us click on execution, stopping the execution. Let's stop it. So the second instance. Okay, so yes, we can use it. We'll not use a sort node. We'll delete it because it is adding unnecessary. And fine. So now that we applied filters, let us add statistics as an output node here. We'll connect it with filter. Let us now select and run this and see what's going to happen. We'll save this by clicking on here. That is your stream 1 for live sessions, SPSS Modeler. That's day 5. And what's your project? Iris analysis. Save it. And fine. So we have a source node. We have a record ops node. Sorry, not record, a field ops node, and an output node that we see here. We have not selected any modeling nodes here because we are not using any modeling nodes yet. So now let us come here and click run selection. Aha, now there are no fields selected in statistics mode. That is a classic and standard error that will come up. So I right click on statistics and I click edit. after coming here, we have to decide, right, what all we need from the fields, which fields we want. So which variables we want to examine. So I'm clicking on this. Now these are the variables that are available to us. So let's select all of them. I click apply and I click OK. And then there are correlation settings also. Let us have this all, apply, and I click OK. So typically we have selected all the fields that are available. On the outputs, yeah, it will be output name will be automatic, or if you want, you can also select a custom output name such as iris parameters. That's the output name that I have taken, an output to file. Which file do you want? File. Now it is showing us an HTML file. We can also save it as a text doc or an output object. We are leaving everything to default. That is, we are selecting this output to screen. Alternatively, had we selected to output to file, it could have asked us the file name, which we don't have yet. And if I select all, yeah, out here we can add iris analysis. That's, you know, that's a stream that we have selected. That's the original data file. If you want, you can select what iris output, something like that. I click save it. I click apply it. I click OK. And now we'll run this. Let us save it again for once. So out here in the output, no, we are not seeing anything yet. But if we right click on this and then we select and run selection, that should run. Fortunately, it's not sticking. Okay, now it may have taken the file over there. So let's come back here. See, now that's the iris output file that we have. It's in the HTML document format. So let's double click on this. Right. Now, this is one way in which you have generated your output. And we're also seeing your Pearson correlations as a table. Now, this is in the HTML format. What I'll do is I'm not going to run it in the HTML format. I'll click on run from here. Wait, let's cancel it. Let's click on statistics. We'll change the setting. I'm selecting on output to screen. So when I select output to screen, the output will appear over here in this outputs button out here that you see in the top right corner. And I click apply. I click OK. Now let's select the entire selection. Right click this and click on run selection. The entire stream we have selected and we are clicking run. So now, yeah, so now we can see it that this output is generated over here on the screen itself. We are not saving it as any dedicated HTML file or any other kind of file. So this is what we have. So again, the same thing. It is giving us the correlations also out here. The correlations matrix is also provided. The quantitative parameters or the statistics parameters of sepal length, sepal width, petal length, and petal width are also provided. And that's it. So this is what we have. Now, if you want, we can save this also. So I'll click on file, click save, day 5. Now this is what? This is the output file with .cou extension. Previous file that we had saved was not an output. It was an output file as well, but it was in .html format. So I'm saving this as a iris parameter underscore. And that one I'll write there as HTML format. Save it. So out here we have the iris parameters. That's the output that we have generated. And I'm coming back here. Yes, you know, that is the output format, and this is what? HTML format. So I'll rename this as what? So these type of features are available with the modeler, and you can use these features to your benefit. So this part is now covered, and what next do we now need to do is let's come back on. Yeah, so we have been working with nodes and streams. We have built a stream also. This is rather simple that we have done, and now we intend to provide stream descriptions running streams. So we ran the stream also, and the stream description, where is the stream description? Okay, so for this entire stream, I'm selecting it and right click, and let us add new comment. So what is this? Which stream is this? Well, descriptives of quantitative parameters iris. So that is the stream description that we have taken. Again, how did we come here? I selected the entire stream through selection. I right clicked on it. I clicked on new comment. That brought me over here. And then I typed in the data. So I'm deleting that. Oops. Okay. Here, and I'm right clicking and I'm selecting delete. That is now deleted. So this is how you provide us the description. Control S. Yeah, this is how you provide the description to your stream that you have built. Let's click on stream 1 here. You don't need stream 1, so I select this and I click on close stream. So out here we have the iris analysis that we have conducted. And this is the iris parameters that were generated. So I think I minimize this. Now working with models. So let us click on modeling. Now these are the different kinds of models that are available to us out here. And there is a very wide spread of models that they have provided us in this modeling software modeling package. So which of these models do you want to use? Let us take linear. It will constructs an automatic linear modeling model. If you click on linear AS, what is that supposed to mean? Linear engine model builder node which runs in analytics server. Then we also have a regression model. Constructs a predictive linear regression model. We also have C5.0. What is that? Constructs a predictive decision tree or rule set under the C5 algorithm. So again, these are all the available models that they have. They have also segregated them as supervised or association models or segmentation models. So depending upon your application, you can choose to decide which kind of model do you intend to use. So again, let's come back on all. I'm selecting regression. So I'm bringing here. If I want, what I'll do is from here to here. So I'm again right clicking this connect. I'm drawing from filter to the regression here. And now out here it's given. What is it given? There are no targets set or provided, right? Let's right click on this. I click on edit. I click on fields. Use custom field assignments. I select the target. So what target do you want to select? So sepal width. And what are the splits? Sepal length, petal length, and petal width. Click apply and I click OK. Do you have any partition? No, we don't have any partition. Okay. I click apply and I click OK. Now see, still there are no targets. It's showing here. So let's right click on this. Let's click on edit. What are the inputs? Well, we are taking the inputs. The output is what? Sepal width. I'm taking petal length and sepal length. Okay. I click OK. Again, there is out here no targets. So any and every time when you read here there is no targets, it means that there is some error that is happening. So again, right click on this, click on edit, partition. We have no partitions. And for the splits, I think even if you don't have any splits, that's fine. See, sepal width, sepal length, and petal length. So we can remove these two because what you are having as splits cannot be part of target and input. I click apply model. Yes, we are sticking with the default setting of model. Fine. So this all is what we have. For partition, none. Apply, click OK. Now let's come here and click run. See again. Output field sepal width is incomplete. type insufficiently specified for sepal length, petal length, and sepal width. So this is what you call as working with models. You may pick any model, but you'll have to set its types and parameters right. Oops, sorry. Connect on edit. And now again, we come back on what? There is one more thing that we may not have done. I click on iris. Okay. So what are the types here? Well, we have not selected any of the types here, right? And that could also be one of the reasons that we are having errors and issues with the regression model that we've taken. Now pay attention here. If you click on read values, most likely your no targets values could change. So let's click on read values. Yeah, see, you can see that this is now sepal width. When I say sepal width, it means it's your target variable. Now, why did we click on read values? Because the values were missing for the given fields, although their measurements were provided with. So if I click on preview, right now that's your preview. We have around how many? 10 rows they have provided, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns are provided. And I click OK. Click apply, and I click OK. Now let us run the sepal width. So I right click on this and I click run. Yes, it is now executing. So you can see that only this particular stream is getting executed. We are not executing this stream. Now let's see how long will it take to complete. It's not a very big data set. But then again, this is a slight bit of a problem that it consumes lots and lots of resources, and output can take too long to generate, which is not quite the case with many other softwares. The only advantage that we have with IBM's SPSS Modeler is the coding or programming is completely eliminated. So now let's see how long will it take, because it's the execution that is generally taking lots and lots of resources. And now it is showing only 50% complete. So you'll have to patiently wait for this to complete. Meanwhile, what I can also do is I can open a new stream, and I can continue for you all with adding comments and annotations to nodes and streams and things like that. So let us go there and with that, because this is taking slightly long. So I'm opening a new stream, and what am I naming this stream as? We can save the stream as iris. We'll keep this as iris only. It's a stream file.sdrs extension. I click save. Aha, finally it has generated the output. Now you can see here, what do you see here? This is a nugget that has been created. Okay, so if I double click on this, there, see, this is the output that has been generated. So what all have we generated here? Well, there is a correlation out here, and then you have the number of record splits, number of fields used. This is what all of this is in ascending order. Okay, and so when I click on summary, when I click on annotations, let's click on model only first. So we are seeing here that this is your model that it has generated. So how is it generated? Into this plus petal length into this, and 2.314. So which kind of, this is a regression model any which way. Okay, so we had only one predictor vector target variable. We had only one target variable, and we had two of these were predictor variables. So the predictor variables are shown with their corresponding slopes, and this is 2.314 is what? It is its y-intercept. So if we are to build it, then we'll write the equation as what? Wait, let's come back here. Where's it gone? Let's come here. Let's click on edit fields. Now sepal width is what? Sepal width is your target variable, and sepal length and petal length are, they are your input variables. Okay, so sepal width is equal to what? How will you write this equation? Sepal width is equal to sepal length into 0.14 or 0.148 or 1458 sepal length plus not plus, it's a minus out here because it's a negative, minus 0.102 times petal length. and plus 2.314. 2.314 is the y-intercept. So that is how your equation will look like or appear. But the more important aspect to this is that we have generated the output, and the regression output has been generated. And so fine, we'll save this. We'll have to keep saving it. See out here, the model has been generated. That is the Sepelwith model. These are the other outputs. Preview from Iris JSON. And so fine, I will mention over here. We'll add a comment here again now. Where do we stand now? Yes, we are adding comments and annotations, and then thereafter we are saving the data streams. So right click on this nugget, right click. We can, there is a new comment that we can add here. So what is this? This is the model, the regression model equation. For what? This is a regression equation model equation, right? For, wait, Sepelwith here. Why Sepelwith? Because that is a target variable for Sepelwith. That is equal to what? Sepal length plus petal length, right? Yes, sepal length plus petal length. But how? We need to have their variables also. So let's double click on this. It's the model that we have. These are the build settings also they have provided. This is the training settings summary also. Welcome to this a little later. Then all this also. For now, we'll stick on this. The inputs for what and the splits. Petal width was a split. By model. Okay, so now these are the we are only sorting this based on the model or graph. You can also sort it as a petal width, and it'll show up over here. So right, that is what your equation is. 2.34, that is a y-intercept, minus 0.102, that is a petal length, and plus there was a 0.208 multiplied by petal width, sepal width. So this is a regression model that we have generated over here. And this is already added to the stream, so we don't need to add it any separately with the stream. If you come here and you click on run again, so it is again generating the same equation. Let it take its time, no problem. Meanwhile, we'll come back on Iris. Let's come back on Iris, and let us also work towards adding saving the data stream. Now we already saved the data stream, so we don't need this anyway. I'll close this stream. Yeah, we'll stick with only this stream. It's just taking a bit of time. Now again, we are running the same model again. Okay, so there is not much of a change. But what did we learn or study today? We worked across nodes. That's a source node. That's your field ops node. That is your output node. That is your modeling node. And we don't have any export node yet. Let's see if you can add export node over here. But till that, let this model run. Right. So that is the output that has been generated. right click on this on view data, that it will open that window. Yeah, so that is not much of a change. Yeah, it's retrieving your data that we have. That's the spreadsheet that is provided, and these are the different charts. But okay, we are not coming on to this yet. But this is how your regression model should appear or look like. So, that's what iris parameters. Okay, this is done. Review from simple width, yes. Review from JS1 node, close. And then you have the streams for iris analysis. And fine. So this is what we have as far as today's session is concerned. And yes, let us take a quick review again. Yes, we worked with model streams and everything and annotations, right? So fine, let us come here, right click on edit, and let us add annotation. So what annotation do you want to add? Custom sepal width, model budget. Any tooltip, text or keywords and all that? No, we don't have. Apply, I click OK. Okay, so that's the annotation that we've added over here. You can see it, and I'm clicking save. Hello and welcome to the SPSS Modelers. So what will we be doing today? And today we'll be working with the data. Typically, we'll be building charts, working with charts, creating dashboards, setting and understanding global visualization preferences. Typically, it has more to do with data visualization, as we call it, and not just data visualization, it will also include the graphical aspects. How do you build graphs, and how will the data be worked upon so that you can make it more presentable and more friendly from the business analysis and business interpretation perspective. So let's quickly launch the software then. Out here, yes, you already have the software. Yes, we have it. So we'll enter the login ID and the password details, and it should launch the software thereafter. So once we have signed in, then the software is launched. And yes, so that is what we have here. It opens its model subscription window, but we'll close this, cancel it. Let's maximize the window. And, right, so let's open the file that we intend to work upon for the data today. So I click on this button here, open an existing stream. We can open an existing stream, or we can also import a new stream. So what should we do? Okay, fine. Let us do one thing. Let us open an existing stream. So I'm clicking on this button here, and then I go on to the desired location. Now, yes, now that is iris analysis. That is something that we worked upon last session. We have, okay, let's open housing index prices. Okay, so I click insert. Okay, when I click insert, yes, now that is what we have. In this particular stream that we have a lot of outputs over here. We have 3 nuggets, and but analysis is also available, and then we have a map, and then there's a graph and all. So let us do one thing. Instead of working on this stream, we'll work on a fresh stream. Okay, so I'm coming here, right click, and we'll close the stream. Do you want to save changes? No, I don't want to save any changes. Fine. So you're closing that stream, and we'll import the same data set, and that is of the housing index prices, and then we'll implement the remaining concepts of data and graphs on that. So fine, let us go to the data set then. Let's click on all files. When you click on all files, it will give you a wide variety of data set. So fine, let us take this XLSX format, insert. Oops, now there is a small problem here. It is disallowing. Fine, so let us click on source. Let us go on Excel file, or we'll take a fixed file. Let us see if we can take a fixed file. I clicked on fix file. So typically I'm dragging and dropping source node on the canvas. So that is how we intend to approach it. Click on edit. Right, where's your data filter annotations? Okay, fine. So let's click on file and see, because our file is in the uh, Excel format and we are trying to import it as a CSV format. Open, I click apply. Let's preview it. Yes, no records received. Okay, let's click apply and let's click OK. So we have this here. Okay, and let's view data. No fields are defined. Is it fine? Let's right click and edit and check it. What's going wrong here? Types, read values. Okay, no read values to be readed, to be read. Type. There is nothing to read on the type. No records received, is it? Okay, fine. Let us do one thing. Let me try and import another file. So let's come here and let's delete this. I'm dragging another standard MS Excel file. I'll right click on that. I'll click edit. I do not know which format it is, but let us assume 9003 2000. All files, and then we select XLSX. Open. Click apply. Then click OK. Right click. Let's edit and see. Cannot read file column names. Let's preview it. Okay, that's not a recognizable format. So we'll change this format. And then we'll apply and we'll click OK. Now let us see what happens here. Can you view the data? Yes, it is. I think we are going to be able to view the data out here. Simply because we changed the file format. Earlier it was 97 2003 Excel, and then we changed it to 2007 2, and then thereafter. So fine. So that is the spreadsheet that we have here, that we are seeing here. These are the quarterly values that are quarter columns. It's available for how many? Until 2021, 2022. That's the quarterly numbers. And these are the different cities for which we have this data set. Fine. So let's close this window for now. And we are here. So fine, we have imported the data set. That is what we wanted to do. And then thereafter, let us work towards building the chart and working with charts. Okay, so I'll minimize this again here. And we want to work on charts. So as we want to work on charts, we'll need to go for what? Which node? We'll click on the graphs node over here that you can see. And then we have the different entire count of charts that are available over here. So let's click on graph mode. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so I've selected the graph board here. I'm dragging Excel over here in the center, just so that if you want to add some other kind of plot or graph also. I'm right clicking on the graph board. I click edit. And what am I doing here? Basically, I'm identifying the different values that we have. Visualization of what are we looking at? We're looking for daily. So whichever variable or field you select here, that will appear here. And on this side of the canvas, you can see that it is giving us some tentative plots that it is prepared to generate. Okay, if I click on summary here, no, it's not possible. I click on manage. Do you want to manage any of this? No, nothing. I leave everything at that. And let's go on the detailed. So which kind of plot do you want to have it? The dot plot? Well, yeah, we can have the dot plot. And then you click on the aesthetics. So do you want to have any specific colors? No, that's fine. The shape, we are leaving it at that. So different variables that we want to have, or different fields that we want to have for optional aesthetics, they are available over here. And then you also have the panel across and the animation that you want to have. You can select panel down. But out here for now, it's just a dot plot. So, and when you click on appearance, you can add the title, the subtitle, and the caption also. For all the non-aggregated plots where the number of records is greater than 2000, sample it. And the output, you want the output how? You want it output on the screen or onto a file. And so we have selected a screen, and the file type is JPEG, JPG. So that's a standard output that it will provide us with. And then you have the annotations. It's fine. So let's click apply, and I'll click OK. So we are working on what? We are working on Bangalore. I'm right clicking on this and see what happens next. Right click, and let's scroll down over here and click on run from here. Yes, so there is some green. Yes, now that's the output that we have generated. Now, which kind of output is this? This is the dot output that we had seen there. So again, let's go back here on Bangalore. That is the graph node, or that the graph board node. I click on edit. And if I come back here on basic, see I've selected Bangalore over here. Then this was a basic what will show up. Okay, if you click on detailed, it tells you which kind of visualization you want. You want a dot plot type, it is showing you a dot plot type. If you select on coordinates of choropath or histogram type, then it will show the histogram type. So as you change the visualization types over here on the left side, the optional aesthetics and the map files will change in accordance. So out here, if you change it to histogram, that will show us what? Histogram. So count, what is the count? Summary, it will show us the count. And the panel across, we can have a quarter also. And for animation, nothing. So let's click apply. I click OK. Now I right click on this and right click on the source node and scroll down towards run from here and then click on it. So then it's running the green line, and yes, now that is how your histogram will look like for quarterly basis. Of course, this looks a bit more congested, and that's not what we really wanted to work upon. So, but never mind. Now let's come back here again. I go back to Bangalore quarter. Here is the graph board again. Right click, click on edit. Then you can decide which other type of visualization do you want. Do you want a heat map? Do you want a polygon? Do you want a scatter plot? You want a ribbon? You want a pie of count? So you want a pie. Then you also have the line overlay chart on the map, or you want simply a line chart. So if you want a line chart, then also need what? The y-axis. So I'll select quarter. Summary is what? Mode. The optional aesthetics, I'm leaving it as is. What is the name of the title? Housing price index. Do you want a subtitle or a caption? No, I don't want it. And what do you want an output? What is the type of output? If you click on output to a file, then this file will be activated. The file type will be activated, and the file name will also be activated. Now we have not quite essentially created a file name, so we can save the file name later also. It's not a problem. So what I'll do here is I'm leaving it at that. I'm canceling this, closing this window. I'm leaving the output to screen. And for annotations, no, I'm not selecting any annotations here. So I'll click apply and I click OK. Now, once I've selected OK, I select the go for the entire. You can select the entire stream. It's a very small stream, as you can see, so that is not much of an issue. Right click and then select on run selection. There, excellent. So now this is how your index price movement appears. It's like it is of sawtooth type look. Sometimes it's triangulated and sometimes it's different. But again, as you can see here, it started at 2010, 2011. No, again, there is a small problem here. See, 2010, 2011 is here, and then it goes here. So it has arranged as the different quarters. Okay, right click on this. Right, so now you can see here, These are the different graph types that are provided here, and out here also. Once you open the graph or once you open the menu, once you start working with the data and the different types of charts, it will just open a separate window in which you'll have additional set of features. So let's click on File. You can save this graph. You can store it also. You can print it. You can export the graph as what is a JPEG file, PNG, BMP, BISML, and also as an HTML file. Okay. And then when you click on edit, you can copy the graph. You can copy the graph data. You can select, click on graph bands. You can add graph footnote also. Then you can generate what you can data nodes for bands, for regions. And of course, that is not what we are seeing here right now. You click on view. You can edit the mode. You can explore the mode. Let's click on edit the mode and see what comes out. See, out here they have provided us with the different tools that are available over here for us to make any changes to the given graph. And then what is this? Yeah, that's the edit mode. If you want to click on explore mode, you can click on this. And then you have copy visualization. You can also copy visualization data. You can print it. So this is how your entire data that we are seeing here is spread. And that is how it is showing up. Now, the only thing here is it is showing the quarters, the first quarter of all the years and then second quarter of all the years. Ordinarily, we could have arranged it as the years also, but it all clearly depends on the data that your selection is, the kind of data selection you have. So yes, let's click OK. So that is one type of line chart that we had created. Again, I'll run this and we'll save that chart for your future reference. So fine, let us click on file and let us save this chart. We are saving it where? We are saving it on live session, that is day 6. It's a graph board of water Bangalore. Mention here line graph. Okay. Of course, it is a graph board, but if you mention the line graph, it will be easier for you from the later reference and interpretation perspective. And it is saved as what as an output file.cou. Click save. Do you want to encrypt this file with a password? No, let's not do it. Let's not add any complication to that. So I click save. Fine. So this graph is now saved. Okay. I'll close this window. And again, we had used the graph board over here. If you wanted to have a plot, you can also display this as a plot. You can also draw a multi-plot or a time series, plot one or more series over time. You can also plot it as a distribution and as a histogram, collection, web evaluation, map visualization, e-plot. That's a beta, and there is also TSNE. That is stochastic neighbor embedding technique. That needs to be looked upon and reviewed. But so this is how you build the charts and work with the charts. Of course, this is not an end in itself. We'll be doing more on this. So let us also add another kind of chart over here. So let's select a time plot. Okay. I'm bringing time plot over here, right below the source. I'll right click and I'll connect it over here. And so fine. So what do we have in the time plot? Let's right click on this and go to edit. So which series do we want to have? Selected time series model, selected series. Let's click on that. These are the series that are available over here. Cancel it. Let's select a time series. Yeah, we don't have any time series really out here that we can show or plot. So we'll have to cancel it and we'll have to select only the series that are they have provided us with. And see, out here it is asking yes whether you want to display it as a line or as a point or as a smooth. Let's select it as a smoother. And what is the series that we are taking? All India series. And against that we are selecting Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Click apply, I click OK. And so on x-axis label, what do you want? Well, can we have an x-axis label? We can have a quarter. Let's see how these people will perform on the x-axis quarter. On quarterly basis, how will it show up? Now this was all part of these features are and attributes were part of the plot. Now I'll select on appearance. So what is the title we want to have? Well, we'll keep the title as housing index price analysis. Okay. We are not seeking any subtitle or caption. The X and the Y level, we are retaining it as auto. Display the grid line. When you display the grid line, it will show you in proper grid. Square boxes, small micro square boxes. The output. Now again, as we've seen in case of the previous graph, also the output that we are having here, it is asking us as to do you want to be exported as an output to the file, or you want the output on the screen. We are retaining it with the output on the screen, and the file type is also reasonably set and stable as JPEG. So I'm going to retain it that way, and no annotations. So let us click apply, and I'll click OK. Right. Let us slightly move this, and I'm going to run this. So I'll right click on this and click run. Aha. Now, no graph element specified. Either line or point must be selected. So of course, we'll revisit this error out here. I'll right click on this and I'll edit. So it is asking me what do I want, line or a point. So I am selecting the line, smoother. Click apply and I click OK. Let's right click on this and run it again. Yes, now you can see if there was a green line. Yes, now that is how it shows up. So what are we seeing here? Well, we are seeing here the different index analysis as we are able to view it. That is for all India, that is for Bangalore, Delhi, and Mumbai. And for you can see here that for the first year, that is for the quarters 1, 2, 3, 4, for 2010, 2011, and then for 2012, 13, 14, 15, right up till 2022. So this is how your housing price index analysis will look like. Initially, it was quite low, and then it went on to increase, and it has increased quite steadily. So this is what we have as far as this chart is concerned. So again, this is what it's a line chart. So let's come here and save as. This is also a line chart, but it is on X and Y axis. This is a time series chart typically. Okay. So out here, time plot of all India, Bangalore, Delhi, Mumbai versus quarter. Okay, fine. So there are four, 1, 2, 3, 3 cities, and the fourth one is the price summation of all the remaining cities versus quarter. So that's the output file. I click OK, save it. So out there we can see we are saving this. It's not something that not getting sorted. It's not that we are blank as to where is it getting saved. So fine, this is another thing that we've sorted. I click on close this window. Again, that was our time series plot. Now, what additional plots can we draw here? So if you go on graph mode, suppose let's build a graph mode here. Okay, right click and I'll click connect. I'm connecting this Excel sheet with graph mode. Right click and edit. So out here, which type of visualization do you want? Okay, so I would like to select something like a scatter plot, suppose. Yeah, 3D scatter plot. Okay. So we need 3 axes will be required. The x-axis is what? That of Mumbai. The y-axis is that of all India. And the z-axis is that of quarter. The color is what? We are retaining the default colors and everything. Then I click apply and I click OK. Puts annotations. Yeah, okay. Fine. So I click OK. And now I'm going to run this graph mode. So I right click on that. I'll scroll down and I click on run. See, now that is how your scatter plot looks like. That is your quarter, That is your Mumbai, and that is your all India. So what we see here is now this is going on a high. This is on the upward trending. This is a lower side trending. So out here, if you come here, it's what? First quarter of 2011-2012, Mumbai's price is at 122.1 and the all India price is at 116, which can be seen that by at least 8 points, Mumbai's prices of the housing price index is higher than that of all India's prices. So that is one thing. But if you come here again, now this is on the higher side that we are seeing. That is for whichever quarter value that was. Yeah, that was first quarter 2011-2012. Let's come down over here and see. That's for quarter 2014-2015. Out here we can see Mumbai's prices at 119, 194, and the all India prices are as high as 212, which means Mumbai has grown, but that apart, other cities have also contributed hugely to all India housing index calculation and numbers also. So fine, let us save this as. We can say it's a graph board, but no. I'm writing a scatter board. Scatter plot. 3D scatter plot rather. Saving it that way. So you can see here. Wait. Yeah. So you can see here that out here also it has the same menus that were provided with whichever kind of plot we intend to draw. So I click on edit. If you want to add graph title, let's add graph title. So what's the graph title that we want to add? Quarterly analysis. Oops, what happened? Let's undo it. If you want to copy the graph data, that is also possible. You can also copy the graph. Also, you can copy it from here and you can paste it on your presentation slide. But if I have to click here on the graph title. Okay, let us do one thing. Let us avoid this. We'll come back on this a little later. So again, when you want to add any of when you want to view anything on general, so you can select this and view it in general. So what do you view here? Well, you can see the visualization tree, and you have the print, and you also have the copying of visualization and copy visualization. So these are the small additional features that are available over here. And I click OK. So again, the outputs that you generated, they are evident and saved over here. The models, we have not used any models as such because that is not part of what we want to do today. Now, let us quickly move towards creating dashboard setting and understanding global visualization preferences. So we have worked with around two types of charts. One of them is a scatter plot and the other one is a line graph. We also took a look into the histograms of the given data set. So that part is also covered. And now let us work towards creating the dashboard. Right click on edit. Click and add it here also. But again, now this is all pertaining to the charts and graphs that we have. So for dashboard, let us do one thing. Let us save the stream. Save stream as what? Housing index. I'm saving this. Let us open a new file. So I'm open a new stream. So I'm clicking on this, create a new stream. And what I'll do is I'll also drag and drop the source over here. Right click and I'll click edit. So out here, let us identify which kind of the data we want to work on. Okay, we have this, for the statue. So I'm selecting that. Lines for column and type. Make this 500. Let's preview it. Yes. So again, as usual, first 10 lines they'll show up, and actually first 10 columns they'll show up, first rows, and the remaining columns they'll show up. I click OK, and apply, and I click OK. So your data set is now imported. Okay. And what do we intend to do? We intend to create a dashboard out of it. So I'll minimize this. I'll bring right click here and view data. Should not take too long though. Now we have the data set here already. Okay, and you can click on dashboard over here. When you click on view, you can click on dashboard here, and you can choose an object. What do you want to choose? You want to choose an image. I see, select image. Then please put a name. So I click on upload. And then what am I doing? I'm going on the live sessions, SPSS Modeler. This is what day 6. Click on all files, and I'll select what? I'll select the time series plot. Open. I click apply. So let's click on this. Dragging the left items onto the template. So I'll choose a saved chart. Now please create some chart in the chart model and add them to the dashboard. Okay, so I'm selecting image, upload. Then I'm going for the live session, SPSS Modeler 6, all files, 3D scatter plot. I click open. What is the name of the image? Is what? Scatter plot. Apply. Okay, where are the saved charts? Okay, it is why is it not showing up in the chart? Okay, let us do one thing. I'm coming back to chart here. I'm creating a scatter plot. We'll be having what perimeter as the x-axis, and the y-axis will take roundness and fine. So this chart we have created. Okay. And, what is a fit line? Let us have a linear fit line. So this is also drawing a linear fit line that we call it. We'll also have had an exponential fit line. So it will look like this. And then what about logarithmic? Yeah, it changes. So whichever type of fit line you select, it will change. I select polynomial, so this also changes. But for our ease, for now, I'm selecting only linear. Okay, so that is the scatter plot you have. And now what next? Start over, display the data value in chart, download chart details, download chart image, save as a dashboard chart. You can see here. Okay, and then you have the global visualization preferences. Fine. So before we can save this as a dashboard chart, save chart snapshot. You can switch to dashboard module to build your chart. Okay, close. So fine, we have already selected and saved it as a dashboard chart. Now let us go on the global visualization preferences. So I click on this, and then it is asking me the title, the tool, the theme, the notification. So these are some of the preferences it is asking us to opt for. If you want, you can select opt for global title. If you don't understand what is global title, enable or disable the global title for all charts. So let's select it. And enter a top level title for all charts. Enter secondary level title for all charts. You can also select on default site titles. So anyway, I'm deselecting this global titles. I'm selecting apply. After this is done, yes. So the statue model we have Oh, where did we miss that out? Yeah, that was on the graph board. Click, we select view data, yes. View data also. That's view data. And we select the dashboard. So we already selected a dashboard chart, I guess. Choose an object, image, upload. Live session, we have saved it. 6. Select all files. Okay, we have not selected or saved it. Fine, let's go back to the chart. I'll quickly select a scatter plot. For y-axis is what? Eccentricity. For x-axis, it's compactness. We're having a linear line of fit. Primary title, what is the title of the chart? Scatter plot. Compactness versus eccentricity. I select on. Save as a dashboard. So you can build your dashboard. Okay, close this. Let's come back here on dashboard. Yeah, now you can see here that of course in the previous chart we had not saved. So now this we have. Okay, this chart we have already selected. So you can drag it and put it over here. You can import a dashboard file. So let's click on this. Load. We have it as a live session file. Let's click on that and see if it's saved here. No, we do not have any JSON, although we have many other files. It's a string file, it's a PBD file, it's an output file. So let's select an output file. Let's click open and I click apply. Should it open? Yes. So, okay, fine. Depending upon which kind of file you intend to work or select upon, you will be able to drag and drop these files here or here also. You should be able to drop it. Yes. Why did it not show up over here? Okay. Right. So out here it was supposed to show it. I'll click on this button here on the small icon. Link selected chart. So I'm selecting this. We are linking this selected chart. Okay. And fine. So with this chart, what more can you do? Okay. So we did create a dashboard and we're now setting understanding global visualization preferences. So if you want, you can what? You can save as an image. You can also select the data. You can clear the selection. You can restore. You can zoom back. You can zoom in, zoom out, zoom back. There is not much you can zoom in or zoom out. But then, like I said, this is one such data that one such chart that you created for creating a dashboard. You can also create many such charts. And click on chart. You can select maybe a multi-series line chart. So you can switch to charts and you might lose this chart details. You might have to provide more. I click continue. And then we had eccentricity on the x-axis. On the y-axis, what can we select? Let us select major axis. Suppose if you take a major axis over here, then instead of the multi-series, let us take a line series graph. Click continue. So fine, this is a line series graph that got generated for compactness versus eccentricity. Okay, and then again, what am I doing is I'm saving it as a dashboard chart. So I click on this button here. You can also download the chart image if you want. Now, of course, don't be worried about the overall how the image looks like here, but because the points are spread over a very big area. Like it's around 1300 to around 17 or 1800 rows are there. So there will be a high and a low on this. So that is how we have drawn this chart though. So, but then let's click on save as a dashboard chart. So I'm saving as a dashboard chart, closing it. And now I'm coming on the dashboard, and you can see there's a second chart that we have. This was for the scatter. This is the line chart. So if we come back here, right now, what we've done here is we have reduced on the size of this scatter plot. So again, and now out here, we need to drag this line chart and drop it over here. So we can select this. So this chart that you see here is a scatter plot of eccentricity versus what? That is versus compactness. Okay, and this is a line chart between eccentricity and compactness. So this is how you are creating and working on the dashboards. And let us click on this. If you want, you can also edit the layout over here, but we don't want to do it really. Although we would like to save as a new template. You can save it as a new template if you want, but I think we don't need that either. We don't need save any template. So fine, let's come here and what are the preferences? Click on preferences. Yeah, these are the preferences that they've asked us for. We go back on the dashboard and okay, we'll save as a new template. Let's save it. So this is how there is nothing new in this template. This template is much the same way like this template one. But yeah, still saving this template. And I'll minimize this. I'm saving this as what? As a live session for SPSS Modelers day 6. And so again, this is just about the pistachios that we have worked upon. Wait. So whatever we have done here, this is only about the chart and the graph that we have worked on. Let's click on models. We do not have any models. We have only the outputs and we only have the stream. So let's come here and we'll save stream as what? I'm saving the stream as a statue. Okay. And I'm clicking save. Now, after this is done, again, this was only pertaining to the charts and the graphs that we have. So we created, we built charts. We also created a dashboard, and we also went for the setting and understanding of the global visualization preference. So now let us do one thing. Let us also add one of these graphs over here. So I'm adding a plot. Okay. Right click and I click connect. Bring it here. What is this plot about? On the x-axis, we are taking what? Eccentricity. On the y-axis, I'm taking compactness. No, not compactness, I take roundness. Color, well, we are leaving everything as is. So in fact, the x and the y field are more important. So I generally prefer to take them. If you want, you can anyways take animation, transparency, shape, size, color panel. What are the options? We are taking it as a point. Automatic x and y range will be determined. And the appearance, well, let's leave it at that as is. For now, it's a plot anyway. Output and the annotations also will treat it as is. So I click on apply and I click OK. Now let us run this. So I selected this. We can go for the entire selection and run it. Right click and you can select on run selection. Right. So this is how your eccentricity versus the roundness chart looks like. Okay. And right click on this. You can also want to generate. You can view interactions on this. Are there any interactions? No. So I deselect it. What are the general outputs that we have here? So again, we don't need them. So I'm deselecting the general. I'll click on explore mode. It's not changing anything from the exploration perspective. This is, you can display field and value labels. Let's select on that. And then we have Yes, you can add graph bands, you can add graph region. Let's select on graph bands and see what happens. Yeah, so band name, lower bound, band one, apply, okay. Okay, there is not much happening on the edit side. So fine, this is how you are generating your graph and the scatter plot. I'll save this file as a plot of eccentricity versus roundness, and I'm saving it. Okay, and now let's close this. I'll right click on this. I'll click on edit. We already taken it. I click OK. You could have added a lot of filters if you wanted to. I could have got rid of RGs and mean standard deviations. Skewness cutoffs also we can get rid of. Class is fine, and I click apply. I click what are the types that we have here. See, generally when you import any data set, irrespective of the file format you have, when you go on edit and when you try to process it, you'll always find that some of the read values could be missing. So as a healthy practice, click on read values. So it will ask you to it will put up all the values over here that you intend to read. See, all the values have come up. There could be times and situations when these values would be available naturally, but there would be time when you might want to read the values. Because unless you read the value, the output or the export node or the graphical node will not support or help in generating the output. And that is something that we have seen on many occasions when they throw up the errors and warnings. So I click apply and I click OK. Okay. Now right click and let us click on from here. Again, so this is what we have already generated. So now comes creating the dashboard. So right click on this, click on edit. Wait, right click on this and come here, right click, click on edit. The plot options, appearance, output annotations, everything is available over here. So click apply and then click run. We can also export this, which is something that we've done. We can also publish it to web. So all of this is clear really for you all. And there is nothing now pending for this particular session for today. So this is how your overall understanding of working with data will appear and look like. When you come here and you click on view data, you go on select dashboard, choose an object which is an image file, upload, data set, and then we can select on all files. This is but then these were the import files. Okay, so we're not looking at that. Let us go to the live session files. So this is the entire, yeah, that now see, we can see there's a pistachio string string open. So let's click open, apply. It's not going to come over here so easily. Because we have not created a dashboard here itself. Okay, so we can save it as a dashboard. So let us do one thing. Let's go to the chart. Okay, let us create a bar graph for all. So these are the, you can see here, these are the additional charts that are available over here. Okay. Hello and welcome for the SPSS Modelers. Let's start with the course curriculum and the course description. Right. So, okay, we'll be working with outputs. So when I say outputs, what is that supposed to mean? Let us quickly launch the software and I'll show it to you. Yeah. So you can see here that the software is launching here. It's and we log in here on the software. So right, as usual, that's your initializing helpers and the main page that's coming up. It's fine. So software is now ready and launch. So when I say working with the outputs, what it means, typically that's what we will be working with. This is outputs. So when I say output, it means output nodes. And we have a whole gamut of outputs out here, which displays data in structure in tabular format. And then we have a matrix also, creates a report comparing the accuracy of predictive models. And data audit transform statistics means report. And set global slim fit, no, it's sim fit, sim eval. And then the extension output followed by KDE simulation. Of course, quite a few of them, and that really depends on the type of application you're having. But we'll be dealing with a limited few of them, and not just that, we'll also be covering some of these important points. We'll be understanding the viewer and the viewer printing, how it is done. We'll be copying the output into other applications. Also, we'll be looking for some kind of an interactive output. We'll export output and save output. We'll look, if we have time, we'll be looking into pivot tables also, and then we'll also check for the options. So this is quite different from the convention that we have been doing. This has got more to do with processing the outputs. So when we say processing the output, it means that we already have the source node that is ready and imported. We have also applied the modeling node that is needed, and then we have generated an output. So after the output has been generated, we'll be working on it, on the different parameters that are specific only to outputs that we will be generating. And of course, there is an additional node on the data that we had worked on, but then that is already taken care of earlier. Whilst we were building charts and graphs and global visualization preferences that we had carried out in one of our previous or earlier sessions. So fine, let's come here on the software and let us launch one of the data sets. So fine, let us open an existing stream. No, not an existing stream. Oh, okay, we'll open an existing stream, no problem. Can we launch day 4? Okay, we can open this stream also. We'll click insert. But then the thing is, this is already there. So let us, introduce a fresh stream, because there is already a lot of work that has happened here. Although one of the important things is we have the nuggets. So these nuggets, if we right click on it and click edit, see how we generate these type of settings. These are the outputs that we generate. On the model, they tell you what all outputs do you have. Now, I've not come here yet. So if we come here and we click on, if you click on edit, we'll come on the same page really. We'll come on the same page. Annotations, models, on file. Now out here on the file, you can see save node, store node, the headers and footers also. You can generate what? You can generate modeling nodes. So these are the additional functions that come depending upon the different kinds of output that we have. So fine, I'm not going for this yet. If I come here on the options out here, you can see that these are the options that we have: the outputs, the annotations, and the settings. Anyway, let us go on the opening a new stream altogether. So I'll click here and I'll close the stream. No, I don't want to make any changes. So fine, let us click on a new stream. So I'm going to import a new source. So which kind of source do you want to import? Let us see if we have imported already a JSON. So, is there any other source that we can look upon? Fine, let us go to Excel. So that is the most standard source that we have. I'll right click on that. I'll click on edit. For the data, let us click on desktop, and there are some data sets that we'll take a look at quickly. We don't have it here in the Excel format. Okay, so instead of Excel, let us import the fixed file format. I'll right click and I'll delete the Excel format. Why fixed file? Because we have many of the files which are in the CSV format. So fixed file format is CSV type files format. So I'll click on this. So fine, let us select one of the common ones, that one. I click open. Field types. Let's read the values. Okay, the values to be read. Click apply and I click OK. Right click and I click on view data. Okay, now there are fields related issues. Fine, let us not select this file also. We'll select another kind of file. Fine, so we'll select Excel. Let's see which kind of data sets we have. We have a banking data set, right? It's in XLSX format. So I click open. Click on filters. Yeah, we have the filters here, but we don't want to apply any filters as such. Types. So let us click on read values. So we are getting some values out here. And if I click on annotations, okay, I don't need to do anything on that. So suppose if I click on preview, and so that's the price data that we have imported for different stocks or shares. Out here we can view the print. We can also publish to it. We can export all of this to the different kinds of format. Now this is interesting and important. You can export this as a .csv, .tab, HTML format, and also TCD, that is transposed comma delimited CSV, and this is tab delimited. This is comma delimited. So the given file can be imported in this format. Also, in addition to that, yeah, you can copy with fields. You can generate. You can select nodes based on your requirement from here. And I click OK. Click apply and I click OK. Right. So the import file is ready out here, really. And now let's see if we can fit in any of the other formats. Will now fit in the output node here. So let us conduct a data audit first and see how does it look like. 5 fields are there. Okay, great. Let's click on edit. So out here you can see when you click on settings, it is showing you the default. You can use custom fields also. And so these are the different display performance on large data sets. Yeah, we don't need this then. When you click on the quality, so these are the different values, that is the outliers and the extreme values that's showing out here on the output. Generally, output and the annotations, they have a relatively similar approach and similar window and the contents when we look at output and annotations. And then after this, okay, fine, let's click apply. Yeah, let us select the customs. So let us select the highest price. Okay, click apply and I click OK. Is there an overlay? Well, none really. We don't have any overlay. We have selected the graphs, basic statistics, and the advanced statistics. I'm clicking apply and I click OK. So fine. We have selected only one field over here, and I'll right click on that, scroll down and click on run. Fine. So that is the output that we have generated here. Okay. And what are we seeing? These are the vertical bars. These are the horizontal bars. And the display statistics. So if you come here, it will show us the display statistics that we have. We can select all of them. I click OK. So these are all the display statistics that they've thrown up, and that's the output. So let's click on File. Out here you can see you can publish to web. We can also export as a CSV tab and HTML. These are pivots. Now you can see here pivot thumbnails. Let's click on that. Okay, now we don't have. And if you click on display statistics, yeah, that is already showing up. So you can close this window. You can generate what missing values also and the outliers. Now, these are different additional features that you can options that you can use and exploit over here. So that is one thing. Click on quality. See, now when you click on quality, what happens here is it shows you the quality of the field that we have selected. So out here you can actually see that the complete field is what 100%, and the complete record is also 100%. Outliers, extremes, action. And these are some of the attributes that will be reflected over here. So the data quality is reasonably good, and that's quite appreciative. I'll click OK here. Okay. And now let's run this. I come here and I select run the current stream. Exactly. So now this is what was generated. This is what has been generated. Kurtosis, skewness, and statistics, and all the other attributes are here. If you come and click here, yeah, the data audit, the same one. So I'll delete this. I'm going to retain only one data audit. I'll name this as what stream as. I'll save the stream as SPSS Modeler. That's on day 7, and banking. I'm just saving it as a banking. Click on options here. Out here you can put in your password and all. Let's click save. So we added one of the outputs here. Let us also add another output here, that is out of report. Suppose if we add a report here, what will it show? Okay, it is not showing us anything, right? Because now you cannot connect it to that. So coming back here, we are to look at the viewer and the viewer printing. We are to copy the output at the other application. So let's go on graphs. Okay, and on the graph, no, not on the graph, sorry. If you click on export, export output and saving output. So fine, let's come on output. Let us select statistics out here. I'm connecting this with this particular output node. Right click and I click edit. So that's the settings in the output that we have, the annotations. Click apply. Yeah, but then examine what high price. Apply, click OK. Correlation settings. Do we have any values that we want to have correlations with? Open, high, low, close prices. Click apply, OK. All do I do not want. I don't want to maintain the count. Mean, max is fine. Min, max, mean. Range is not needed. Variance is not needed. Standard error of mean is also not needed. So I'm selecting a limited few statistical values here, and I click apply and I click OK. Now I'm going to run this. Again, when you run any specific output, it is only that stream or that particular connection that will run. So if you are running only field here, then only this particular section will run. This particular section should not run. So I'm selecting statistics here, right click, and I'm clicking run. You can see the. So out here we can see that okay, that is the output that we've generated. I'll quickly go on exports and I'll show you a lot of other functions also. So we saw that the green line that was generated, right click, and again I'll show you. See, that's a green line that was generated. So that is particular only to that particular stream. It does not happen in case of all the streams. So let's delete this and let's save this as what? It's being saved on day 7. Okay. So fine. With this, what are we also seeing or noticing? Whatever output nodes that we are selecting, its output windows will keep varying. So suppose if I select a table here, if I select banking and connect it with the table here, right click here, I click on edit settings, high record settings, where highlight records, no. This is the format that they have provided us with. It's the output, and I click apply and I click OK. Now let's right click and click on run. Okay, so this is the output that got generated here. That is, we have the table here and the annotations. Let's click on file. You can also select a node out here. You can also derive a node from here. So this is interesting. Out here on the tables, and right click and you can copy with fields and select all of them. And if you click on file and click on save, so that will be saved as a table output, of course. So this is how you will be working with the tables. And suppose if I come here and I click on export, if I want to export this as what is a CSV file format, I'll select comma delimited day 7. And what is this? This is banking data. Okay, banking, and it's of the CSV comma delimited format. So I click save. So if I go back on the particular day, see now this is in the CSV format that we have already imported, and its relevant stream is out here. So .str extension file will be meant as it's a stream file typically. So when you every time you want to run a software or a program or any particular stream in IBM SPSS Modeler, that you'll have to execute the str file. So that is another important thing. And okay, fine. Let's come back here. Yeah, we need to work on the copying output and notifications. So suppose if I want to say a copy with fields, so I can copy this with fields, and if I want, I can go and paste it. Let's open this banking itself. But since we are not exported in the CSV format, I think it might not stick in there. We work on a new. There, see, it's selected only this much. It has not selected the entire table because we did not select the entire table in the first place. So so we already exported it. Now let's click on print preview and see what it shows up. Yeah. So here you can see that these are the different pages and the output print output set, which is relatively similar to most of the and standard with most of the outputs that we have, or with the print settings that we see on most softwares. Right, so I'm going to close this window also. Let's come back on this and work on the analysis on the metrics, or let us work on the analysis. So what are we analyzing over here? Right click and let us connect it and see it. Let's click edit. So out here we have the different analysis. We have the binary classifier, we have the coincidence matrices, we also have coincidence figures or confidence figures if available. And you can see here this is the breakdown analysis by field. So you can select whichever field you want here. Performance evaluation, AUC, GNI. So okay, it's not showing us any of the values here though. User defined analysis. Let's see. Okay. No matching pairs of target and predictor fields are found. Okay. Let's click on output. Okay, out here you're supposed to define if now this is if then else a condition that is provided over here. So if you want, you can use this condition also. In our case, we are not having any data here for matching the pair of the target and predictor fields. So, but anyway, let's cancel this. Click preview. Yeah, see that's the price data that is available here. I'll remove this node where I was not using it. But suppose if I take a TCM node output here. I'm selecting the TCM output here. I'm connecting this with the TCM output. Okay. It is telling us there are no series found. So I'll right click on this, I'll click on edit, build specification, build options. So what I'll do here is I'm going to give it a custom assignment, and then the target is what? Is high price. Candidate or input is open price. We are not wanting to have any target input and forced input. So I'll click apply, click OK. Now if I run this, right click and let's click run. The valid time and date stamp is missing. Let's close this. Let us have another data set that can. Um, let us see if STP will work, because it generally works with STP and PCM. It also works with time series, but we'll work on this. So I'll right click on this. I'll connect banking data with STP. There's no target set. Let's click on edit. Again, the target is what? Put back all of here. Selecting the target as high price. Let's select close price. Location we are not taking. The date we are taking as what? Time field. What are the predictors here? Open price. Let us take open as a predictive price. Location label. We're not taking location and location labels. I'm clicking apply. Let's click on build options. Time interval is what is in terms of days, number of days, 7 days per week. Model options, we are leaving it as a default. Basics include intercept, of course, maximum auto regressive lag will be needed. Maximum percentage is 5, that's okay. And these are the output that will be generated and that will be interpreted. So with these fields, let's see if we can apply, and I click OK. Two of these fields are required. So let's see if it will run. Yeah, see now location field is required. Now that's where the problem is. When you're using this data, you will need an additional field for the location. Now we do not have the location price data. So let us see if we have any location data set. Let's see. Okay, let us import. Let's open a new stream. Out here, I'm going to add fixed file. Let's see what comes up here. Let's click edit. Click on the stated location. Okay, now this is not coming up, is it? Let's use it as an Excel file. But having a relevant data set here that we can pick. Let us pick one of our old files. I click edit. I come here. Let's open the housing price index. Filter, no types, read values. Apply, and I click OK. Fine. So out here, let us attach an output. Let us attach a model. PCM model will apply and attach here. Let's see. Connect. Custom field assignments, right? Target is what? All India. The candidate inputs. What are the candidate inputs? I'm selecting Bangalore for target and input. We don't have them, and we don't have any forced inputs. Let's have Mumbai as a forced input, or Delhi will have it as a forced input. I'm leaving all the remaining options as is. I'll apply and let's see. Click OK. I click from here. A valid time and date stamp must be specified. Now we are having an issue with the time and the date factor. Let's click on this and see where is it. There are other, let's try with 2 steps. AS. What are the predictors here? Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, Ahmedabad. Let's see if I can give us predictor inputs. What are the build options? Feature tree criteria, Euclidean. Yeah, leaving all these as a default setting. Do not standardize. Put in what are the model specifications? We are leaving it as is. And what we are seeing here is, let us click on model options and annotations. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Let's click apply and I click OK. Right click on that and I click run. Let's see what output does it. That is a small problem. Let's see if it's going to execute it faster. Yeah, it's running. The node is running. You can see it's running 2-step node here. Okay, great. Now it has generated a nugget that you are seeing here. Let's right click on that. Click on edit. Yes. Now see, what do we see here? We can see the file is providing us the different options that are available. Generating the modeling node. We can click on view, you click on insert, format, preview. So these are the different settings that they have provided us with. Okay, and you can insert a text, a new title, new heading. So these are the settings that generally come. So they will always depend on the type of output node you are using and generating. Most of the previous outputs that we have generated, they were a bit dry in terms of the options that are available as and that are available at output levels. So I click on settings. It is going to ask default score using server scoring adapter, score outside of the database. So this is fine. It can have its inbuilt default settings, so that's fine. Fine. So let's come here and we can save this output. We can also export this output. So suppose if I click on export output, because as I showed here, we'll be wanting to export and save output also. Oops, where is it now? Click on export output and apply. Okay. So out here we can see there is an output here. No, it has exported, but where is it exported? Let's quickly take a look at stated locations. It's not showing up over here. Actually, on this and run from here. Run executable nodes, of course. Come here, click on this, click edit. Can save this. So I'm saving this output here first. 2-step ASCs and the node files as they are saying. From live sessions, SPSS Modeler day 7. 2-step AS for what? For banking noise. Housing price index. clicking save it. So the same is now saved over here. Click on edit. Now, fine. So after you have done this, there are additional options that get activated after setting or saving the file. You can also export as a PMML. You can also publish for server scoring adapter. But for us, saving the output is also as much important. So if you click on save output, it will tell you where to save and what to save. Format, right? It's housing price index. It's the viewer file, viewer output that we wanted to look at. Saving that. And then I click on edit. So we can see paste special. These are the additional options that are available over here. If I click on outline, you can promote or you can demote also. What are the options that are now available here? Yeah. So these are the different model specification options that are available over here. Now you can see the pivot table model specifications. So suppose if I click on pivot, I can transpose rows and columns also. So if I click on transpose row and column, you see this is how it changes. Okay. So again, what is this? Yeah. So that window is now hiding the other one. Yeah. And if I click on again a pivot, transpose rows and columns, it will be arranged in this format. Now I'm not going into the much detailing of the model specifications. Out here, I'm more interested in y'all understanding the graphical user interface. So and then I click on insert. I can also select view toolbars. Select file. You can close. You can format this over here. You can auto fit. And out here we can see this is the general area on which you can provide the column bits, row dimension labels. There is also area format, much the same way we see it in case of Microsoft Word. There are borders that you can format, cell format is possible, notes, superscript, subscript. So this is interesting. This is how you print options. Let's select on that. You can select all the layers. You can also rescale width, white table to fit page, and also anyway, we'll cancel this. You can select the format table looks. Pivot is already being done. Pivoting trays. So you can decide what you want to, how you want to pivot the trays. So fine. This is how your pivot table model specification would appear as or look like. And I'll close this window here. So here this model is already evident that we have generated for two-step AS. Thereafter, what you can also do is you can generate modeling node on that. Yeah, see, we have also generated another modeling node over here but we don't want it, so I'll delete that. Click on view, you can click on insert, click on preview. So when you preview this, it will show you the different data that you have. So it's something that we already done earlier also. So it's and we click. These are the important outputs. It's a very important output that we have generated. If you are using this on a regular basis, this is a very useful model. After that, you can insert a new text also. You can insert the text over here. Which specification is it for? Price index. This is for what? This is two-step AS, right? That's the model here with two-step AS. In this, I'm clicking on the model, click on file, save, output. Yeah, so that's this output that we have. I'm saving it, it will overwrite it. Yes, you will have to change that. So this is how you work on outputs that are generated for two-step AS, the output nugget of two-step AS. Likewise, we could have also used k-means also we can use. You can also use two-step constructs a two-step clustering model. So let's bring it here, right click, connect it here and bring it here. And coming back here, we have also taken care of the pivot tables and the options. We have also been exported output export. We have also exported the output, and we also saved the output. So fine, let's right click on this, edit. Now it's asking for the fields. Now this is slightly different. What are the input fields that we want? Well, we want Mumbai, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, want Jaipur, Kanpur also. I click apply, I click OK. Partition, well, you can use a quarter as a partition. What is a model? No, once again, I'm retaining the default settings and the default contents that they have there. I click apply and I click OK. Let us drag these and place it over here somewhere. Now I'm going to run this particular output modeling. I'm going to run this particular modeling node. So right click on that. And yes, I click on run. Too few valid cases to build required number of clusters. Now that was going to happen. So let's click on edit. We need to move people out here. It seems a little all of them. Apply. Okay. You don't need quarter, so I'll delete the quarter. Let's see, apply, and I click OK. And now if it's going to run, right click and click run. Yes, again. So of course we don't have as many valid cases for building the clusters. So that type of error was on expected lines. Right. So going to omit this one. After the, so typically based on your understanding and interest, you can select any of these modeling nodes, supervised or association, or the segmentation ones also. You can also use a priori, karma, sequence, and the association rules, which are of the association types models. The supervised ones, that is a longer list, of course. If you select random forest, let's see what happens. Right click, connect. Right click, edit. So now we need to set the target also. So custom, we'll select the custom field assignment here. The target is for all India. And all other predictors, Mumbai, not Mumbai, let's select Bangalore. Let us select Kanpur, let us select Kochi, and let us also select Jaipur. All right, I'll select them as predictors. Build options, let us stick with the custom settings. Once again, the options and the annotations are much the same. I click apply, I click OK. Now, again, as you've seen it earlier also, once you provided the fields settings properly and correctly, the file name changes here. So I click on all files, right click. I'll scroll down to run and I click run. So again, this particular section is running. Yeah, it is set. Now there out here, we have generated another nugget, a model nugget. Let's right click on that. Let's click on edit. Now again, this is the output that we have generated. Settings, the summary is also provided, and they have the annotations. If I click on file, it's asking me. Now see, again, like I said earlier also, depending upon the model you use, the outputs will change and vary. Okay, you can export the output, you can save the output, you can export as a text summary, you can also export as a HTML summary, you can export as a PMML. If I click on edit, and these are the options that get activated. If you want edit content, yes, I click in viewer. Fine, so this is the viewer that we have. So you can edit any content that you want here. So I'll close it. They're not making any additions here. They're not editing anything here. I click on generate. You can generate a model to palette. You can filter node. Inputs are not used. Click on view. Click on insert, format, preview. When you click on preview, it will throw you the first and outputs of the given data set. So I click OK. and that is the output that we have here. What next? Well, I'll save and export. I'll export this. So I'm exporting this text as what? As a summary. So all India text files again. So this is something that we also wanted to take a look at, although it's not part of our today's course contents. Generally, we export whatever is available to us simply because it can help us in minimizing the overall file size also. Now, when you send it as a text file, it will hardly be like 5, 10 KB, 15, 20, 25 KBs. So let's save this. You can also save it as an HTML, which I don't want to. So this is how your output was being generated. I'll close this window. So depending, you can see here, depending upon the model, you generate the model nuggets also, and then your output processing changes accordingly, which is not a bad thing to happen. Again, let's come here. You can select what. You can create a super node out of it also. You can also conduct the data mapping. We've not done all this earlier. Then in one of our sessions, I'll see if there's a chance I'll take these features also. Fine. So let us save this. Yeah, this is what housing index. Housing price index. Yes, saving this. So this is how you create or export or take care of the pivot tables that are needed for your file data that you pick or select. What more can we do here? Yeah, we can go for, yeah, see now up here also it's the same thing. So when you click on these menus, which is something that we had discussed earlier also, out here you can see that these are the features that are available over here. You can create nodes. Now we'll not come to super nodes and nodes. So let's click on options. Yeah, there are system options, user options, helper applications. So this is how typically you work with the outputs. So once you have generated the output, these will be needed. These are the set of features that will come into play. Interactive output. Now we have not gone to interactive output yet, but suppose if I come on output and I select on what do we do out here for analysis? Let's see if this is going to work, because we do not have any specific node. Let's right click on this and click run. Yeah, unable to execute analysis. No matching pairs of target and predictor fields are found. Anyway, we've not prepared this analysis node anyway. So yeah, we do not have any of them. So if I were to select only quarter, all, okay. Apply and I click OK. Now let's run. Yeah, again, it's not able to find. So, okay, depending upon the different types of outputs that you will be using, the corresponding formatting will change in accordance. Now, let us suppose that if I were to pick SimFit, now source node that can generate realistic synthetic data, showing the detailed distribution variability of a target field, using Python for Park or R syntax. Now, what happens? Let's see over here. Because we do not have any let us edit it. Yeah, now we do not have a syntax out here, the console output or the output annotations. We do not have any specific R syntax over here that we can use. So we might not be able to use this extension. We'll delete this. Let us see what's there for KDE simulation. Click on edit. Custom signs. Yeah, we can use predefined rules also, not a problem. Keeping all the So it's a simulation, so like it could take some bit more amount of time. But anyway, let's try it. Right click and I click run. It's running this simulation. Now again, see, okay, it's showing us the simulation that it is running. Since it's a simulation, it could take a little longer. That is the only concern I have. Check for the resources getting used. Yeah, the resources are getting used are slightly higher. Now we can see here that since we had activated only KDE solution, out here the green line that we are seeing here, it is meaning it is running only this particular process. It's not running the other two output nodes. It does look like it'll take slightly longer because it is a simulation output. So finally it has generated an output. And see, what do we see here? KDEGEN, right? Now that is a nugget, probably not nugget, but it's an output. So like let's click on edit and see what shows up. Okay, there are settings, filters, and types. Click on read values. I click OK. The read values will come up over here. Oops, that is not good. Okay, it didn't take too long, fortunately. And I click apply. I click OK. There are executable nodes, so connect to target nodes such as export, output, or modeling node. So what we did is we generated the simulation here, okay, and then we generated its simulations output. Out here also we generated the model nugget, but it is asking us for some of the output or export node. Okay, so okay, wait, let's run it. Yeah, connect a target node such as export, output, or modeling node to your flow. So out here we need to connect some modeling or export. So let us export this as what? As a flat file. Right click, connect it. Now if I'm running this, right. Now this is the output that has been generated, okay? And if you want, you can publish this, or you can also put it on these lines. So let us apply it. Export file where, but we'll save it as at. For what? For housing price index. I'm saving this. Click apply and I click OK. So out here we can see this is the output that it has generated. Let's click on view data. That's a bit tricky because every now and then it is see. Out here we are seeing that the output has been generated. Whilst the output was generated, we are also now getting to view the data. If you click on this spreadsheet, this is the data that it generated. Okay. What is this output that we have generated? Well, that is the model that we had run, the KDE simulation that we had run. I'm not going into the details of KDE simulation and such things. So similarly, if I attach any output to this nugget, what do you want to attach? Any output node that we can attach here. Let us attach data audit. Let us take a difficult one. Let us create a matrix. Okay, I'm connecting this with what? This matrix. Rows is quarter, columns is nothing. Let's have it as quarters. Appearance, annotations. Apply, click OK. Now let's run this and see what's going to turn up. Yeah, they are identical. We cannot be identical. So let's edit and select none. Apply. OK. Right click. Run again. Not being specified. So some of the incomplete data will not give us the desired output. So that is also one thing that we'll have to understand. Hello and welcome for the SPSS Modelers. So that is what we have today. Today we'll be discussing about the modeling nodes. So when we speak of modeling nodes, we had seen earlier also in many of our previous sessions that there are three typical combinations: supervised, unsupervised, and segmentation nodes, so supervised, association, and segmentation modeling nodes that are available. Each of these nodes, we have a list of additional nodes which are part of that particular collection of nodes. So fine, let's quickly start with the software itself. I'll type in here, yes, SPSS Modelers subscription. Right, okay. We are now launching or loading the software. Yes, there it comes. Initializing helpers. Hello, sure, hello. Right, the software is now launched and ready. We do not need this window, so I'm going to close this window. Do not intend to launch any of the existing file streams. Right, so okay, well, let us do one thing. Okay, we click on the modeling node here. As you can see, okay, we saw there are three dominant types of modeling nodes. The first of them is the supervised, and then followed by association, and then the segmentation. Now we can see the association and the segmentation nodes are what, 5 and 4 respectively. But the supervised modeling nodes is quite a long list, starting from random trees to tree AAS, CNR tree, that is card tree modeling, which is part of the decision trees, of course. And then we have the decision list model. We have the automatic linear modeling model, predictive linear regression, and we have the principal components analysis, neural networks, and the list and the nodes go on and on until STP, which is a spatio-temporal prediction model, and then it's preceded by TCM, Quest, Child, and KNN, its K nearest neighbor model. So with all these modeling nodes in place, let us start with implementing these modeling nodes. But prior to that, as we are discussing on the course contents, we'll be taking an overview of all the modeling nodes and their types. That's what we just happen to see: supervised, association, and the segmentation node. And then thereafter, we also saw modeling node fields and analyze options, and yeah, the model nuggets, of course, because in case of many of the modeling nodes, typically regression types or decision making types, or the TCM. So I mean, irrespective of segmentation or association of supervised modes, there is always a chance that you'll be getting model nuggets as an output. And then we also have the statistical models, which are advanced output. And then finally, we will also be taking a look at neural networks. Now, neural networks is interesting because, but then out here, in case of IBM Modeler, it generally throws out the multi-layer perceptron model of the neural network. We'll look into it, whether it's multi-layer or single-layer perceptron also. But then, yes, this is what we have for the modeling nodes. And right, so fine, let's minimize the screen. I'll come back on the software itself. And so let us quickly open a stream. Now we already have a stream open over here, but I don't want that. So I'm going to right click on it and scroll on and click on close stream. Now, right, yeah, let's open an existing stream. And we were already working on one of the streams yesterday. So I'll go back to that stream again. Yes, we were working on the housing price index stream. So let's open this stream. So you can either click insert or you can click open. Either ways, it's fine. So I'm clicking open. Right. So that is a stream that we have. And out here yesterday, what all did we do? Yeah, we were discussing yesterday about working with outputs, and we were working with viewers and all, and pivot tables and options as well. And as part of this exercise, of course, we were supposed to have the output nodes connected to the source node, as you can see here. And then we also saw these nuggets coming out and all. So if we want to carry, we can carry on with this also. So fine, or let us do one thing. Let us open a fresh stream altogether. We'll take a fresh data set. I'm closing the stream. Let's click on source node here. Let's open a fresh stream here. Okay. So unless you open the stream, this will not come up. This will not get activated. Right. So I'll click on MS Excel, right click on that, click on edit. And now I'll go and I'll import the file. Okay, we don't have anything here, so we have to look at the data set that we have generated. We have 8 fruits, yeah, data set. Right, so let's open this. Right, I click apply and I click OK. Right, so we have imported the date fruit data set. Now that's agriculture example that I have taken. So, but then on that example, we'll see which kind of nodes will be trying to apply. And if not this, then we'll pick some other node as well, which will give us a certain kind of fitment on the modeling nodes that we intend to perform the analysis upon. And if not this, there are many other examples also that we can take. Fine. So right click on that, click on edit. Yes, we have done all this already. Now these are the big chunk of filters that are available. So now let's try and get rid of most of these. See, we don't want the means. No standard deviations are also required. Typically, these are the outputs that were already generated. So I'm getting rid of all of them. Entropy, RG, all of 4RR class. Let us retain class. That is important. Yeah, we don't need entropies either. So what I'm doing here is I'm retaining area, perimeter, major axis, minor axis, eccentricity. Let us do one thing. Let us get rid of these as well. Major axis, minor axis, convex area, extent, aspect ratio, roundness, compactness is important. Shape factor, I don't need. So fine, I'm not taking a very big list of attributes and parameters to keep things simple for us. Click on types and let's click on read values because out here the values are missing. So if we import this without reading in the values, then it'll throw up an error, of course. So I click on read values here. Select OK to read all the values for a field. Select cancel to return. I click OK. Fine. So these are the set of values that are evident here. And what is missing? Nothing is missing. So I'll leave it at that. There is nothing missing. So let's cancel it. And right, I click apply and I click OK. So the source node is ready. Now, fine. So do we need anything on the record ops or field ops just in case? Let us click on auto data preparation. We have not used field ops or record ops, so we'll use one of these to add some more work or task to our output. So let us right click on this and click on run from here. There are no executable nodes, of course, as it was on anticipated lines. Never mind. So let's click on edit and let's see what all preparation they have done. So that is the objectives. Automated data preparation can recommend data preparation steps, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it is interesting. I mean, it automates your work. So it is always desired and suggested and recommended to use the auto data preparation field. Now, for the fields, we are not setting any target options, okay, but still if you want, we can set class as target options. And for the inputs, let us select the roundness, compactness, roundness, compactness, aspect ratio, and eccentricity, solidity. We can, it's okay, we need not take aspect ratio. I click apply, I click OK. Then what are the settings? We are sticking with the default settings. Analysis, no model is available yet. Annotations I don't want, and then I click on analyze data. Is there any analysis that has been generated? not that I see also. Let's analyze data again. Okay, there is a clear analysis generated. So let's click apply and I click OK. So fine, the auto data is now prepared, complete. So now let us go on the modeling nodes here. And of course, in a given data set, we do not have any of the status values. So let us see which of these nodes will be selected. So let us select something that's a little more simpler for now. So I click on linear and I drag it over here, drop it here. Right click here, I'll click connect and I'll connect auto data prep with the linear mode. Now there are no targets here. So let us set the targets. And again, once again, once the target is set here, then this file name from no targets will change to some file name. So we take custom assignment. What is the target that we want to check? Just check the aspect ratio. So that's your target. And predictors are what? We are taking all the transformed variables. Okay. Okay. And is there an analysis weight? No, we don't have any analysis weight. What are the build options that we have here? Build a new model. Of course, what do you want to do? You want to build a new model. What is your main objective? Create a standard model, of course. And the basics automatically prepares the data. That is something that we already carried out by adding this auto data preparation node. So that will be taken care. Model selection. Now we are selecting the default settings that they have. And after that, what are the symbols? Yes, sticking with the same default setting. Advanced generate. What is the random seed? No, that's a huge number. You can avoid it, ignore this. Model options, model name is automatic. If you want, you can add anything, but that's fine. Leaving annotations as is. And the objective you can see here, that is a standard model that they have selected, that they want to have as an objective. I click apply and I click OK. See, now you can see here the aspect ratio. Why is it naming it as an aspect ratio? Because aspect ratio is what we have set as a target variable. So every time you set a target variable, that target variable will the modeling node will take that as a node name for that. Fine. So and out here, let's click run. We can click run here also, or we can click on this on the source node here and click run from here. So you can see everything is in green. Yes. Now, what is that? That is your model nugget, as we call it. Where will be? Yes. So what do you see here again? The modeling and the node that you're seeing, overview of the modeling node. This is something that we've done. Modeling node field and analyze options. We checked that as well. And then we generated the model nuggets. How? That is what we did. After we ran this particular stream, we generated the model nugget. Let's right click on this and save the stream as what? Be saving this as part of live sessions, SPSS Modeler, day 8. No, it's day 8, right? Yes. And yeah, fine. So let's put this as date fruit. That's the file name. I'm clicking on save. Now that's a stream file. Okay, so it's .str extension that is being saved in day 8 of the given folder, and I click save. Now that we have this output generated, let us view the data here. Although most likely it will be the same data that we have seen. Aha, now that's the data from aspect ratio node. Yeah, now that is the data that was already that we had selected. The class transform is 0. No, that is a class transform that we are seeing here. So depending upon the variables that we have, the classes have been allocated in accordance, depending upon the values. So and what do we see here? We can see here, oops, where is it gone? Right, what do we see here? The aspect ratio, there is a sign over here. Okay, if I click on that, yeah. Fine. So this is what we have as far as viewing data is concerned. We'll also create a chart and graph and all that, but I'm not going to go into that as yet. Not interested for that. That is not the objective of our today's live session either. So we employed an modeling node, and we generated its model nugget. What's the next thing that we intend to do? We also intend to generate the statistical models advanced output. Now, when we speak of statistical models advanced output, what is that supposed to mean? Let's click on output. Now, we can select any of these values here or any of the nodes here to generate some kind of meaningful output. So let us select transform. Well, let's have it this way. Now, if I run, right, click on this and I click run from here, no fields have been specified. Of course, we have not. So click on transform, click on edit. Now we understand it better, right? That we have to define the attributes and parameters in and across the nodes, irrespective of, I mean, without that, it is not going to work. Meaning there has to be some field which has to be identified for any stream to run. So then I'm selecting aspect ratio over here and I click apply and I click OK. And, what are the options? Selected formula. We are leaving everything as is. Click apply and I click OK. So we can see it's showing us one field. So right click on this and let's scroll down and select run from here. Right. So what do we see here? For aspect ratio, these are the outputs that have been generated, the transform outputs that have been generated. Now that's select a transformation, current distribution, inverse, log normal, and log 10, exponential, square root. So let's open square root, any random output that we can. So what do we see here? The aspect ratio that we are seeing here is 1.3887, count of 897. So that is the histogram of the aspect ratio square root. If we take the exponential value of that, yeah, that is 6.07 e raised to minus 30, and the count is what 897. So these are the different expense ratio values that we are seeing for these distributions, and that is evident over here, and that is the output that is getting generated. Fine, so let's come and save this. Transform our distributions. Now, the interpretive part is I'm leaving it for you all to work upon. If you click on inverse, so out here we can see there is perfect normal distribution type structure, the bell shape, but it is fine. That is how your graph is showing up here. Yes, if you want to split in bands, that is also possible. If you don't want to split in band, that is also there. So split in bands are found with 3 equals. Let's click on split. Yes, so we are seeing first, second, and the third band. So in the third band, we are seeing that the bell shape is peaking at the third band. And its aspect ratio, no aspect ratio is 0.6516. Then increase the split. I click split. So there'll be 8 bands out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So again, what is the significance of these bands? Well, they help us in working on particular band or particular section in that band. So this is how it is. And I click OK. So that is the output that we generated by using the modeling nodes. So I click OK. I'm closing. Yeah, I click OK here. And this is now completed. So this is how we conduct the modeling outputs analysis. We are yet to work on the neural networks aspect of that. So let us do one thing. Let us check out the data sets that we have. Let's check on statue images, data set features. If this we have very healthy count of values whereby we can. Okay, that's the Kirmizi pistachio. That is a class of pistachio. We don't need the shape factors. I can delete it. What more do I need? Area parameter minor. Yeah, area minor. I click delete it. Can we have PDIS Q? No, I don't need that either. I'm retaining solidity. Extent and yes. So fine. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of these are your variables, and I'm saving this as live session. Today's day 8. Fine, let's save it over here. We are saving it as an Excel file. Hopefully this is an Excel file. If not, let's check it again. Yeah, it's an Excel open file. So I click save, place it. Yes, I'm closing this window. Let's go back to the software, and I'll open another stream here, which will be for Kirmizi pistachio. So let's click on another stream here, and I'm renaming the stream as what? Save as. Yeah, that is your file stream name. I click save, and so now that is set. Now let us work on the neural networks aspect. So again, I'll go to the source. I click on Excel, right click, I scroll down and click on okay, you scroll up and click on edit. I'll import the file here by clicking on these 3 buttons here, and we have the pistachio data set. I click open. What are the filters? We are not taking any filters as such, so let's retain all of them. Types, yes, we are having. Let us read the values. Let us have the default reading by the SPSS Modeler itself to avoid any errors. And refresh it. Yes, I click apply, and then I come here and I click on OK. Fine. So with this pistachio Excel data set, we'll now associate the modeling node. That is the modeling node. We are selecting supervised node only, of course. There is nothing on the association nodes that we can take on the segmentation, although we can take 2-step AS segmentation. We'll see in a later part of this session if you can pick one of these 2-step AS. Okay, means AS segmentation. Meanwhile, sticking on supervised, let us click on neural network. So that is the node that we have selected. Now out here you can see there is no targets again. So unless you select a target in a modeling node, it will always show you that there are no targets. So fine, right click on that, click on edit, and use custom field assignments. Yes. Now, what do you want to really study about? I want to study about the aspect ratio. So I'm setting that as a target, and I'm selecting the rest of them: eccentricity, solidity, roundness, compactness, and extent as predictors. Apply. Let's check on the build options. We are building a new model, of course. And then what is the main objective? Is to create a standard model. So that is the honest main objective. I click on basics. That's a multi-layer perceptron. Can we select a radial basis function? No, I'm not going on all that. I'm sticking with multi-layer perceptron. Stopping rules, minutes is maximum programming time. Training time is what they are putting 15 minutes. Now let's see if it's going to last 15 minutes. Customize the number of maximum training cycle, minimum accuracy, ensembles, voting mean. And then you click on advanced. So overfill prevention set is about 30%. Now, these are the default settings that these people have, that the software has. So we're going to stick with them. What are the model options? Well, we'll be calculating the predictor importance. That is important. That is important. And once we have the output, then I'll explain why is it important. automatic and the custom model name. We are selecting the automatic name. Probability of the predicted value, increase in probability from next to most likely value. So, fine. We are setting these as the defaults. I click apply. I click OK. So yeah, as you can see here from no targets, we now have aspect ratio as the desired target. Now, since this is a modeling node, if we try to run this, most likely it might throw an error that you do not have an output node. So let us not be worried of that for now. I just want to click on statue and I click run from here. Yes, now it's running. Now see, we can see here that there is a model nugget generated. It is not throwing any error. Why? Because a modeling node will generate a model nugget. But when it comes to eventually the output in terms of table or matrix analysis or the whole bunch of outputs that they are generating, we will need to have an output node to the nugget at least. So fine, let us right click on nugget and see what it has to offer. See, what do we see here? This is interesting. Out here, we can see, yes, now that's the window. We see the model summary. It is a multi-layer perceptron. That is something that we have selected. Stopping rule error cannot be further decreased. Hidden layer 1 neuron. How many hidden layers are there? 2. Fine. So let's come here and see it. Yes, see there are two neurons. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there are 2 neurons. So hidden layers are 2. Again, there are only 2 hidden layers, meaning it's not 2 by 2 or 2 by 3 types. And then there is a bias that is added, and then it eventually culminates into the aspect ratio. This is the extent. If you want to click on top bottom approach, there. If you click on bottoms top approach, there it is. Effects, what these are stylist effects. If you want, we can add the coefficients also. I would rather prefer coefficients, but the values are not showing up over here. And let's have it this way. Oops. So negative to positive. So we can see eccentricity is highly negative, and then the element of bias is highly positive, followed by the bias and neuron true over here. The rest of them are reasonable values in terms of the coefficient cell sign. And let's click on preview. So that is the output, not output, that is the data set content that they are showing us. We don't need it anyway, so I'm clicking OK. Then I click on generate. What can we do here? Well, we can generate a modeling node, we can model a palette. Field selections are also possible. Right, so this was only the first part of this. The next part is the model. That was only the model summary. That is a predictive model. So that's what the thing is here. See, we see eccentricity at 0.81, compactness at 0.15, solidity, roundness, and extent. Extent is like hardly any relevance because its importance is 0. If I come back here or on this node, what do we see? Eccentricity has the highest synaptic weight estimate. I mean, on the negative side, it's minus 0.7. That is what we are seeing here also, that this predictor has greater importance compared to compactness, solidity, roundness, and extent. Again, if I come back here and see it for compactness, solidity, and roundness, these are like, in terms of synaptic weight estimate, they are in between types. They are neither highly negative or they are neither highly positive. So those values, the level of positivity or negativity, will be applicable or available in the predictive importance page. That is 0.15 and 0.03, and roundness is how much? 0, and extent is also negative. No, that is also a 0. And this is what? This is the predicted value that is observed. So we can see there is upward trend out here on the predicted value, and equally on the aspect ratio. So this is how your model nugget or the model for the neural network is generated. But that's not an end in itself. Let's click apply and I click OK. Now, after this is generated, let us go to the output modes and see what more can be done about it. So let us select the analysis of here and see how will this node react with the model nugget. Right click and I click view data, click run. Yes. Now, what is that? That is the analysis that it generated. So comparing neural network aspect ratio with aspect ratio, the minimum error is this, maximum error is this. These are the different outputs that are generated, results for the output field for aspect ratio. Let's save this. This is interesting. So that is the output. That is the report that has been generated. What more do we have here? Annotations, nothing. Click on edit file. It's much the same. You can export this as an XPS, HTML, or a text format. So what do we see here? The mean absolute error, MAE is 0.006, mean error is 0, standard deviation is 0.01. So it's relatively stable at only 1% variability. And then we have the linear correlation at 0.99. So that's 100% correlation. Occurrences are 2148. So 2148 means what? Those are the number of counts that are available. So all number of observations, N as we call it. I click OK. I'm saving the stream, of course. So in outputs, we have selected what different histograms and the analysis. What more can also be done on the aspect ratio? Well, let us let us conduct a data audit on this. So again, what I'm doing here is, let's come back here on the contents covered. We have already conducted the overview of the modeling node, and we also dealt with the modeling nuggets and the advanced output statistical models and equally neural networks. Now, for the neural networks, I'm working on the different aspects of neural networks using the different modeling output nodes that we have. So let us connect aspect ratio with data audit. And let's run the data audit. Now it is showing us there are 8 fields. So I selected it and I click run. Right. So what do we see here now? Well, happily enough, it's a great chunk of data. It is showing us the audit. So when we say audit, what is it showing as part of the audit? Minimum, maximum, mean, standard deviation, skewness, unique, and validity. So out here in the validity, we can see in that particular column, that's 2148, which means the total count of observations is uniform throughout. Yes, seeing a higher minimum value for aspect ratio, and the lowest minimum value that we are seeing here is that of roundness. Yes, it's 0.063. So that is another observation. And when we look in terms of standard deviation, aspect ratio has a higher standard deviation, which means there is a high level of variability. So high variability is inconsistency in quality. Of course, that's situational and circumstantial as to what are we comparing with what. Again, we see here that this MX aspect ratio is also 0.240. Skewness is, yeah, out here it's positively skewed. Right, now let's click on quality. So what do we see here? The complete field, 100%, complete records 100%. So everything is 100, 100, 100, which means the data quality is very good. There are some outliers that we can see here, for eccentricity, solidity. There are not too many of them. What are the extremes? Are like what? Eccentricity and solidity as extremes, and compactness also has extremes. Rest of them do not have any extremes, so that's fine. Out here, no action is needed, impute nothing, and I click OK. So that is your output analysis for data audit. Now that was only one part of the modeling node that we had covered, and that was what we covered linear, we covered neural network. We can also cover one of these logistics also, but do we have the necessary data set? I think most likely we fine. So let us save all of this, and I'm opening a fresh stream again. Now okay, I'm going to import a nuclear proliferations data set. So for that, what will I need? No, I don't need neural networks. I need source. So on source, I select a fixed file. Because it's the file that we are having is in a CSV format. Click on edit. Let's hope this file will work. Data set. What was our file about? Yes, it was for proliferations, but out here I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, there it is. That's in the CSV format. I click open data read values. Okay, it's not reading any values. It looks like we might not be able to import the data correctly. But never mind. Let's click on preview. Yeah, no records received, right? So let's cancel it. Right click and again scroll on, no, scroll up and click edit. We come here. So that's why the problem is we are not having the relevant file in SPSS format. Fine. Let us come back here and quickly change its file type. Why am I doing it? Because I want us to run the logistic regression in the supervised regression. See, because I've covered at least two of them, right? So I'm covering neural networks is done and linear is done. I'll select logistic and then I'll move to association and segmentation. That's what the strategy is. So fine, let us come back here quickly. Proliferation. Now that's a CSV file format. Click on file, save as. CSV, I'm making it what 90s, 937 2003. I'm selecting XLSX. Click save. Okay, now that it is saved, I'll Control X. Stop. Add live sessions. SPSS Modeler day 8. See, now we can see here, like, the streams have been generated, the outputs also been saved, and these are the data sets. So now let's go back here. I click data. Click on proliferation. Yes, open, apply. Okay, so yeah, we can see here. See, this is now changed. It's proliferation. Next, I'm not going to discussions of the data set, but then we have three columns over there: consideration, pursuit, and there is another one. So there is we intend to study the status as to how will they turn out for 0 or 1 conditions. So that is the data set that we have. Right click on that and no, we cannot run on it. We need to connect a modeling node. So I click on supervised. I click on logistic. That's out here. It's the same trip path. It's the same concern node targets. So I right click on that. I click on edit and fields. So we are taking the custom field segmentations. What is the target that we have? Yeah, oops, it's asking for entity. No, I don't have entity. Now there's a small problem. Okay, let's select entity. Let's see. For the inputs, we have consideration, pursuit, and possession. Let's click apply. I click OK. Apply. And I click OK. Oh, no change. Let's come back here. So we are not able to successfully import the file because there is a issue related to target. And let's quickly come here. Let's see if we can make any changes. Predictive logistic regression model, right? That's what they are about. So if I remove this, if I make all the values that are 1, if is equal to 1. Make it yes. Otherwise, let's see how logic is going to work. Oh, it's not working. Why is it not working? Okay, I'm changing all of the ones to yes and zeros to no. Excellent. And why are we doing it? Just so that we can get an important data set for our analysis of logistic regression. Let's click filter, clicking save. Let's click OK. I'll close this window. Come back here, right click, edit. Say, oh, apply, right click OK. And on the targets, let's see if this is going to work. Right click and I click on view data. Let's see if the data input has been correct. No, we do not have that, right? So we need to import the entire file again fresh. So I'm deleting this node. I go on sources, I click on Excel, right click, edit. Come back here, click on proliferation, click open, apply, okay. Now we have this file imported. Let's right click on that and click on view data. Oh, why is there a problem? Should probably show it as a format of yes or no. Okay. Okay, we will right click and let's go on to editing again. Or file that we have selected an incorrect location file link. Okay. Yes, I click on SPSS Modeler, day number 8. Yeah, now it should open fine. Apply. Okay. Right click, view data. Yes, so now we have everything in place. Now let's see if our output is going to run. So I click on modeling again. I'll bring in logistic modeling node here. Right click on edit. What are the fields that we want? Custom fields, status. And I'm selecting here non-concentration, pursuit, and possession. Apply, okay. I click partition, none, we don't need any partition. And here also, let's have here split, apply, okay. Even if you don't have here, that's fine, but don't want it. And choose not to have here. I click apply, wait, apply and I click OK. That's still an issue with the targets, is it? Okay, let's come here and edit this and see. We are not created the read values correctly. So now if I select on read values correctly, then most likely the no targets should change here. Yes, that changes to status. So this is what we were stuck with. Click apply and I click OK. Okay, so we now have the modeling output ready. Modeling node connected with the source node. Now let's quickly right click and run it from here. Yeah, so it's running the regression and it is executing. It needs to be seen how long will it take. That is only concern, because we do not have, although it is a reasonably big data set. I mean, it's not too big a data set at the ESC. So we now have the output status for that. Let's click on that and view data. But then, okay, that is fine. Click on preview. Yes. So this is what we have. Okay, considerations and status, LP status, RP status. I click OK. But that is not an end in itself, because we would like to connect an export or an output node. So can we connect an export node? No, let's connect an output node. Why do we need an output node? Because that is the analysis we want to perform. So I'll be connecting, okay, last time we conducted the data analysis and all, right, data audit. Let us, we don't need statistics, we don't need mean either. Let us create a report from your data and see how it shows up. So right click on this and connect it with the report. Now we'll right click and click run. Okay, there is nothing to show up as part of this report. So we'll leave the report blank. I'll delete it rather. I'll leave this blank. Let us see what analysis can we perform here. So right click, connect with analysis. Right click and I'll run the analysis. Okay, so what are we seeing here? The status is correct and incorrect. 42 is correct and 42 is incorrect. Totally is 85. So this is what we are seeing here. The status is 50% is yes and 49.41% is no. That is the output status that we generated for the analysis. I click OK. Now I'm not going into the inferential aspects of this. The objective here is to show you all how to run this and generate a desired output. That apart, which other analysis can we perform? Let us see if we can run a KDE simulation. But the only concern is it could take slightly longer. So let us avoid it. So again, in summary, this is how you are running the supervised modeling, supervised models. Okay, I'm saving this. Which is this? That is the proliferations, right? That's the proliferation stream file. I'm clicking save. And now let us go to the, because we are running short of time. So let us click on the associations. Instead of association, let us go for the segmentations. Okay. And then we see if we can use coherent network or k-means clustering model. I'll use k-means clustering model. So let us do one thing. Let us open the date fruit analysis. Okay. And out here in the output, select and we'll move these guys on that side. Yeah. And also let us add a comment over here. So insert a new comment. So that is for what? That is for the linear. Which one was that? Wait, that was for the automatic linear modeling. Automatic linear modeling analysis. Automatic linear. So that is the comment that we have for this particular section. So I'm separating this particular section from the second section that I'm looking at. Let us check on pistachio also. Okay, pistachio is not much of a problem. And proliferation also, it's not a problem. Right. So on the data, on the date fruits analysis, what I'm doing is I'll attach a k-means model and see how it comes up. Not too sure if this will do great, but let's right click and click connect. Right click, edit, and we need to assign the fields. That is the most important part. So let's take custom field segmentation assignments. Okay, we have we have healthy counts. So let's click eccentricity, solidity, roundness, and compactness. I click apply. I click OK. And Partition, well, let us have it as per class. What is a model? Well, the model name will have to be generated automatically, and so far it is always generated to our satisfaction. So I'm not assigning any model name over there. Using a simple node with nothing on the annotations. Click apply and I click OK. And let's see what happens if I click on run. Great, it's running something. Yes, now it did generate a nugget. So now let's right click on that and view form will run from here. Oh no, it will not. Sorry. So fine, let's click on view data or preview for that matter. That's not what I'm looking for. Right click and yes, now that's the output that it is. No, it's not the output that it's showing. It's the same thing. Okay, let me close that. Okay, let's put it over here. So that is how you run the segmentation output. Right click and let's click on run from here. There's nothing out here, right? Okay, let us attach an output node to that. So I'm connecting analysis over here. Right click and connect. Now I'll run this node. Oh wait, let us run the analysis. Right click, run. Ah, there is no matching pair, is it? Target and predictor. Let's right click on this and edit it. Okay, instead of taking an analysis, I'll pick some other output. Let us go for transform. Right click and connect it. Right click on this and I click run. Okay, no fields have been specified. Yes, we have not specified any fields. So right click on that. Let's click on edit. Fields. Which fields have we? Eccentricity, solidity, roundness, and compactness. Apply, click OK, apply, and I click OK again. So there are 4 fields out here. Okay, and for the k-means analysis, we are running these 4 fields. So I'm right clicking on the 4 fields for this and click run. Exactly. So that is the output that got generated for all the 4 fields and their respective distributions. So if I click on file, let's save this. That's the transform for eccentricity. That's the output file that we have. So I'm going to save that. Also going to save this particular string, which is okay. We already saved it. And let's insert a comment. Okay, the stream markup, right? Okay. So right. So what is this about? Yeah, that's about segmentation modeling. Segmentation modeling analysis. Can it rotate? I'm not sure if this rotates. I'll be happy if I can. There does not appear to be any function on that. Okay, but okay, we'll put it over here only. Fine. So with this particular data set, what we did is we conducted 2 separate analyses. One was for the automatic linear modeling, and then the which was wait, this was for oh, not super. This was for supervised. Yes. It's in bracket. This is segmentation modeling analysis that was here into bracket and mention which analysis will be performed. That was what k-means. K-means is widely used for market research and all that when it comes to customer segmentation and things like that. So this is for this analysis is for this particular stream, and this analysis is for this particular stream. Hello and welcome for the SPSS modelers. So out here, we see that today we'll be working on the performance considerations for streams and nodes. Typically, that will pertain to order of nodes and the node caches and the performance typically of process nodes and the modeling nodes. So when we speak of performance considerations for streams and nodes, what is that supposed to mean? That is supposed to mean this. Let me launch the software quickly. Generally, what happens is when we run any specific stream, now the streams that we have been running, they are relatively of smaller scale, but then there can be a lot complicated streams that we are going to run. In such a case, what happens is the computing resources get consumed, and many a times they get consumed hugely. That leads to delay in the overall execution process also. So therein comes the cache memory into the play. So if we enable the cache, that's a additional feature or function that is provided as part of the software. So we enable the cache function to ensure that the processing time that is consumed is lowered. When we speak of performance, there are certain types of node that we put only at a certain place in the stream and not at the end of the stream. And then there is also additional aspect by the virtue of which we try to optimize the overall performance of the node also in terms of lowering the time and improving the efficiency of the execution. Now, we have seen that normally when we run any of the streams, there is a timer that starts in the background. That is something that we'll be seeing again as well. Because if we are using complicated or heavy or intense modeling nodes such as neural networks or k-means, or we use a two-step AS or two-step model also, then the processing time takes longer, and it also leads towards a greater consumption of computing resources. And that is something that we saw, I think, in one of our sessions also, where I had explained you all in the task manager that the total amount of RAM getting consumed or the disk space getting consumed has shot up or it has increased. No matter though, we'll start with this, and then as we go through the streams and its process, then we'll understand better in terms of how long should it take and all, and the overall conceptual understanding in terms of process improvement and performance improvement, of course. Fine. So let us quickly start with by importing the source node. So fine, let us take one of the Excel sheets. I'll right click on that and let's click on edit. We'll import it. Yeah, it will be 2007, 2016. And then I go to, we have some new data sets also. Let's see. Right now, these are some of the good count of data sets that we have. Let's pick the socio indicators. I click open and apply. I click OK. These are the socio indicators data set that we have. I'll right click on that and I'll click on view data. Now we have around 4 to 5 worksheets in this. So now let's see which worksheet it opens. So the amount of time that it is taking, that itself shows that we have a good chunk of data sets. Now the spreadsheets, how many spreadsheets have they taken? They have taken only one, or one of the active worksheets they have taken, is it? Fine. This is one such data set that we have. Let's go on the dashboard. The preferences. Yeah, no, we don't need anything to do on the preferences. Or instead of this, let us see if we can pick another file. So I'll click on this. Let's select the World Bank indicators. Open, I click apply and I click OK. Now, right click on that and we'll view the data. Again, okay, you can see that this is going in circles and circles, and it's taking longer in terms of retrieving data. Of course, a given data set is a bigger data set. So you can click on that. Now see, there is a long list of columns that are available over here. So we can select whichever columns you want to visualize, but okay, coming to that later. Let's click on data audit. And so what does data audit show us? And for each of these, the quality is, yes, there are some where it is not 100% complete. There are extremes also. The valid records is consistent across all the given rows. There are 55 null values at some point. What is the statistic? Well, there is a big statistic out here that is available. And there are the Pearson's correlations also available for the urban count of population, but that's fine. So fine, we are selecting this spreadsheet because it has a big amount of data set. Now, let us quickly come here and see. So I had mentioned here something on the order of nodes. So when I speak of order of nodes, what is the order of nodes supposed to be? Now, I click on record ops. So these are the nodes that are generally important in terms of data management, which means you can sort, you can balance, you can distinct, you can use the aggregate mode for providing summary information on group of records, and then includes or discards records with distinct values in specified fields. Let's select this for once and see how it shows up. Right click on that and I click edit. Okay. Now create a composite record for each group. Discard only the first record. Okay, let's see what is it that they are showing up over here. So these are the fields that are provided. Okay, now they're canceling that, and then there is a sort order that they have provided. So how do we want to sort this? Okay, if no sort fields are selected, then the order of records within each group is undefined. Never mind, that's not what we are worried about anyway. Then I click on composite. So first record in group. Okay, that is what they have provided, and include the record count. Yes, they have provided the record count also. And then we have the annotations. So suppose let's click on preview and see. Yeah, see, no key field for grouping is defined in distinct mode. Of course, it's not, because we are yet to define it. Fine. So in the key field, create a composite record for each group. Okay, we are creating a composite record for each group. So I click on that and I'll select your what. Now these are the fields that they have provided us with. So I wanted to see the mobile phone users, or mobile phone subscribers. Okay, so I'm clicking apply and I click OK. And then thereafter, let us also select the, okay, let us also select the internet users per 100 people. So I'm clicking up and I click OK. Now, what is the sort order that we want to select here? Well, we'll select the default sort order as ascending. And then we come on composite. So these options are only available if composite mode is selected in the settings tab. So of course, we have selected the composite out here. So that's the reason these settings are available. Fill with the values base. Fine. And the annotations, click apply and I click OK. Right, now let's right click on that. Yeah, now the red is gone. It was showing us in red. So fine, now let us run this. If we run this, there is a chance, yeah, there are no executable nodes as it was anticipated. So again, let us try to run this. Again, there will be the same error that will come up. So fine. Now for the modeling, let us select a linear AS. So I'm attaching linear AS over here with the target I have to set. So what is the target that we have to set? Customized. We are interested in setting the target as mobile phone subscribers. Okay, and this string field cannot be placed in the list. What is it showing us? Same as, okay, there's one more thing we need to do. To come here, we need to edit and we need to go to the types. Read values. Okay. So now in some cases it's turned typeless and some of them is nominal, some of them are continuous. So business ones are nominal, is it? Yeah, one of this is typeless. So let us select it as default. So we'll sort these out. Most of these are numerical actually. So we make them continuous. So Fine, let's apply and I click OK. Right, the target, let us edit it again. So where is it gone? The business. Okay, let us take another one. We'll take the total population count and set it as a target. And what are the predictors for that? Let's see if this will, yeah, we can use this as a predictor. So the business internet users, instead of that, does life expectancy at birth for, does total life expectancy have any influence on the total population count? Okay, I'm taking a simple model over here. What are the build options? I'm retaining the same model options. I'm selecting fields. I click apply. Okay, fine. So we have selected the data source. We have also selected the record ops node. The word back indicator is a source node. Distinct is the record ops node, and this is the modeling node that we've selected here. So fine. Now let us right click on this and click run from here. Now we are seeing that this is going like, it generated the population output as you can see here. Suppose if I run it from here, again, the entire code will be run and we'll be generating the same population output that we are seeing here, the nugget. Fine, so let's review it. Now that is how it shows. This is the first 10 outputs that it is showing, first 10 rows that is showing us. Now, okay, when we speak of cache, now this is small stream that we have taken. Okay, if you want to make the stream more complicated, I'll drag them over here. I'll add some more streams here. So I'll add sort, connect this. And then I can add what? Neural network, maybe as an output. Modeling node, I'll add neural network. Connect sort with the neural net. Right click on this, edit. You can see here the optimization. Okay, we are sorting it by what? We are sorting it by, let's say, phone subscribers. I click apply and I click OK. The optimization, what are we doing here? Well, it is pre-sorted, right? So let's use phone subscriber here. Apply, I click OK. Annotations I'm not using. I click apply and I click OK. Now out here, I have not set any targets. Right click on that. We'll edit and we'll set some targets here. So what is the target that we want to set? Business internet users against the total population as a predictor. So does the total population count influence the number of business internet users that they are there per 100 people? Okay, and I'm showing you the build options, model options, and the annotations. Click apply and I click OK. Now again, we can see here the neural network that will be getting generated will be for this. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm selecting only these many nodes for selection, and I'll right click on business internet and I'll click on run selection. Specify previous sort order invalidated at record 4. That I agree that is possible. So again, the sort order that is provided over here, it needs to be checked. So let us run it again and see if this is going to run. See, now this is what I was speaking about. That is the time factor that comes into play. Now, okay, we already have generated a nugget here. Let's double click on that. So that is the nugget that it has generated. And what are the hidden layers? We had used only one hidden layer. 12 neurons have been generated here. Yes, now that looks a bit big and complicated. But obviously, it did not take too much of time in executing this. But anyway, we'll come to that a little later. So again, speaking of the cache, I right click on this on the source node, right click on the source node, I scroll down here on cache, and I'm enabling cache. Okay, so you can see here there is a small page like symbol that appears here. Likewise, if I click on sort, out here also I can enable the cache. Can I enable the cache on the neural network node? Let's try to see it. No, I cannot do that. Why? Because enabling cache is activated only for certain types of nodes, typically the source nodes, the record nodes, and the field ops node. It is even applicable in case of some of the modeling nodes, but that is mostly for supervised or segmentation nodes such as k-means. Anyway, if we come to that, we'll look into that as well. So now we have the cache activated for both the source node, that is a World Bank indicator, and also for the sort node, that is a record ops node. And fine, let me delete this because we're going to run the entire selection again. Right click on this, I'll select run. You can see here the time elapsed that's showing up. Right now, you can see that both of these have turned green. Okay, so once it turns green, then it means that the cache that we had activated, it was used effectively, and the enabling of cache has helped in the increased faster processing for the output. Again, let us right click on distinct and scroll down to cache. We can enable it over here also. And if I want to run this particular selection, I can do that. So I'll right click on this on distinct. I'm selecting this, taking this selection and right clicking on distinct, and I'll select run selection. See, we can see that they both, although they have run green. And again, so every time we select the cache, the overall processing time has reduced. Again, we'll disable this and run it. Okay, so let us disable it. That is, disable it. I'll delete this. Now let's try and run it. So it was generally taking 2 to 3 or 4 seconds max. Now let's see how long it takes. 3, 4. It's taking approximately 4 seconds only. But of course, the bigger and the more complicated your stream, more is the time that it'll take. Now, once you have generated the cache, or once you have enabled the cache, here also I'm enabling the cache. And out here it was anyways. So let's flush it. I'm flushing it out and disabling it as well. Now let's enable it. Deleting this and deleting that one as well. And let us also use another feature here from the field ops. Okay, auto data prep. Let's use this feature. So typically what I'm trying to do here is I'm using 3 different, within one single stream, I'm using 3 different patterns or 3 different flows for running different models and generating their outputs and trying to study the impact of cache enabling on their performance. So again, let us connect this over here for auto data preparation, and let us have an output node over here. That is what transform. So I'm connecting this with transform. Again, let's right click on this and see. Yes, see, we can see here that the cache is available here also. So we are enabling the cache here. So again, most of the record nodes or field ops nodes that we have used, they are having the cache enabling feature, and which is important in terms of handling the processing times. Now, of course, this is a reasonably smaller stream that we are using, so it does not consume too much of computing or memory resources. But if you go for very complicated calculations, which we'll look at in next few minutes, then it becomes difficult in terms of the committing resources to get committed to it. So I'm selecting all of these. I'm right clicking on. Now you will see 1, 2, 3, 4. All these 4 nodes, 3 of which are records and ops node or field ops nodes, they'll turn green because the cache is enabled. So right click on this. Let's scroll and click on run selection. Okay, no fields have been specified. That's a normal error that we generally tend to occur. Let's click on this. So what's the field you want to select here? Yeah, let's take the total population. We'll take the urban population. Apply. Okay. What are the options? We have all the formulas selected. We can select only limited few. Let us select exponential. And yeah, and the output, yeah, we'll save the output as is with nothing on annotations. Apply, and I click OK. So okay, we are selecting only one field, okay? And well, let us do one thing. Let us select more than one field. Okay, applying 2 fields. And right, the cache is enabled for all the nodes that we are seeing here. And right, so I selected the entire string. Right click on that, and then I click on run selection. Yeah, 4, 5, yes. Oh, see, we can see no fields have been specified. There is somewhere there is an error. Okay, there is an error that has come up over here in case of transform. Is it? Uh, ignore the invalid field in transform mode. Okay, apply it. I click OK. Right click. I click on edit. Okay, why are they saying that this is? It's transformed and its type. Apply. Okay. Options. Yeah. Click apply and I click OK. Oh, let's run it again. Okay, so we have now generated the transformed population, the urban population count for which is transformed types. So we have generated the 3 outputs for that. But anyway, we'll come to that a little later. But what important we see is that the enabled cache out here, it has turned green. And of course, since it's in the data auto data preparation, so it is enabled and activated here. So this is what we have. Let's save this for you in live sessions. SPSS Modeler, Model 9. And what's the stream about? World Bank indicators. I'm saving this, and that's a stream file.str extension. Click save. And yes, but this is not an end in itself because we generated the model nugget. Now we need to generate an output for the model nugget, right? So let us conduct the data audit for them first. Right click and I click connect here. This one output, and apart from that, I also want to generate a report. Will it generate a report? Let's see. Right click and click connect. And in case of now that was for the business internet users. In case of the population, I would like to select an analysis. Let's see what analysis does it present. And after analysis, let us see if it can generate any KD simulation. Now, KD simulation is a tricky thing which can take longer. No, it will not connect because it is already connected. Yeah, it can connect from here. Fine. So these are the selections that we've taken. I'm coming here and I'm flushing out the cache. Now we can either save and we can load the cache also. Suppose if you click on load cache, that will tell us where to go and load the cache, but we have not. So let's right click on that and see if we can save it. Yeah, let's save cache and see. So again, what are we doing here? We are saving the cache for distinct. The file name here is distinct, which means for this particular node. I'm clicking save. Okay. If I were to save it for sort, right click, scroll down here, save cache. That is saving it for cache. So I click on live sessions, SPSS Modeler, day 9. That's for distinct SAV. That is for sort SAV. And likewise, the same for auto data prep as well. So I'm saving that cache as well. Right. So now let us run the simulations for the entire code again. But prior to that, I'll flush them out and let us flush out all the cache that are available. Right click, flush. Okay. So this is what we make of this entire stream. Now let us run the entire stream, starting with the Excel node. Let us enable it, enable the cache. Okay, it's already enabled. We just flushed it. If you want, we can load the sort cache. So let's come here and click on load cache. If you click on live sessions, SPSS Modeler, and day 9, we want to load the cache for what sort. So I click select sort and I click open. So again, it turns green. So I'm going to have it with green. I'm going to have the loaded loaded cache for sort node, and I'll remaining for all the remaining nodes, that is a record and field docs nodes. I'm going to start afresh with only the enable sorts, enable cache. Right click on this and select run from here. Yeah, now we can see here all of these are running. Tap 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 tap. All of these are now coming up. Now this is a more important part. Report is complete, analysis is queued up, and KD simulation is running. Now this is where the tricky part comes up. The KD simulation is going to consume quite a bit of time. So you can see here there is execution on. Okay, 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 here as well. Now we are seeing here that the time elapsed is 35 seconds. Let's see what happens here. If I bring, suppose KD simulation, it's not going to activate it. So you can see that the 3 of these nodes for report, 16 fields and 1 field, they are all completed. The state is complete. But for analysis, it's queued and KD simulation is running. Now we can see here, now we are yet to check it if it's possible to enable cache in KD simulation. That is something that we have not checked. But you can see while this execution feedback is getting generated, great. It finally generated the KD simulation output as well. Now let's check it. If no, we don't have the cache activation or enabling over here. So let's delete that. So fine. So this is how you generate work towards the cache enabling by improving the performance and the output, of course. So these are a lot of outputs and models that we have used. So let's save all of them. Right. So this is how you work towards the order of nodes and the node caches. Again, when we speak of the performance of the process nodes, it can be seen that in most of these nodes, typically when we speak of process nodes, so record ops and field ops, they fall under process nodes category. Here out we can, when we are using these, we have to ensure that the order is also proper, because otherwise the performance gets affected. You cannot use a sort node after the end of the modeling node or the export node or the output node. So that is one thing that we need to ensure and take care of. And then we have what the performance of the modeling nodes. So what are the modeling nodes that we have? These are the modeling nodes that we have. So suppose if I take Cohen node over here, connect it with right click and connect it with the World Bank indicator. Okay, let's right click and see what do we have here. Fields, predefined fields. Let us take internet users, apply. Okay, apply. Model, yeah, we are leaving all the remaining settings as default. Click apply and I click OK. And, let's run this. Okay, internal impossible case to file random access cache manages CPP line 351. Ignoring large set input field business. Execution complete. Elapsed time is 35 seconds. CPU 0.0 second. Execution was interrupted. Internal error. Impossible case in file random access cache manager CPP line 351. Now this is an error that we can also trace into the SPSS documentation book that we have. And once we are checking it in the documentation, let us open the documentation, because it is something that I have not covered for you all. So yeah, no, that is the documentation we have. Okay, so that's what we have here. Control F, Control V. Let's click enter and see if it throws up something. Right, so it's not showing any output on this. Right, so maybe you may need to check this a little later. We can, but the point is, we'll have to revisit the random access cache related issue. So let's cancel it. Come back here, right click on it, edit it, and see. Partition here not selected, right? Select the country name, apply, and I click OK. Right click and I click run. Again, the impossible case in file. The random underscore access cache manager CPP line 351. So let's go to the data set itself and see. It's line 351, right? For population. Okay, that is now we can see here there is an issue with non-availability of the data. If you're looking for the business users, right? Internet users. Right now, for the business internet users, there is only one value that is provided here at 59. So this is perhaps a data related issue that we have come across. But suppose if we try to choose some other, Let us cancel all. Let us come back here and select some other field. Select the urban population. I click apply. I click OK. Apply. OK. Right click on that and we click run. Yes, now that it has generated an output. Again, right click on Kohunen. Yeah, we cannot see, we don't see any cache over here enabling for Kohunen. So when we double click on this, so that is the output, the cluster size that it has generated. These are the settings, summary. Right, so this is the output that got generated. If you click on that, you can save node, and you can also generate or derive filter node. You can view, click on viewer. Oops, where is it gone? Yes, you have the view. So this is the model summary, and what are the clusters? If you click on clusters, these are the clusters that they have provided us with. But okay, I'm not going to go much into the output aspect. The point here is this is how you generate the Kohunen output. I click OK and check for the performance of the modeling nodes also. Of course, cache enabling is generally confined to the record and ops modes only. It is not extensively used for, it does not have any mention in the other nodes, and only the process nodes it is where it is it has its significance. So fine, with this, let me quickly save the outputs and the data that we have generated. And, let's come back here quickly and see. Right, so these were the cache that I had generated for you. So right click on that. It's also cache, and sort that we have is also cache. And you also need to generate the outputs, right? Outputs have already been generated. Can we save it? Yes, let's save it. Transform also we can save. Ordinarily, if you run the stream, the outputs will be automatically generated. So even if you don't save it, it's not a problem. But let us save it nonetheless. There is nothing for us to see in the report. So the models that we have, right click, and you have to save the model as well. So that's the model, Kohunen model. Fine, so this is how you work towards the across different nodes that we have here in SPSS Modeler. Let us do one thing though. Let's insert the comments. This is for the sort node, so I'm inserting a comment here as well. Then we have the auto data prep. Let's click on this data preparation node. Again, the objective of using all these nodes is to ensure that they should have a feature in this which is able to rotate the comment box. Is there any? No, it does not have any. So I can't find it. So we have the auto data preparation node also that we have used. And saving this. The current stream is that of a World Bank indicator. Hello and welcome for the SPSS modelers. Well, we'll be building a stream And I'd like to build a complicated stream. So you'll be having, we'll be using multiple modeling nodes. Then we'll be integrating models, which of course means that we'll be connecting the models to the source nodes, or maybe also to the records and field ops nodes. And then thereafter, we'll be building graphs and charts, and we'll be generating the outputs. So when I say generating output, what kind of output? We could also be generating the output in terms of exporting the CSV, exporting to the SAS or Excel file format. We could be generating the data audit or the data quality output. We could also be taking many other sort of outputs into consideration. Fine. So let us quickly launch the software. Right. Where is it gone? Okay, it's launching, is it? Meanwhile, let us walk on to our data set. Oh, we are yet to get the data set. Fine. So yes, we have the data set here, which I'll put in sessions SPSS Modeler date 10. Fine. So this is what we have. Okay, great. The software is logins and upgrade. Right. So software is now getting launched. Right. So we launched the software, and fine. So we are working on a new project altogether. So let's click on File. We close this window. Right. Let's cancel this. Let's click on File, and we can open a new project also. So what happens if you open a new project? No, that's a new project that it has opened. I'm not going into the project. I would like to work on the streams. So we're creating a new stream. Yeah, but we already have a stream here. So I'll close this stream as well. So the stream is already opened out here on the canvas. All we need to do is import the source data set, source node. So let's click on sources here. I click on Excel, right click edit. I'll now import the file from the stated location. So I'll come here on import file here. Let us go to live sessions, SPSS Modeler, date 10. Whoops. And now we don't have anything on the MS Excel. So we're going to check if that is a CSV. Yes, that's a CSV file format. So we change that to MS Excel format. And we can see there is a good gamut of financial details. Most of these are from the US financial markets. You can see here SEC filings, that's Securities Exchange Commission. Although we don't need this column, so I'm going to right click and delete it. The rest of the other columns, right? Let's and, right. Let's save this file as an XLS format. Save as XLSX. Yeah, Excel workbook. It's in the same location. Save it. Yes. Now I'll close this window. Right. So we have it over here. I can delete the financials of the CSV file format. Right click, scroll down, select delete, and it's gone. Fine. So let's open it. Yes. Now we see here financials XLSX format. So I click open, and let us check on the filters. What are the filters? Do we need any filters here? No. I would like to have all of them. Why? Because I have multiple things on my mind. So it's something that I've not put anything on the presentation yet, but that's all right. We launch it. What are the types? Now here they're given as the types. Okay. Three of these are categorical. Why are they categorical? Because they are numeric in, they are not numeric in values. So and okay, price is also categorical. It should not be the case. It should be continuous. So right, let's read values here and see what comes up. Yes, I click OK. So all the values will come up over here. See now out here we can see that here these values are missing. And in case of continuous values, we can see that there are different values that are showing up over here. What next? Let's refresh it. So we are done with the filters, we are done with the types and the annotations we don't need. I click apply and I click Okay. So we can see here this file name has now changed from financials to XLSX. And fine, the first part is done now. So let's open Microsoft presentation. Or my presentation. Some kind of a base design. And what do we intend to do on this design? Well, let us set out the project objectives. Project objectives. What do we intend to do? What are the data sets? Studying the data set. I'm doing both the things in parallel so that because running it on the software is not a difficult part. Setting objectives is slightly tricky. Objectives. And so let us go on the data set. And why here? See it in the software itself, right? Click on view data. So what do we see here? Well, we see here there is a great set of or a good chunk of data that we are seeing here. Close to how many rows are there? Around 400 or 500 rows are there. As it's 506 rows are there. And almost 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 columns are there. So 14 5s are 70. Close to 7,000 data points are here, of which the first 3 rows are not quite so relevant, really. But never mind. So fine. After this, let us, yeah. So we have the different financial data of all the companies that are listed on US stock exchanges. It's a price to earnings, dividend yield, earnings per share, 52-week low and high, the market capitalizations, and the earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization, price to sales, and price to book ratios. So these are some important parameters that are significant to any financial data analyst or any financial markets professional who wants to do any trading or build any portfolios. So that's the reason I've selected this as a project. Right. So with this, so let us conduct some analysis and its implication on the market cap. Okay. So what I intend to do is I intend to study the impact. What is the first objective? Study the impact of price ratios. Now, what is this? Price ratios. These are the 3 price ratios: price to earnings, price to sales, and price to book ratios. So I want to study the impact of price ratios on the stock price. So I'm clicking here. Study the impact of price ratios, price to earnings, price to book, price to sales, stock price. That's the first objective I have. Second objective that I have is to generate, how do I call it? Let us generate a neural network. Generating neural network on those shares whose market caps, not market caps, let's take their prices. If the prices are greater than, wait, let's see it. Okay, but whilst we try to generate the neural network, there won't be any issues in terms of the overall spreads. So that is not going to be a problem. But anyway, we'll want to generate a neural network on the given financial markets data, on the given financial markets. Now, I have a third objective. So why have I categorized these objectives? Because I want to prepare one single stream in which I'll have three substreams. So all the 3 substreams, they'll be running the outputs separately. So that is what I really intend to do. So I'm closing this script, but I don't need it yet. And what is the third objective that I can prepare or work on? A dividend yield and market caps, right? Let us also study. Come, let's review the outputs and the exports. Export nodes is a lot of relevance. Let us also see as to what all multi-layer perceptron, right? We can use this. We can generate a multi-layer perceptron also. You've taken the neural network analysis over here. Let us also generate the multi-layer perceptron or implement multi-layer perceptron. Financials data. So these are the three objectives that I'm set. And of course, we'll be also generating the graphs and charts and all, but I'm not highlighting that as part of the, just for the discussion's sake. And I'll be doing here, I'll be highlighting here streams. So what is the first stream we're going to do here? What is the second stream doing, and what will be the third stream doing here? Centralizing it. So what will comprise of the first stream that I have? I'm just preparing, like, some rough sketch of what we'll do. So it will have a source node, okay, and then what all do we also intend to have for the first stream, for the first objective that we see here? We intend to study the impact, right? So there will be an output modeling node, which output modeling node that will come a little later. Output modeling node. We'll also try and have an export node. Stream to file itself, which node will be using a regression or a linear modeling. We're doing it because out here also, in case of stream 2, doing something similar, except that the output regression modeling node won't be here. Regression or linear nodes won't be here. We'll be using here neural network. We're using a neural network node. The third stream is what? Same things again, except that we'll be using, well, let's see. All of these are the output modeling nodes. So we are trying to prepare a bit of a complicated output, complicated stream, wherein we'll be performing 3 different analyses on one single given data set. And not just the outputs, we'll also be exporting, and we'll also be preparing charts and graphs pertaining to those. So, right. Let's save this. Wait, where do we want to save it? We have more options. Page. Oops. Yes. This PC, desktop, sessions, SPSS Modeler. Oh, sorry, that's a problem. I intend to save it. Right, so on SPSS Modeler here, we can see live sessions, SPSS Modeler. and on page 10. So, well, that's project. We are just preparing ground for which we like to operate or work upon, so that you'll understand at the later stage. So fine, quickly now, let us not get wasted too much. So the financials are ready. Let us insert sort node. So I'm putting in a sort node here. Right click out here. First things first, let us edit the data of the financials. The filters we are not having. We have already prepared the read values. So I click apply and I click OK. On the sort node, right click, edit. Fine. We need to select the fields, right? So which fields do I want to select? Well, price earnings, price sales, and price books. Why am I selecting only these three? Because these are the three. Yeah, we want, and also the fourth one. Sorry, on stock price, right? So we'll select one more field out here. We are selecting the four fields over here. Why are we doing this? Because we want to study the impact of price ratios. We don't need 1, 2, 3. We don't need symbol, so I'll delete it. We need to study the impact of these three price ratios: price earnings, price sales, and price book on the stock price. So that's the reason I've selected the default ascending order as default sort order as ascending. Optimization, we don't need to optimize anything. Data is pre-sorted, or we can leave it at that. Apply and I click OK. So your sort algorithm, your sort node or your record ops node is also attached. Thereafter, do we need to make any other changes? Well, I would like to introduce a regression model out here. So out here we can see there are no targets set. So let's set the target. I click on edit. The field. What are the custom? What is the target that we have on mind? Price. What are the inputs that we are throwing in? Price earnings, price sales, and price book. Click apply. I click OK. Model. Yes, we are leaving the rest of the default settings as is. Click apply and I click OK. So fine. This particular stream is, I would call it ready, but yes, it's there. And what output do you want to generate? Well, let us also conduct the data audit now. It might not happen. We cannot connect it from here. So I'll conduct a data audit as well. I'll also generate the statistic output for them. Right click, connect. So this part is now ready. Okay, out here we have 11 fields for which we'll be conducting the data quality audit. So this particular stream, the first objective is now set. Okay. We are yet to study its impact or prepare its impact, but that is something we'll do a little later. Now I can prepare the three streams separately also, or I can also prepare the three streams within one main stream. So that's what I'm doing here. Fine. So let us now move towards the second objective. It's rather simple, generating the neural network on given financial markets data. Okay. So I'm coming back here. Is there any field data that you want to have? Let's have a filter here. Okay. Right click, connect it. Why do we want to have a filter? Because there are not too many data sets that I want us to be working upon. So I'm getting rid of the symbol, name, sector. We are not interested in the market cap. Let us retain the market cap. Let us not take an interest on 52-week low. We don't need the price data analysis also because we are conducting the same already. Dividend yield, earnings per share, market cap, and EBITDA. Market cap also we can get rid of. So typically we'll be dealing with only dividend yield, earnings per share, and the EBITDA. Let's click apply. I click apply and I click OK. So you applied a filter and now we'll be attaching a neural network output or the modeling node. So let's select neural network out here. no targets. So I click on edit. Let's come back here. So what are the targets that we want to set? The dividend yield. Okay. Does it get affected by earnings per share and EBITDA? These are the predictors that I'm using. Build options. We're building a new model, creating a standard model. So I'm sticking with the, yeah, we're using a multi-perceptron layer, multi-layer perceptron. Stop rules and symbols, advanced. I'm leaving everything at that. Model options, nothing really. Annotations, nothing. Click apply and I click OK. So this all is now ready. What more do we have? Right. And so what are the outputs that we wish to connect with the dividend yield? Yeah, we won't be able to because it's a modeling node. So let's leave it at that. Although we have committed to having, no, we have not really. We are not keeping or maintaining any output. It's not an output, it's a modeling node rather. So this is now sorted. Do you want to export anything? Not yet. Okay, there is no need for us to add any other nodes. We can add, let us add distinct node here. What can we edit here? The key fields grouping. Let us take 52-week low and 52-week high. Okay. We are not selecting any field, but let us select a field that is pertaining to price only. So apply OK. Yes, I click OK here. And let us go on the modeling nodes. Yeah, we have multi-perceptron, multi-layer perceptron AS. Connecting this with multi-layer perceptron, right click and I click edit. What's the target that we want to set? Let's see if we can perform any analysis on the sector. Okay, click apply and I click OK. So this is what we have prepared so far, and now we'll also work on the graphs. So what do I intend to do with the graph? I intend to multi-plot to display this data in two-dimensional multi-plot. So I'm selecting a multi-plot here, connecting it here. Let's edit it. So what do you want to have on the X field and on the Y field? On the X field, I'll have just the sector. And on the Y field, I'll have 52-week lows. So apply and I click OK. And panel will retain sector, animation will retain sector, appearance. What's the title that we want to put here? High low analysis. 52-week high low analysis. Sector or sectors. Output will be on the screen, of course. We leave annotations. Let's apply and I click OK. So this is what all we have prepared so far. Fine. So let us run each of these individually. Okay. So let us run this. Let us run this section first. So let's right click on this and see what comes out of it. Right click and I click run selection. Okay. Fail to create file. This is this. Fail to open or create this file. Okay. Why did that happen? Let's come back here. Let's select up here on financials XLSX. Click open. Click filters are here. Let us retain the filters and the types. It's not going to be a problem. Click apply and I click OK. Now let's see if this is going to run. right click and I click run selection. Yes. So now it's running the node that we are seeing here. The only concern again here is pertaining to the time factor. We still have about 30 minutes for this. We were supposed to enable the cache in all of these nodes, but we have missed out on that. Right, so it shows it's running this particular section as you see here. So it's running, so that's not a problem as such. Okay, now there were some issues that came up. AQ execution failed, whatever reasons that they have shown us. Job due to stage failure, most recent failure. So these are some of the errors that they have thrown up. They need to be looked into. So, but anyway, this is fine. I click OK, and I'm leaving this as that. Now, let us come and work on this. So let us enable the cache. So I'm right clicking on this. I'm enabling the cache here, enabling the cache here as well. Okay. And now I'm going to run this particular section. So now let us run this particular section. Right click and I click on run selection. Okay, no fields are still, yes, we may have missed out on the fields. Let's right click on this, click edit. Fine, so the first part is what we are working on: price earnings, price sales, and price book. So I'm selecting only these 4 fields. I click apply and I click OK. Click apply. Correlations, fine, let's have the correlations here. Okay. Click apply and I click OK. Now let us run the output. Right click and I click on run selection. Yes, now this is what it is showing. This is complete, this is complete. So you can see here the cache has been enabled over here and we're able to use it. Now here we can, yes, now everything probably we have is done. Yes, so the output is also being generated. The quality that we are seeing here is nothing. Everything was fine. This price book was incomplete and price earnings was incomplete. That is fine, no problem. Most of the records are valid though out here, although yeah, the records are missing out here and here. So that probably is the reason that it is showing us the incompleteness. Null values and all. Okay, these all other parameters are not quite a problem. Fine, so the complete fields and the completed records. And fine, so what do we have here for price that we are seeing now? This nugget is generated. That apart, what more did we generate? We also generated the statistics as an output. We also generated the correlations out here that we see. In case of price, it's 0.195, 0.182, and 0.024. There is no perfect correlation clearly, but still that is, they have put it strong correlation, but it's a bit debatable though. Anyway, this is the output that we generated. I'm clicking on file, clicking on save it. Save it. I close this window. What more? The outputs. Yes, the data audit has been presented. Let's click on data audit. Yeah, so that is what we have already checked earlier. I'm going to save this also. Save it. Of day 10. And right, so now we have this nugget. Let's open the nugget and see what does it have to show us. Right, so out here they are giving us the predictor importance. Price to sales is the biggest important predictor, and which is most important as well, because its importance is 0.7%. Then comes the price earning and eventually comes the price book. The price book is generally expected to be, because it's the sales that drives the stock price or determines how well the stock should perform. Here you can view, click on the summary here. That is the regression equation it has generated. If you come further down here, yes, it has also generated the R square value, which is 0.062. which means the current explains only 6.2% of the model, and the rest of the factors are determining, like, the rest of the 94.8% or 93.8% comes from the other external factors. That is how the interpretation goes. Now, these are, we can see that t value is greater than 3 or greater than 2 for all the 3 variables, and the sigma values are 0. It means that the price earnings and price to sales ratio is significant in influencing the stock price movement, and which is financially an accepted fact or a known theory or a concept. Price to book ratio does not do as much, and that is also evident from the p value that it is showing here. And then we have the settings and the annotations. So out here we could see the ANOVA analysis, also the model summary, where R is 34.8%. So with these factors and parameters in mind, let us save this. Price analysis. Okay, node files, right? Let's save it. I click apply and I click OK. So that is the nuggets that we now. What is this? Let's save this stream as financials. I click save. So again, now the last part that remains here is that of the dividend yield with filter that we are seeing here. Again, let us add, let us enable the cache for filter. So I right click on filter and I enable the cache over here, as you can see it. Right, so let's run this. And what are we running this for? We are running it as a as a neural network. So right click on this and I click on run selection. You can see here okay, great. The output is generated. It was done rather swiftly. Now here we can see that for the given file, the cache was already enabled, so it was green, but out here it turned green. So fine. So let us now check and review the dividend yield. Let's double click on that. Right. So what does it show us? Well, it shows us this. This is the predicted value and the dividend value. The predictor importance. EBITDA has a significant predictor importance at 0.69, followed by earnings per share, which is 0.31, but it's not bad either. That is a model summary. The error cannot be further decreased. So accuracy is what? Okay. Hidden layers, 1 neuron, that is 4. So out here we come here, and what do we see here? They've added bias also over here. The EBITDA and the earnings per share is here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hidden layers were used. Then we all bias to the earnings per share output, and EBITDA is the most important and earnings per share is least important, as we saw there. What is the information? Yes, there is not much to read into this though. Predictors what? EBITDA and earnings per share, and the target was dividend yield. And what are the build options? Objectives, basic, stopping rules, advanced. So these are some of the build options. Build options of what? Of building of the neural network. So fine, I click apply and I click OK. And let us save all of this. Right, on the file, I'll come and I'll save this node. It's not the node that I want to save it as. Okay, we may have to save it as a node. If I click on generate, preview, I don't need. Okay, anyway, this is going to be saved as a file itself. I don't want to save this as a node. It's not a very wise thing to do. I click OK. Fine, and so these parts are done. We are only stuck out here on the multi-layer perceptron. It is showing us a good set of errors also. So let us delete this. Let us put in another modeling output, or let us simply generate an just put, which is right. And distinct, right click, I'll enable the cache. Now let's run this. Right click and I'll click on run selection. Override the following objects. Wait, cancel. I need to set the parameters. Yeah, we don't want this format. We want to be exported in the .7b dat format. And the export file is that's a file extension that we have given them. We can also change the file name. Wait. No, it can't go to null. I want this to be saved as live session SPSS Modeler date 10. And what will be the file name? That will be the financials. Why am I saving it in SAS format? Because just in case if you want to run it in SPSS or SAS, then also import the same file and get it done. So I click save, I click apply, and I click OK. Right click, and let's click on run selection. There's a record count. This is throwing an error. Field, where is the field? Out here. Let's preview it. Record count, right? That's out here. So we don't want to have that record count. Right click and run it again. Okay, but did we generate an output? Let's check that. Because if you generated it, then there is nothing to be worried about. No, we have not generated an output. Fine, so let's come back here and let's see if we can add statistics export. Connecting this over here. The original objective was to connect a modeling output, but we are creating a bit of an issues here. There are so our export file is what .sav. Aha, okay. So wait, you need to change the export file here. Let's save it just on the desktop here and save it. Run it. Yeah, the same error is coming up. Okay, let's leave it at that. Let us work on this statistics export. Fine, so that's the export file you have here. The filter, we're not maintaining any filter, everything will be included. Publish, we want to publish anything and we don't even want any annotation. Apply and I click OK. Where do we intend to save it? Yeah, we intend to save it not here. We intend to save it at the stated location. Let's run this. Now that is a bit of a problem. Invalid characters are found. Let's right click on this and click on edit. Okay, there's a bit of a data issue in terms of character. Now that has to be worked out on these. But okay, fine, then let us do one thing. Let us remove this particular section. And let us work only on this part, because we are getting issues on the multi-layer perceptron. So we are having the graph node here, the chart nodes as we call it, on the graphs node here. So I'll set this as graphs, implement graphs on the financial data, and I'm saving this. Right click on this and edit plot. So like this is the plot that we want to generate. Apply and I click OK. So right click on this and we click run. Okay, great. It did generate a plot. Now that is the plot that it has generated. Typically, this is for the different sectors that they have provided us with. Okay, so for different sectors, okay, there are different price data that they have provided us. Okay, so the 52-week high that they have provided us with is 812.5. Out here it is at 14.24, but again, if you go slightly above, it's 21.75. If you go here for the discretionary sector, the 52-week low is 1498, 52-week high is 81295. So for different sectors, they have generated us the output over here. Save this as multiplot or a graph. Okay, right click. Can we enable? No, we don't have any cache enabling feature for this particular graph. But okay, anyway, let us now also look at other plots. We'll bring it over here and drag and drop it here. Right click and I connect this over here. Now we need to set what all we want. So what do you want on the x-axis? On the x-axis, I want the name. Sector, there will be multiple values that will come up. So let's select the names. And on the y-axis, I'm going to select the prices. I click apply and I click OK. It's a simple plot versus name versus price, only for representational purpose. So let's click on run. Yes, it's probably. This is clearly it's jumbled up all over because we have a far bigger data set here. Now out here we can see that, like, for the different values, we have different prices that they have provided us with for the different companies. Of course, we have to process this up. We can also edit the copy graph. We can export the graph as a JPG, BNP format also. But out here we see that there are relatively fewer companies where the prices are higher. Most of these are summed up at under $100 or close to 300, 400. Maybe this is 500. This is what, 300. So most of these are either under 400, between $0 and $100. But okay, this is the output that we have generated. Let's click OK here. We can also, if we click on edit, we can set the size and the color also. Okay. The options that we wanted is a point. We have even taken it as a line. X mode for sort. Appearance, yeah, we have not provided any output name or appearances. Y is price and X is the name. I click apply and I click OK. Let's run it again. Scroll down. Oops, where is it wrong? Right click and click on run. Fine. Now this looks a little bit better. Okay, now this looks better than the one that we saw earlier. So this is how your overall spread looks like. You can also make it better by sorting this out. Edit this field as the data. You can edit them. Okay, we can't arrange them here that way, but we can also try and, before we import, we can always edit it, or we can filter or sort them alphabetically. So if you're doing it alphabetically, then it becomes easier when you want to check this out from the graph perspective, but that is not a problem either. Fine, we come here, we see a spike over here. Which company is that? That's for Amazon. Again, we come here, we see another spike. For which company is that? Automatic data processing. So for different companies, we are seeing different kinds of spikes, price spikes. Then I click OK here. I'm going to save this. Yes, so we have generated quite a. Let's remove this one. I don't need that. delete it. I won't see my changes. Yeah, this is the graph I would like to save. Right click, click on file, click on save it. So saving the graph plot of name versus price.